shadows cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers scatter fights, streaming through the endless nights. Triumphs darkened by the pain in this digital domain. Across the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade in the game where lines are played. Ghostly tears and shattered pride. In this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores. Ruthless clicks, unending pain in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleet in shadows dense, through the veil of screams immense.
I've never said this, but don't swallow.
This is a test bit alert for
Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed.
All right. Sorry about starting late today, but shit happens. Shit happens. Where did we leave off? What am I doing? What am I doing? We were exploring last time. Last time we were doing some exploring. Just would give me a larger view. Okay, Thunder Base. Thunder Base and Force Base. I have no idea what's over at either one of those. We will go teleport to the Force Base. Why? Because I don't know. Oh, we still have a staircase here. Okay. Okay. We could probably erase that. And oh, that's facing northwest. That's interesting. Not really, but we'll say it is. We may need to change locations for the forest. Yeah. Yeah. Forest and tundra. And move them. Up north. Move up here somewhere. Yeah. Did I bring any wood? I did. That I came prepared. Um, out there. Down there. There we go. And we can do this. Well, that's kind of interesting. I didn't know I could just do a power roll from pressing shift. Just gonna delete all of this. The exception of the base location. Just in case we die. Because you know how good I am at this game. So. Because that will disappear if we make it to our next destination. Then we do. It's not that. What is X? It is X. I remembered. Okay, that netted us 82 sticks. And we're gonna go. And do this. Come on. Oh. Let's get rid of all of this. I see a giant tree over there. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Oh, started snowing in the game. Look at that. Countdown to my birthday. I forgot all about it. Oh, it's a long stairway, isn't it? You know what we're gonna do? Before we get so far away, it just won't count anything. Oh, you yucky Isa. Really? Hmm. Well, that's kind of bullshit. Rotten. Ah. All the crystals. Been you jamming this for the last little while, and it's properly piqued my interest. Should try it. If you like buildings from just random shit, like I think Fortnite players would probably enjoy this. There's no PvP, but if they like the building aspect in Fortnite, you just build random shit. Whatever you want, you can build it in this game. Somebody built the Eiffel Tower in here. I don't know if it's to scale, but it's pretty goddamn big. I know that. And there's no building limits on it. There's none of that shit. You can build stuff that's as big as you want. You can test your building limits as much as you want. You can have up to 4 different bases for the map, because the map has 4 different biomes. You have the tundra base, you have forests, you have what's the other ones? Desert and mountain. My mountain base is the one that I put all my crafting shit at. That allows me 3 different base areas. I left one. My desert one is down below Elysium, which is the starting point. And then, so I have 2 different ones. I have my forest and my, what's the other one? The tundra base for, like, when I'm out exploring the map, like I'm doing right now. I'm going to make my way up here towards this area, which is all fogged out so you can't see it. And then I'll drop another forest base or a tundra base up there, depending on which biome is closest to it. So, like, if I turn right now and I go towards this, that's tundra. So I can drop a tundra base right there, which is just 1 square, and it gives you a teleport location. That way, if you happen to die up in here somewhere to like a bear or some big monster or something, you can teleport right back there and get back to your body. But it's also so that you don't have to run across the entire map either. So, but this is probably the largest true open world game I've ever seen. There's there's no uh there's no end goal to it. It's kind of like DayZ in that aspect. It's whatever you decide to make of it. You are limited with your building items, which I can show you those. B? Yeah, B. However, this does have limited AI generative capabilities. These are statues that I've had AI make for me, AI items. That one's coat of arms type shit. Just because I was curious if it could figure out relevant items. Like I did a Thanksgiving Day table. It made it very short table, very low to the ground, which is kind of weird. But you can resize and reshape all the items in the game, which is kind of cool. Yeah, this is an infinitely open world. The map apparently has no end on it. So the farther out players go, the game actually generates everything farther out. And it's not just generated for one person, it generates it for the entire map for everyone that plays on the map. So the more people who explore farther and farther and farther away, the map gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just keeps going. which is really, really cool. I like that aspect of the game. Not gonna lie. It's very, very cool. Yeah, you can just explore and just keep dropping a new teleport spot to wherever you stop at or wherever you think, ooh, I better put a teleport spot here because I might die in this area due to a fall or because I have to go back and make new gliders or I might need more mining equipment. But you do have to mine materials in order to create stuff. So without mining materials, you can't make anything. I mean, you can make the very basic items as far as tools go. Mm, mm. Oh, that's my asset log. I don't, yeah, gameplay. Yeah, but I mean, you can make like a basic pick and shovel and that kind of stuff with just wood. But it doesn't last very long and it's very limited with what you can mine with it. But like to build all of your real assets and stuff, uh, like let's say I want to mine iron, I have to go find bone to make bone implements to be able to mine certain things. And then I need iron to mine crystals and it's a whole progression kind of thing. But it's pretty badass. So and you have to build your character up a little bit so that you can make armor and you can make a better wing or glider, I should say. It's not just a wing, but then we want to be pointed roughly north. Yeah, we want to be pointed north. We want to go right there so that I can just kind of work my way back and forth towards the north because that's just the direction that I decided to go. So, oops. Oh, hit that one a little too fast. Coming in a little hot. Still going a little too hot. A little too fast there, homeboy. Mm. Yeah, you can just explore. You can try to progress as far as you can with your character. You can build. You can focus in just one little area back by Elysium and build a castle. You can build a town. You can build all kinds of shit. Uh, and it's one server for everybody on the planet. Yeah, it's uh and it's free to play still, so it doesn't cost you anything. Yeah, you can hop on, you can explore. I would suggest building your player up a little bit before you leave Elysium, because you're going to have to learn how to do the controls and you have to complete some tasks. It's kind of like a whole tutorial training kind of thing. But once you get past that point and you defeat the one boss that's up there, and I figured out it's not that hard to beat him once you figure that out. Uh, then you can just basically explore. You can fill your pack full of gliders and just see how far you can go, you know? Yeah, just the basic training. Uh, I mean, it'll take you a few days to probably get through all the training stuff if you go at it hard. But once you get all that shit out of the way, um, and some people have made stairways off of out from Elysium. They're just sky bridges. So you can actually jump out onto those and just run all the way to the end and try to work your way back, or you can work your way out because you can teleport in the game. There is a timer on them. So every time you teleport, I think it's 20 minutes before you can teleport again. And those towers open up the areas that you explore. So when I get to back out of the map a little bit. So when I get up here, I need to look for the tower with the red crystal on it somewhere up in here. Once you climb that tower and you turn the crystal from red to blue, it'll open up the entire area as opposed to opening up one little trail where you wandered through that area. Yeah. I don't know if the exploration on this is going to be the same as your exploration on the Isle, but yeah, and the map is it's somewhat disjointed and they did it that way on purpose because all the biomes are just kind of shuffled like a deck of cards. So, I mean, you'll have forest next to forest, or forest surrounded by tundra, or desert surrounded by forest, or, you know, there's shit everywhere around everything else. So, I'm not entirely sure why they did that, but that's what they did. There are spots to help your character increase their stamina, your agilities, stuff like that. I suggest doing those little tasks as well. Try to get your character built up a little bit more. You start out, your health points will go up to, I think it's 50. Mine is now up to 250, where I'm maxed out. So, but, and you get that by doing certain tasks and stuff. I think they showed one on here. Yeah, right here. These little, you'll see these little red buildings, little red windmills around. Yeah. And inside you'll find statues. And the statue will say, bring me berry seeds. And if you happen to have berry seeds on you, you can give them to the statue right then and there. Or it'll give you a seed and say, grow this for me and bring me back, lumber from this tree or that kind of thing. But if you happen to be near where that specific kind of tree grows and you go and cut that tree down, you can go right back and give them some of the wood, and it increases your stamina, your health points. So, and all the little tasks that you do and complete, the more you jump and run and glide and fight and stuff like that, that increases your abilities as well. So everything that you do in the game actually helps your character in all of the aspects that you need for going farther and farther out, which is pretty cool. I don't know if it's any more involved than Palia. It's a little less task oriented because you don't have to do that. You just need to get through the training stuff so that you know most of the basics on how to use a glider, how to fight the goblins and the animals like that polar bear over there and stuff. I would suggest progressing far enough that you can make the leather armor, because that will help in your combat. Uh, I also carry around my light armor with me so that I can put my armor on. Like if I know I'm gonna fight something big, I can put my armor on. I don't travel around with it on because it makes him run like he's got a fucking crap on deck that would choke, a whale. But that's just me. It's just me being me. It's not really a benchmark moment. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot to make the initial first leather armor, but the leather armor will help you immensely when you have to, say, fight one of the bosses. And they do have tasks that you need to try to complete at certain points. But you don't actually have to do any of those. If you're just like, you know what, I just want to see how far I can go in this game, you can fight your way through the forest and work your way, meander wherever you want in the game. You can go as far as you feel like. Vampire Survivors is free on Epic at the moment too. I try to stay away from Epic. This game is connected to Epic Games, which I don't really care for. When I first got it, they weren't actively tied to Epic Games. And then after they got connected to Epic Games, it started having function problems for me. But I've been contacting them and dropping them emails and stuff when I find issues with the game. And the minute I contacted them with crashing issues, because I'd been sending in crash reports too, it was a day or two later, there was a patch that was done. I think it was specifically done for me. I think they sent it to my file, and now every time I open the game, there's a pop-up window with a patch in it that pops up. I think and it has my email in it, and it's specifically for me. So that in itself is pretty dope. So just so you know. And this is alpha testing. So if you notice something that's wrong in the game, don't hesitate to write something on there, because they will contact you by email. Hey, how's it going? How are things progressing with the game? And feel free to tell them what you think of the game. Or if you're having issues like I was having, let them know. And the developers will actively try to fix that shit.
What is the similarity between parking and dating women? All the good ones are taken, so you stick it in a disable and hope no one notices.
Oh, that's such a terrible joke, but it's funny. That's a truly tasteless joke, but I love it. I love it. And these points right here that I'm looking at, this ball, these are to increase your stuff as well. So what you do with these is you interact with it. It'll move the ball to a new location. You go retrieve the ball and bring it right back here, and it increases your stamina. Now, currently my stamina is maxed out. I can't increase it any more than it is already. But you get 30 seconds to go get to the ball. If you don't make it, the ball comes right back here. Boop, there it goes. And then you can try again. Like that was up the hill, but it was down inside the hill. There's no way I could get to it in 30 seconds, so you retry it until it pops up on the surface somewhere. And you'll find a couple of these up in Elysium, but you'll also find a couple of those windmills up there as well. So you won't actually be leaving Elysium, completely empty-handed like I did, like an idiot, and then have to go back and start over. But yeah, this right here is the windmills. You're not afraid of jokes. It's by dare to sit out the slightly naughty ones. It's okay to be slightly naughty. You can be as naughty as you want to be in my chat. I have no fear of that. But anyways, you come in here. Trying to climb all the walls. But you come in here and you go, what do you need? This guy wants baked fish. Or cooked fish, I think, is what this one is. E. Oh, raw fish. Okay. He wants a raw fish. So if I had fish in my inventory, or raw fish in here, like I'd fallen in a river or something, and grabbed a fish, I could give him a fish and it would increase my or I would gain a reward for it, which is an increase in my health points. So, and some of these you'll have to dig them out because this is all AI generated mapping. Some of these you have to dig them out in order to get to the statue. Just so you know. Some of them are buried in the map a little bit, in hillsides and shit like that. Your gliders give you 30 minutes of glide time, by the way. Just so you know that. That's why I carry around multiple gliders with me, just in case. But we'll make our way up to the top of the tower here, and then we'll glide north a little farther. Whoa, what the... Ugh. Fusion! been a while since I've had to climb a tower all the way from the base, but I got all the steps. Fortunately, they give you little areas or arrows. Help guide you. Help guide you. You might recognize these towers from Pal World if you play that. They look very similar. But you don't have to do a boss battle like in Pal World to get areas unlocked. This one you just have to climb to the top of the tower. Climb to the tops of the towers, and then it gives you a little ring-a-ling-a-ling, and then you unlock the area, and you're good to go. But we're coming up here, even though I've already unlocked it, we're gonna come up here so we get some altitude so we can glide a little farther. That way we can get around a little bit faster. Because I never did drop a base when I logged off the last time in this area. Something that I forgot to do. Then you just come over and you climb to the highest point. In the tallest room in the tallest tower. And we point ourselves north. Which I'm guessing it's that one right there. Seems a little too far to the, yeah, that one. So there should be one to that direction somewhere. Right over there. It's probably just far enough out of the way. Or just far enough away that we can't see it. So what we're going to do is try to make it to that spot right there where the crosshair's at. And then we might be able to see it, and then we'll be able to unlock that area over there, which is this area. And then we'll go back towards that one, and then that one. Possibly that one, but I think that one's open. That one's already opened. That one's turned blue already. Or we can go to that one, drop a Tundra base there, and then go over to that one, and then teleport right back, and then go that way. That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. Probably do that. Should probably do it that way. That seems like a little smarter. See, there's another one of those little windmills right down there. And those are dotted all over the map. So if you carry around some random crap with you, like some seeds and some berries and uncooked meat and raw fish and, shit like that, you can get your stamina and your health points increased. And then if you carry the raw stuff with you, don't eat it, but you can always build a campfire and then cook it if they ask for something that's cooked. So, like some, you might get asked for raw eggs, and then all you'll have is cooked eggs. So you'd have to run around and find a chicken to get a raw egg. But see, and there's another windmill right over there, and some other shit in that area. But let's go gliding. And we can see a lot of stuff that way, but a lot of the stuff doesn't render in till you get within a certain distance of it. So you gotta be a little bit careful. Some mountainsides and stuff don't render in at all until you're right on it. Ow. That was kind of a hard landing there, right into the side of that. I tend to try to stay up on top of the rocks. That way I don't have to fight anything. And you can glide from rock to rock, climb the rock, and then glide again over and over and over again. Watch out for the wolves in the beginning. They are quite brutal. And they usually travel in packs of 2 or 3, and they will kick your ass right off the bat. They can be avoided. I mean, and you can dig holes and stuff and hide in it. Just so just so that you can do that kind of thing. Or you can build a walkway anywhere you want. That's not what I want. We want the cheap one. And we can just build a walkway over everything and go all the way over. Everything built out past 15 kilometers from Elysium despawns if it's not protected by your base or connected to your base where your reliquary is. Anything that's not connected to a reliquary despawns. Not super fast, but it will disappear. Over like a few days or so. I don't know how long the despawn rate is. But we can do this over and over and over again. I have axes, so like if I ran out of wood, I just chop down more trees and have more wood. And just keep building, you know. Or I can recoup the wood, but instead of it being wood like this, it gives it back to you in sticks, which is kind of funny, but you can still build with sticks too, so oops. Oops. Oh, and I forgot to build. Forgot to do this. Okay, this allows me to teleport right back here. Like if I die to like random bear attack or wolf attack or something, I can come right back here and start over. Run back to my body. Get any gear back that doesn't respawn with me. You don't have to run back to your body because when you die, all this shit that's in your inventory, all this stuff stays with you when you respawn. So and when you die, you don't have to start over with regenning all your stuff. Like my health points, I don't have to go complete tasks at the windmill to increase that. I've already progressed as far as I can with that, so you don't have to do stuff over again, which is pretty cool. You don't have to run back to your body. You can just say, yeah, you know what, fuck it. I don't care. There's nothing on my body right now that can't be replaced anyway, but I just don't have to go make it. I don't have to go back to my main base. Oops. Okay, well, that's the end of that. I'm all out of wood because I didn't think to load up my inventory full of wood for explorations. But that's all right. We're going to fly over here and stick the landing. Boop. And poof. Our red crystal turns blue and we unlock the area on the map. And now we can see everything that is around us. We should be able to see another tower over there. Normally you can see other red towers from wherever you're at. Unfortunately, I don't see. It's directly west of us. Okay, so it's over on the other side of the water. I'm guessing we'll go down towards the water there and see if we can't. See if we can't see what we can see. Oh, it's tundra. Okay. Okay. Tundra's all right. Tundra's okay. We can deal with tundra. Don't see any updrafts, so that kind of sucks. Ah, there it is. There it is. It's that way. Sort of. A little farther north. Oh, there it is. I see it over there. You see that behind that tree? Behind that tree is a tower. There it is. And that will unlock this area of the map. Then we'll be able to see where everything's at on this map. Or on this portion of the map. And while we're in here, we'll probably harvest some more wood and do that kind of. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. La 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 la. Just keep swimming. There's probably bears on these islands at random. There's probably boars on them as well. So we really needed to, we could heal ourselves. This might be easier if I just do this. And harvest some wood. Try to harvest a bunch of lumber. You just take roots if you want. Oh. Oh, and it is out in the water. So we definitely want to build something to gain some, at least some kind of altitude. So we want to go. Now we're going to 45, 40. 35 degrees, probably adequate. There we go. And you can leave stuff behind too, so that other people can go, oh, I see, a stairway there. I know how that person got over there, and they can use it to either get to the same point or go from that point to a different point. You can add on to people's buildings or bridges or whatever. You can add on to their stuff. So this should at least get us high enough that we can glide to the next tower. And I will be putting on some story time stuff later. Started a bit late today because I had to go back to bed for a couple hours. I was just so tired. I did not get enough sleep. So I ate and then took a 2-hour nap. Day-night cycle is still really, really fast. Nighttime's not very dark. Everything's still visible. Not like Daisy where it goes nighttime and you can't see anything at all without NVGs or a campfire or a torch. Now there are parts on the map where it gets pretty freaking dark. Like if you go deep underground, eventually you get to a spot where it's pretty dark. So you do need torches so you can see what's going on. Depending on your settings and what your graphics are and how things are. But we are on a fairly easy to see kind of area, so don't really have to worry about that. Now, if we go from here, we can go here, here, or we can follow this northward. Actually, I'm thinking we will go here, 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 probably here somewhere, then back down here, kind of work our way back and forth across the map a little bit. So what we're gonna do is go like this. Let's glide back down and we'll recoup some wood. Woo, look at us go. We're hauling ass. Woo. Get all our sticks back. Get all our sticks back. We'll do a sprint run. Reclaim all of our sticks. We'll try to do as quick as I can so that we're not burning time. And I hate to say it, it's actually kind of relaxing to watch your stuff disappear as you're building and removing stuff. It's actually kind of nice. It's like watching dominoes fall down. It's kind of fun. To be 100% truthful about it, it's actually kind of fun to watch it disappear. You only get a percentage of your materials back, which is fairly normal in a game. You don't get all your materials back, but you do get a portion of it back, so. We'll get up here and go. Boop. And we'll unlock this portion of the map. Which leads us to that one. Which some of the proportioning on between the map and the computer generated world on here, not 100% accurate, but I mean it is what it is. I'm going to sit on top of this for a moment. I'm going to run use the restroom. I will be right back. I'm going to put on some cryptid encounters for you real quick. And you guys can listen to that while I'm using the restroom.
Back here for another episode of Alleged. Today we have some interesting cryptid and creature sightings from all over the world sent in to us. Some of these are going to come from overseas in the UK, some of these are going to be here in the Americas, and as always, if you enjoy these stories, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and throw me down a comment down below. If you have a story that you would like to submit and potentially hear in a future episode, be sure to send your story in at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. Now, let's jump right into these creepy and downright strange cryptid and creature encounters. Two Strange Encounters in the UK by Draco. Hi there, Swamp Dweller. This is the first of 2 encounters I want to send you. My friends and I live in the north of the United Kingdom, England, not Scotland, near the peaks in the Pennines. I'm sorry, I don't really mean to sound rude, but I wouldn't expect anyone to know the UK's region without ever visiting here. Anyway, the subsequent encounter I'm going to share was with a close friend of mine. I have seen these flying creatures at night on various occasions. The first that I can remember is that it was on a summer night in 2021 when I saw this giant, flying black creature. I was taking my night walk that I typically would take, and I had never seen anything like this before. The encounter only lasted roughly 3 seconds, as this creature was flying at a swift speed, and I got some minor details in the 2 seconds that I saw it. This thing, whatever it was jet black, had bat-like wings with a long body. It looked like it had a reptilian head that seemed to be looking around for something. I could only make out these details when I saw it fly over a streetlight. It was very strange, as the streetlight didn't shine on the creature even though it flew directly over it. The creature's wingspan was absolutely massive, and its wings outstretched. It would have had to have been the size of a semi-truck. I only saw it with its wings flapping, but I swear this thing could glide forever. As I watched it glide over me, it flew for the duration of my sighting and then disappeared into the darkness. The second time this happened was just this month, when my friend and I could only describe something with a massive wingspan, high up in the clouds. We only saw its wing, which was again
Okay.
black and bat-like. As I reiterated to my friends what I had seen previously, they told me that they had heard of previous encounters of what could be described as a dragon being sighted in the mountainous regions of North England. They have always read about others encountering dragons in the peaks in the Pennines, and Snowdonia, Wales, and all of that. There are supposedly caves in these mountains that are cut off from civilization. They didn't breathe fire, though, so unfortunately that part of the story isn't true. I've told several of my friends of these stories, and I believe that they actually think that I'm telling the truth, which I am. Most people will often tell you that dragons are only a part of myth and legend, but I can personally confirm that dragons are very real creatures. Thank you for reading about what I have experienced. I haven't seen any since, and I know these stories were a bit anticlimactic, but I look forward to hopefully seeing another one in the night sky. I reiterated precisely what I saw to my friend, who said that he has seen the same thing, bat-like giant wings silhouetted against the bright moonlit sky. He never saw any other features like me, but unfortunately, this is not the end. There will be more cases, and hopefully, I will be able to write in soon. It Wasn't a Fox by C. For Compulsory. Hi there. This is my first time submitting a story on a podcast, so I hope I've articulated it well enough. For reference, I'm a college student living in London. Classes end at around 1600 for the most time. In winter, the sun sets around 1500. And as you'll see, this will play a vital role later on. Usually, I take the bus with my friend and enjoy our laughs and conversation until we go our separate ways. For context, I have approximately 25-minute walk before I get off the bus to my house. The street I get off at is very
Sucky
loud,
goblin
filled
boy.
with restaurants and shops. It's not some dark, empty, and desolate street by any means. However, I usually take a shortcut on a street veering right off this commercial street to get home. Immediately, this street will give you seedy vibes. The juxtaposition from the radiance of the main street to this one is absolutely undeniable. If you're listening to music with your headphones, this street would immediately urge you to remove them. It goes for around 300 meters or so. It's slim, the apartments are on one side and the people are on the other. The worst thing is undoubtedly the silence. On rare occasions, once a month or so, I'll see one person walk through the street. Only the faint, far sound from the distant sirens can be heard when you pass through it. Finally, it could be better lit, to be honest. There's very few street lights, and it's very dark. As usual, I took off my earphones this particular day when I started walking through this area, just to be slightly cautious. Get the feeling. I know it's a cliche, but that particular day, it just has sensation. Something inside me told me to be extra. Not to mention, a short part during the halfway point in this walk, somewhere about 30 meters long of complete pitch darkness, here, The houses and walls are replaced by empty roads with no ending. Every time I walk through that short section, I take it upon myself to speed walk until I reach the light. As I neared the dark interval this day, I heard a very faint, yet undeniable rustling. Strange, I thought. London isn't an exceptionally safe city, so I considered that some mugging might be involved. Yet, I was in for something much worse. I stopped for a second, listening to my surroundings very intently. Maybe it was a fox. Maybe it was a cat. Who knows? I waited, but I heard nothing. I continued my stride and sped up as I entered the complete darkness. And at the same time, two things happened. First, a ruckus grew louder. Secondly, I saw something off to my right in the darkness. It was a horrified figure. A worn, white, and pale face contrasting in the darkness. When I heard stories like these on podcasts, I only dismissed them as people exaggerating or lying for attention. But for just a split second there, I felt genuine fear for the first time in my life. Its eyes were glossy and black. Its body was thin and white. It made a sound that sounded almost like a pig mixed with a human cry. I ran. Every few seconds I would turn back and look behind me. That thing navigated out into the darkness. The resources face down. I didn't care. I made my way home in record time that day. I haven't seen that thing since. I don't know what I saw. I can't recall anything of the creature. I don't know much about cryptids, but I'd appreciate some insight if anyone has any idea what it could have been. I still need to take that shortcut on my way home to get to college and stuff, but I don't know if I want to. Growling in the Basement by Dave.
By Dave. See, I don't know if I trust the story by Dave.
Or be out working late at night on emergency calls. In this particular account, I was installing a geothermal system in an old house from the 1700s on a distillery land that was being renovated as a tasting menu. This house has seen a lot of history and was the home of one of the first distillery families in Kentucky. It's been through American Revolution, Civil War, along with, unfortunately, being the home of several slaves, since Kentucky was a border state. The slaves will be necessary to this account later on, in my belief. I spent a lot of time there. I drove to the site near the Frankfurt area from Louisville.
See, if I wanted to, I could build some kind of decorative bridge or something over here.
During the late fall, I would stay there long hours and be the first trademan in and usually the last out, considering that the foreman wanted the heat on the drywall and all the finishing done as fast as possible. One night, it was around 6:30 p.m. Because of the time of year, it was already pitch black outside. I installed a dehumidifier in the cellar before packing my tools and heading home for the night. I looked down and focused on ensuring I had all of my tools in the low light. I heard footsteps in the basement adjacent to the cellar and assumed it was one of the electricians until the man climbed up and into the basement with me. At this point, I was still a bit unfazed, and I figured it was the next shift of safety officers coming around to check credentials and ensure I had the proper safety orientations. I was still looking at the dirt floor, picking up pieces of metal and wire from my workday, and without glancing up, I asked, "Hey man, how's it going?" And was met with silence. I looked up, confused, since it was unlike any of the safety officers I know, who generally were pretty chill and talkative to ignore me. But it wasn't actually anyone I had known. It was a tall and lean young black man around my age, and as I looked at him closer, my eyes adjusted to the low light. I could tell his clothes were very old and ragged. We both each nodded cordially at each other, and then he vanished right in front of my eyes. This experience didn't freak me out necessarily. We had a mutual understanding of wanting to be seen and understood for our work. However, another night I was finishing up some work in the crawl space and encountered a more malevolent type presence or creature or whatever. I was installing some flexible insulated ducts and had a small battery-powered workbench that used the same type of batteries that my drill did. I noticed the light started flashing a weird pattern indicative of a low battery, which confused me since it was on a fresh battery that I had just taken out the charger before I came here. It finally went out and wouldn't turn back on, and my phone light wasn't working either because of the bitter cold up in the hills of central Kentucky. Then I heard something That startled me to my core. A little growl from another part of the crawl space, just around the corner behind me. I initially dismissed it as a raccoon or some sort of pissed off possum, and continued trying to get my light back on so I could pack up my tools and go home. The growling stopped, but I started to feel even more uneasy. I felt like I was being watched intently. I continued to dismiss it, but I think me ignoring it just pissed it off more. I felt a strong jerking on my leg, like something was pulling on me with both hands. I started cussing up a storm until it let go. I just threw as much as I could into my bag and booked the heck out of there, never to return. The following day, I went into my supervisor's office and explained to him that it would be more economical to have a tech who lived closer take over my job, leaving out the details of what happened. Thankfully, I was unassigned and I never had to go back to that site again. The Horse-Faced Skinwalker by Anonymous.
You'll notice some of these stories are
There's a
rehashed.
explanation
You've
for
heard them before.
Well, that's what my father always said. Of course,
Pretty sure they all come from
Reddit.
Reddit.
While camping 9 years ago. Why should adults and most especially parents mistake traumatic events as an overwhelming experience for your age? Or something that your brain can't handle? Or simple imagination? But what happened to me those years ago still scares me to this very day, and it was no imagination. I had just graduated high school.
Okay,
And
so
me and my
that's
friends
going
were
to be
about
our
to go our separate
next one.
ways in life. It just felt too soon. They were already talking about careers and colleges, and this scared me because of the thoughts of never seeing them again were very overwhelming. So, when I suggested the thought of a week-long camping trip for one last get-together, they all said yes. We would usually camp in the woods near glacier-filled lakes deep in the wilderness, but for the last get-together I wanted to do something special. We were going to try camping in a section of land known as Sand Wash. Sand Wash is a large extension of land mostly consisting of desert that stretches over the border of Colorado and Wyoming. In the wintertime, Sand Wash was a cold, harsh environment that would chill you to the bone. But the summer was a whole different world. It was, well, just picture desert, I guess, in the summertime, and you got the picture. We graduated early in the summer, so we still had some time before the hot temperatures rolled in. Sand Wash was beautiful. The red-colored rock and the pattern of wild horses gave it a vibe like no other place that I have ever camped. We spent a while planning the trip from how much food we needed to exactly where we would be camping. The stay would be for around a week if not 5 days, which would mean we were going to have to pack a lot. After packing and deciding the spot where we would set up camp, we set off to Sand Wash. Sand Wash was not too far from where we lived. It was only around a 2-hour
Sand
drive.
wash sounds a lot like sandwich.
Once you hear the buzzing of dirt bikes and all that good stuff, you know that you're not too far away. Then you start seeing the greenish-blue sagebrush, and you know you're getting very close. It was me and my 3 other friends, and for privacy reasons I was calling them Jack, Ryan, and Jacob. All 4 of us inched closer and closer to the gate that separated us from the country in Sand Wash. So I stepped out of the car while everyone else waited, and I undid the metal crate. Then I hopped back into the truck and drove into the desert. The roads were extremely rough, almost like they haven't been used or have been overused. We could hear all the stuff in the trailer bumping around and shuffling around due to the massive rocks and bumps in the road. Everyone was doing that thing 5-year-old kids do when their parents drive over bumpy roads. They make that annoying vocal noise that goes up and down. I thought it was childish at first, but then I eventually found myself joining along. We had reached the turnoff on the dirt road that led us to the site we were camping at. This road took us very far from the main road and even closer to the border of Wyoming. The road didn't look too bad. There were some divots in the road, but nothing worse than the one we had just driven on. So I made the gentle swerve onto that road toward our campsite. After an hour of driving, we could start to see our campsite in the distance. It was situated in the side of a small sand and mud-covered mountain that had a clearing wiped clean of sagebrush and rocks. After driving closer and closer, we noticed a foul stench that grew stronger and stronger. It smelled like
Cheeky.
a rotting carcass that has been stuck in the sun all day. Jacob, whose eyes were watering at this point, started gagging because of how strong the aroma had become. The stench was so strong that all of us started gagging as well.
Started
The smell
gagging
was
because he
most
was a
likely the
pussy.
body of an antelope or something like that. The desert here doesn't get too much water, so I could comprehend the possibility of a dead, dehydrated antelope. So I just stuck with that and thought that that's what it was. I thought it would go away once we reached the campsite. After 3.5 hours of a bumpy and stench-filled drive, we made it to the site. It was smaller than the pictures looked, but it had enough room for all of us. Without a single word, Ryan opened the trailer and was quickly buried by the misplaced objects that were thrown around while driving. Instead of helping him, we just stood there laughing our asses off because of how stupid he looked. I think he even cracked a smile despite being underneath the grill. Eventually, we all got our cool and started helping him out of the mess and started laying everything out. Our tents were spaced out about 4 feet apart to where we wouldn't be able to hear each other snoring. At around 5:30, we had unpacked and were already getting dinner ready. We were eating smoked barbecue ribs for dinner, which the stench of made our mouths water. We kept all the food that we needed preserved in a suitcase-sized cooler that weighed roughly 70 pounds with ice in them. Soon, there was no sound and light, except the lanterns and Christmas lights we had hung around our campsite, and the old wireless radio we had. We all sat around the campfire telling stories and figuring out what we were going to do with our lives. After eating, which filled us up plenty, I told Jack, who was also the chef and in charge of food, to put the ribs in the cooler and put the ribs away in the trailer. He said alright with the losing drunk tone in his voice, even though we didn't bring any alcohol with us. So we all got in our tents and said goodnight to each other. Weapon-wise, all I brought was a .22. I didn't want anything really crazy, but I also wanted something for protection, you know? And a .22, regardless of what anybody says, will take you down if you get a good shot in you. Ryan did see me packing it though, and asked what it was for, and I of course told him. And he replied, "So if we get bored we can shoot some gophers or something?" I said in a playful but decent tone, but I was lying, and he knew it too. When I woke up during the night, I felt like I was drowning. It was like the air was being sucked out of my body. And when I smelled that god-awful rotting corpse smell, but 10 times as strong, I started vomiting and gagging due to the steam it gave off. I could hear everyone else quickly inside their tents as well. But what scared me even more was the sound of ice being poured on the ground. "The cooler," somebody said. "It's goddamn air." I clenched my fist with the rage of Jack not putting the cooler away like we asked. And just like that, I penetrated with me. I sat next to the .22, and stepped out the small hole in the tent. I had a blind shot, so I stuck the barrel in the air and fired a warning shot. I heard footsteps scurrying away, and we left. What really scared me was that the footsteps sounded bipedal. It means whatever it was must have been walking on 2 legs, and it sounded heavy. Each footstep could be felt in my chest. It sent shivers through my spine. I just haven't experienced anything like it before, or since. I jumped out of my tent to see nothing but blackness and firelight illuminating the empty pool before us. I don't remember what the hell happened. All I remember is sitting there staring at the desert. Ryan and Jacob were both yelling profanities at Jack, and I just sat there speechless, just wondering what the hell had broken into our campsite. A human would eat raw ribs fresh out of the cooler, and certainly wouldn't walk away towards an active campsite and steal from someone. So, what are
Oopsie.
we dealing with?
Well,
The next morning,
from here
shot
we
damage
glided
slowed,
out.
the spilled ice now a puddle on the ground. We left that to Jack, but me and Ryan were talking about
Which
what
is
to do
alright.
next.
I mean,
We
the
came back
forest
to
in the
the village,
desert, you can
reached
pretty
the
much
seaside,
just run
looking
across.
not coming back knowing that we
You don't
never left.
have to
So,
build
I mostly forgot about it, and I just went back
skyways
to
or
the
anything
store
like
in the
that.
area and horsing around. We played cards and made sandwiches for lunch, and scouted the area. Eventually, we saw the sun sinking below the
However,
horizon.
gliding
So
is
Jack fired
much
up the grill
faster
and started getting
than
dinner ready. We sat down and started playing a bunch of songs like Glen Campbell. Everyone else seemed relaxed but me.
Much faster than just running across the ground.
But then, we heard the coyotes. Their graceful howl always calmed me down. Their yapping at each other and their howling, for whatever reason, was calming to me. But then, one of the coyotes made a completely different noise. It sounded as if it were being ripped apart, limb by limb, eye by eye. Just the most brutal noise imaginable. It was the noise of suffering and pain. It made us drop our forks and wonder what just happened. We heard one more scream from the coyote, then complete silence. The silence was the worst part.
Oh
No noise at
no.
all. This desert was dead silent. All you could hear was the cackle of our fire. It was as if
No,
someone muted
no.
everything around us.
Mr.
There was
Peter,
something wrong with the desert,
no.
we all knew it. We lost our appetites. The thought that something could rip apart an animal like that just didn't sit right. If it could rip apart a coyote, well, imagine what it could do to us. Suddenly, I didn't feel safe at all. Like the 22 in my tent wouldn't be enough. Jacob was on the verge of tears. I have never seen anyone so scared before. We sat there, just listening to any noise, but there was nothing. Just silence. So, we decided to sleep it off and wait for daylight. I awoke again with the feeling of drowning. The powerful stench was too much to bear, so I took it out and puking. It was that thing, looking for food once again. I figured that if this thing would return to our campsite, it must be related to the coyotes we
No
had heard from the part
seats.
earlier. I wanted to see
No,
it,
no.
but I didn't want to stick my head out of the tent and be stuck with a mental regret for whatever I would see. But I decided it couldn't be too bad, so I unzipped the small window of the tent in frozen horror. It was a man, but as my eyes adjusted,
look
it
like
came
a
closer to
man.
firelight. Did I really understand? It was no man. The skin was pale with bare spots of exposed flesh. It looked extremely malnourished and skinny. It had a long streak of dark brown hair running down its spine. Its fingers were around the size of a pencil and just as thin. But the face. The face is what struck me the hardest. It looked like the face of a man, stretched out and elongated. The face of a man's face. It was pure evil. The way it moved, the way it looked, as if it were coming from its own body, an amalgamation of everything you would expect to see in hell. Almost like every time it moved, it broke a bone in its body. It was tall, very tall, at least 10 feet tall. I was no further than 4 feet away from it. My heart was beating faster than it ever has in my entire life. I was crying, sobbing like a baby. After snapping myself out of the shock I was in, I slowly bent down to grab the 22, knowing if I missed this, then there's no telling what could possibly happen next. I was shaking so bad I had to press the gun against my chest to get it out. I slowly unzipped the tent window zipper and fired. I did it all right. I stood up and ran into the desert, on 2 feet. It scared the living crap out of me. I was not going to get out of that tent. There was no way in hell. What if it came back? What if it ripped open my tent and ran off with me in its grasp? And then came the scream. It was horrible. The sound came from all
It
directions,
was horrible.
blowing out my eardrums almost. It sounded like someone was trying to make a woman scream, but out of the chamber of the land. It hurt my ears more than anything I've ever heard. There was no sleeping that night. I was wide awake, fully alert to anything and any sound that came by. But nothing further happened.
Ooh, red
Nothing at
crystal.
all. I was so scared that even in daylight, I was scared to step out of my tent. Everyone else looked sleep deprived and scared for their lives. I figured they saw it too. But I didn't notice them. So we walked faster than we ever had. No one said a single word for the entire drive through the sand wash. But when I stopped to pee, I started to smell that foul aroma that covered whatever that thing was. I didn't have any time to pee, and I just decided to hold it. We drove back to the paved road, which felt great because we knew we were out of there for good. On our way back, we stopped at a gas station to grab some food and use the restroom. I walked up to the cashier and she asked me if I was okay. I didn't say anything but wondered why she asked. It was because my hand was still shaking so badly. She must have thought I had Parkinson's or something. Upon making it home to my parents, and they asked me why we came back so early, I told them that there was just some stuff that went down. You know, there was too many bugs and too many people in the site, even though it was rather remote. I don't know. I just didn't want to tell them about our encounter. I don't know what I encountered. A skinwalker maybe, but I'm not going back to find out. I've never told my story before because I thought no one would believe me. But after discovering your show, I wanted to submit my story so other people can hear it without me telling it. Me and those friends meet up every now and then. But that is something we specifically avoid. We refuse to ever talk about it. It's something that still scares us. Thanks for listening to these.
Don't eat bugs, don't
Sure
eat
look out for more stories
seeds.
that'll freak you out tonight. If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to slap up that like button as it helps me out a ton. The more likes this episode gets, the more YouTube promotes it and it helps us.
Oh, be quiet. I like your stories, but you need new ones. I like cryptid stories, but you need new ones.
Before my mom woke up, I came over to... This happened in 2016 in the middle of the summer. I was 16 years old and was driving home from hanging out with a couple of my friends. It was around 4 a.m., so it was pitch black outside. I don't even remember the moon being very bright. I was about 3 miles from home and driving pretty fast, 60, 70 miles per hour, because I had to get home before my mom woke up. I came over the top of a really tall hill and was going down it when on the right side of the road, this thing stepped out. It was really tall in a weird orange and tan color, and I only saw it for a couple seconds because, like I said, I was driving fast. I distinctly remember feeling like it looked right at me, even though I didn't see any facial features. And immediately after I went by it, I got extremely
Morning, Will.
like ugly, crying, and scared, but I couldn't really say why. It's not like this thing did anything other than stand there. And thinking about it now makes something in me a little upset. I wasn't drinking that night, or on any drugs, and I feel like this is important. But this happened in rural South America, and that's why I'm not going to say Bigfoot or anything, because you don't really hear about people seeing that type of thing. I'd love to hear what y'all think it was. Grew up in deep Louisiana. I could be here tonight. The most memorable thing I have.
Deep
and I know it's
Louisiana.
bullshit, is the Rougarou and Dogman thing that used to sit in the clearing past our driveway. I used to sneak out of the house and smoke away and stay up late. Standard rebel remote teenager shit. And we lived in the middle of a highway. No towns and nothing for miles and miles. Our only road was a massive
Harvesting some perch for bridge
just
building.
about anything from coyotes to panthers could roll out of the woods like it was nothing. But I was used to it. What I wasn't used to was the thing that would sit out in the clearing time, especially in the winter. It had just sit under a searchlight, the way one does when you sit on the ground with your legs straight, holding its tail and at the ground. At first, I thought we just had wolves or coyotes all around, but eventually I made stupid white man in a horror film decision to step out and whistle at it. Maybe it was a stray dog. I learned my lesson when it scrambled from its bipedal feet and stared straight at me before hopping the chain link and running out onto the deserted highway. It came back every few weeks or so in the early morning and late night, usually sitting in that clearing digging at the
Gain
crawfish
some
holes or squatting behind the gravel driveway.
altitude so I can see where I
Just
need to
smoke in our laundry
go.
room those nights. I used to have photos of the torn apart crawfish mounds, but I haven't had that phone since 2013. I moved away years later, and I often wonder if it's still there. It wouldn't surprise me. The property was haunted, or at least had bodies buried on it. The headstones behind the barn always freaked me the F out, but not as much as the railroad. I still have dreams about the way it stared at me. Nobody I ever told believed me, but my dog and I know what we saw night after night. I was working at a summer camp in the Pacific Northwest one year. On the second or third night there, I was jogging alone back from the staff campfire to the cabin, where the campers and my co-counselor slept. I'm walking in this big grassy throughway that has some tall weeds settling on the shore to keep it safe. It's probably 2 a.m., full moon. As I'm jogging, I see this person in the reeds. It's wearing a white gown, and it has no face, just hair. I only notice it because, as I approached it, it stood up from a crouched position, backed up joltily a few steps, then crouched down again, but I could still see it crouching there, like it was waiting. Its movements told me that it was not human. My knees gave out, and I felt flooded with fear as I collapsed. I tried to run back to my cabin, but my legs would not work. I crawled and scrambled there on all fours. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, just gasping. I finally got in my cabin and fumbled with the doorknob for what felt like a minute before I could open it. I closed the door.
Where are
and
the all
stood
those
there waiting
camp
for a while
counselors?
outside. I didn't hear anything.
I think they stole that from Friday the 13th.
I remember laughing, thinking, oh, it was just one of the campers peeing. I was hysterically laughing at myself for like 20 minutes, then fell asleep. The next morning, though, I realized that no campers returned to the cabin that could have potentially been out there peeing that night. I asked all of them, and all of them said they hadn't gone out to pee the previous night. I'll add that this was a camp that was overtly for non-religious, strictly limited staff and campers, of which I was and still am. But I have no explanation for what I saw that night. It still scares the shit out of me just typing this. When I was about 14, my family had just finished a house in the suburbs with a lot of open space and a huge backyard. One night around 10 p.m., we opened our side door to pick up the trash.
Destroys
The
everything.
best way I could describe them is they were all black, slim, and almost looked like kangaroos. But I was living in New Mexico where kangaroos don't exist. They were walking on all fours, but when I opened the door and turned on the light, they stood up on 2 feet and began to run. I shut the door before I completely saw them run, but I got a good enough glance to know this wasn't any regular animal like a deer. Besides, there were never any deer in that neighborhood, so this was definitely something different. It still creeps me out over 15 years later. I reckon I've seen something undocumented. My wife and I were driving along the highway in remote northern Western Australia. We came around a corner from behind a hill and saw a massive bird in the middle of the highway, ripping into a kangaroo. We slammed on the brakes to avoid hitting it, and it spread its wings and flew away. This bird's wingspan was easily longer than our Corolla, and the top of the bonnet was probably 2/3 the height of it standing on the road. It looked like a type of eagle. Now, a wedge-tailed eagle is supposed to be the biggest flighted bird in the world, and I've seen wedge-tails up close and trained to do tricks. This thing was easily at least 4 times the size of a wedge-tail. It could easily lift off with a dog or small child.
I thought the condor was the biggest.
Decided to contact you after the recent Bigfoot encounter in Kisatchie National Forest was reported in the news. I had an unexplained experience.
Maybe I am
in the
mistaken.
same area 3 years ago. This was something I really had a hard time coming to grips with. That happened when I was 16 years old. I lived in the suburbs of Houston, Texas. It was a nice, bustling area, and I was always around people, whether in the apartment complex I was in or just going about my day. I was never truly alone. I had a good friend I still frequently talk to. Let's call her Sarah. Her grandmother lived in Louisiana. I had never been one for long road trips, but I thought having a nice girls' weekend with her would be fun, and I would bite the bullet and try and enjoy myself for this car ride with her parents, me and her in an old minivan. Grandma wasn't the nicest, but she liked me well enough, I think. We were out in the middle of the woods. She was
When you
extremely
weren't
close to the
acting
Kentucky
like a
National
whore.
Forest, so the homes were spread far apart, and the woods were vast. The middle of nowhere. Her grandma had a thing for people being too close to her. So my friend and I were out in the woods, playing and exploring these dense woods behind her property. There was a nice creek, and the trees seemed to muffle the outside world. Birds were chirping, and we saw lots of wildlife. Lizards, squirrels, chipmunks. This
Squirrels
forest
and
was crawling with
such.
life. It was amazing. We must have been out there for at least 2 hours, because as the sun started setting, we started to get antsy to return. Now her grandma had a huge property. She enjoyed her space, and you must understand, there were no houses or neighbors beside. She basically spent a fortune on her space. So anyway, we started back and followed the winding creek back up to her house, since it was vertical to her place. There was a noise behind us. It sounded like a dog or wolf. I stopped, and my friend did too, and we listened. The noise continued. There's nothing more terrifying than absolute silence, and actually hearing something behind you following you. We were a ways away, but we both were frozen in fear. I was expecting it was a coyote or some wild dog, but as the footsteps from the dark drew closer, I heard a ragged grunt that sounded less dog and more almost human. It started off quiet, but it grew louder and almost ravenous as it got closer. I slowly turned around as my vision adjusted to the dark. Now it sounded like something was dragging its legs through the leaves. Then it stopped. There was no silence. Nothing. No sounds. No panting. Nothing. We were both petrified. We were scared now to move an inch. Because whatever it was that was with us was so close, we would surely outrun and overtake us. Then we both heard the most bizarre sound in our lives. It was a deep, long moan, but it took us both by surprise. I managed to take a quick look at whatever it was. The sound was
Oh,
coming
damn,
from the
there's
tree
3 of them right
from my
here.
friend,
Ooh.
and I saw it. One hand was gripping the tree, and through the dusk, I could see paper pale skin and the eyes. I'll never forget those eyes. They were wide,
Okay.
and the mouth was gaping like a dead
Okay,
fish.
okay,
I
okay.
didn't have time to analyze if it was a woman or man, demon, or whatever it was. I just wanted to get out of the woods. The sound stopped as I locked my eyes. I felt my heart stop. My friend managed to tear herself out of the trance. We were both in and grabbed my arm, and we booked it. We both started screaming and yelling to hopefully scare whatever
It's
was after
coming
us.
for us! Run
Neither of us heard any noises behind
away!
us since we were so pumped with adrenaline. Running and screaming, running and screaming. We didn't stop till we slammed the back door and locked it. Not 10 minutes after we got back, I demanded to go back home, and my friend was just as shaken up since both of us refused to stay in that house. So we got a hotel in a nice nearby place, and I left the next day. I tried to be in a good mood the rest of the time I was there, and honestly, it was a great trip, other than that walk in the woods. Her grandmother actually died 2 weeks after we left. Being alone on a crazy big property like she was on, I was surprised the neighbor a couple miles from her came to check on her. We were not sure how she died, but my friend and I have our suspicions and still do. So to set the environment, I live in a pretty small and rural town, and most of the neighborhoods are somewhere in the woods. My high school soccer team was having an end-of-the-season party in one of the players' house in one of these wooded neighborhoods. Towards the end of the night, someone mentioned a house toward the end of the road past a curve in the road, somewhat cut off by woods that a doctor owned, but was never there, leaving it somewhat
Ow.
abandoned. We all decided to go check this out and see if it really was abandoned. About 8 or 9 of us walked over there through the pitch dark and the house and some small lights on, but no one was home. We go to the back.
Lights are on, but ain't nobody home.
Behind the backyard is just woods, and a little bit of woods on the side as well. It's a big house, so we split up in pairs of 2 or 3 with 2 groups walking around the house and one trying to get inside. And on the roof, they weren't that smart. They couldn't get inside or on the roof. So we sat in the backyard just talking about random stuff and joking around. Then I noticed a sound that was reminiscent of a clacking sound on the roof. It started sounding like someone was walking back and forth on the roof. And I looked up thinking someone made it up. And I see a silhouette of what I thought was one of the kids' faces. But it was pitch black with bright white eyes. I looked around to see who was missing, but everyone was there. I looked back on the roof, and the sound and the thing was gone. I ignored it, thinking it was just a squirrel or something, and continued the conversation. Later, a friend of mine and I decided to go talk on one of the sides of the house. And as soon as we crossed the corner of the house, we thought we heard a deer walking through the trees. We walked closer to get a better look, and we suddenly heard leaves crunching all around us. We start getting a little spooked and turn around to walk back. When we get closer to the house, we hear leaves crunching right behind us, and turn around to see a black stick figure standing not 10 feet away, motionless between the swaying trees, staring at us with those same white eyes I saw on the roof earlier. We both lose our shit and tell everyone we're heading back to the other kid's house. The entire time we're walking off the property and down the driveway, we feel like somebody's following us and still hear leaves crunching like somebody was right behind us walking. But as soon as we stepped foot off the driveway onto the main road, we felt something like an instant relief and didn't hear any leaves crunching behind us. We didn't turn around the entire walk back until we stepped foot into the one kid's yard. Ever since then, I occasionally drive by that house, trying to see what I saw that night. And I've only ever seen a pair of white eyes in the window of the house one time. That doctor has never returned, and I think I know why. Edit. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about how the air around it seemed distorted of sorts, but it was pretty dark at night with no lights around, and we weren't really trying to stay too long to examine the thing all. I believe I had a Mothman encounter in August of 2005. I was 19. I visited Point Pleasant, West Virginia with my friend and fiance. We were just dumb kids being dumb kids. Thought it would be fun to go find the Mothman. We didn't even plan the trip out very much. We borrowed this old tent that belonged to my fiance's father, and I swear to God hadn't been opened since the 70s. When we made it into town, it was already dark. We stopped at a police station, and they were friendly enough and told us where we could camp. We went down all these creepy back roads, and it seemed so dark and isolated. We were having a good time, pretending to scare the crap out of each other, as kids do. We were driving down one back road just surrounded by the woods. It was completely dark other than the headlights, and we all three saw 2 enormous red eyes in the sky. I know how it sounds, but it honest to God happened, and we all about P*********** ourselves because of how high off the ground they were. We all three screamed like little girls, and my fiance Ford, after the initial shock and just feeling shaky and unnerved. My fiance recovered and wanted to set up camp. My friend and I thought he was an idiot, and we refused to sleep anywhere near those woods. We ended up sleeping in the car in a hospital parking lot once we were back to civilization. We later found out the directions to the camping spot we got were in around the TNT area. We had no prior information about this. We barely planned at all. We had breakfast at Biscuit World the next morning, and for whatever reason chose not to share our encounter with anyone.
Biscuit
I
World.
guess we thought no one would believe us if we did. We left the day early since we didn't want to try sleeping in the car in August again. When we got home, Hurricane Katrina had made its way toward the Gulf Coast. It was all over the news. We had listened to mixed CDs the whole trip and hadn't even been aware of anything going on. It just struck me, because a Mothman sighting is said to be an omen of tragedy and misfortune. It still this crazy story I tell people, and they laugh. But what happens stays with you. Be careful what you go looking for, kids. You just might find it. My cousin owns land in Burning County, Wisconsin, where there's lots of hills and lots of deer. It's tradition for all of us to hunt on this property. My dad, cousin, and all their friends pitched in to build a hunting shed on the property and put up tree stands. We hunt on schedule, so none of us hunt in the same area at the same time, both for our safety and in hopes of getting a deer. My dad and I took in the TV and headed up a hillside. The sun wasn't quite up yet, and we wanted to get set for sunrise. We marked which hill we were going up on the schedule inside the hunting shack. Nobody else was there yet, but we marked it anyway in case my cousin and his daughter showed up. We waited until about 9 a.m. and didn't see a thing. Not even as much as a squirrel. We decided to go get some coffee to warm up, and then head back out. I followed my dad down the path back to the ATV, and we'd stop every so often to listen for deer. The only noises I heard were my footsteps and my dad's. About halfway to the ATV, I heard something else. It only happened when my dad and I walked. When my dad and I walked during deer hunting, I mimic his footsteps so we make less noise. I step at the same time as him. However, something behind me was making noise. It was like something was mimicking my footsteps. I spun around and peered into the trees. The sun still wasn't over the top of the hill yet, so we were in quite a bit of shade. I didn't see anything, so I continued to follow my dad down the hill. But I heard it again. This time, I turned around when we were still walking, and I saw something duck behind a tree. A pale face poked out from about 30 yards up the hill and hid behind the tree again. It poked out again, and this time stayed staring down at us. I stopped and hit my dad's shoulder. He turned and saw it too. "Get to the four-wheeler," he whispered, and I didn't hesitate. I stared it down as my dad started up the ATV, and as we departed, the face's shoulder came out from behind the tree, followed by the rest of its gnarly, malformed small human-like body. My dad hit the throttle, and we got back to the hunting shack as soon as we could. Nobody else was there, so we got in the truck and left. I haven't been in those woods since. My dad lives and got a deer this morning, and acts like this never happened. I still think about it far too often. In the late summer of 2022, I had the opportunity to hike Half Dome in Yosemite. But near the end of my hike,
Yosemite,
I had a rather strange
Yosemite,
encounter. I was coming down the
Yosemite.
Mountaineer Trail around 6 p.m. It was still light out, right after you crossed the Vernal Falls Bridge, and had a clear view of the massive granite cliffs below Washburn Point, when I noticed an out-of-place object nestled in an alcove roughly halfway up the 1,000-foot-tall cliffside. It was a bright white color, whiter than any of the naturally occurring patterns on the rock, and it was shaped like two big, billowy pant legs, think MC Hammer pants connected at the top with some sort of odd white shape where the legs came together. The object didn't appear to be made of any sort of fabric, however, as it didn't move or ripple in the high winds like you'd expect of a fabric. It's also worth noting that this was in September, so no snow anywhere on the mountainside. It was quite far away, but even so, I would estimate its height at around 7 or 8 feet. I stopped my descent to stare at it for a second when another hiker passed me and stopped to strike up a conversation.
Pretty tall
I
pair
asked
of
her if she
pants.
saw that thing up on the cliffside, and immediately she pointed up at the white object and said, "Yeah, that thing that looks like a kid in a white bath towel. I was wondering if you were looking at that when I saw you stop." Mind you, this mountain we're looking at is huge. It's big enough to fill your entire field of view from where we were standing. And out of all that, she knew even before I said anything exactly what I was looking at. The weird white pant thing up on the cliff. She described it as a child in a towel. I suspect because the gap between the white pant legs made it look like a white object wrapped around a dark object, though the dark was the same color as the rest of the recessed alcove in the cliff. I asked her if she had ever heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler, which she hadn't, and as I explained to her what they looked like, she kept staring at the thing on the cliffside and declared, "That's exactly what I'm looking at." I kept stopping to look back at it from different angles as we descended farther down the trail, and each time the perspective shifted in such a way to confirm that it was some sort of solid object, with no markings on the granite. I have to believe that it's some sort of strange foreign object that was planted up there, or an optical illusion created by a particularly stark white piece of a granite cliff. But it was eerie how neatly it appeared to match the Nightcrawler security cam and trail cam footage. I have never watched TV shows about aliens or Bigfoot with any real interest, but one weekend the wife and I were stuck inside because of storms. So we watched this show with this dude, who supposedly is a survivalist who wasn't a Bigfoot researcher, but was intrigued by his encounters he believed were Bigfoot. They were walking in this area that had these crazy trees all pulled down and twisted up that supposedly couldn't have been done naturally, and they were too big for a human to do this way. So anyway, all that for this. I live in semi-rural Jefferson County, Wisconsin, surrounded by hills, swamps, and ponds. I have never heard anyone in town talk about Bigfoot or anything. I have heard weird screaming and whatnot that sounds like what they played on the show. But this time I have seen firsthand what they portrayed on the show. So we go moral mushroom hunting on this land. The day after we watch the show, at about a mile into these hills, we come upon this huge wad of trees all twisted up together, woven together like a rope. They weren't little either, bigger than a person could pull down and twist up. They ranged from 6 to 8 inches at the base of the trunk. I took a few
Hi,
pics
Boba.
because it was cool, and we moved on.
How are you?
About 45 minutes later, we
Look
came
me
upon
in.
another one. And now my wife is getting a little nervous because now the woods are dead silent. We have our son, who's 7, so we decide it's time to leave. I snap the
Let's
strap on my
go
pistol
like this.
as we start walking along about 2 inches in diameter.
We'll
3
delete
feet
all
long,
that.
whizzing past us.
Stopping in to
I
say
look at her,
hello
and I
and
point in
have
the
an
direction
awesome
we came
stream.
from.
Well,
And I
thank
said,
you
"Get
very
moving."
much.
I pulled my
Quite-
gun and walked
quite
quickly
nice
back
of you
toward
to
covering their back.
To
I
say
had no
that.
idea who or what is messing with us, but we weren't sticking
It's
around.
good to see you. It's
The
good to
last
see
thing that
you
happened
too.
was this loud knocking like someone slamming wood on wood. We finished walking back to the house, not really saying anything to each other until we got home.
Well, I should be able to see this from down there. And what I'll
So
do
back
is
in the
I'll
early 2000s, right
build
up near McCall,
a new
I was
ramp
16, and my buddy Tyler 16
back up
were
here,
up in the mountains pretty far
and then we'll
from
just
any
be
sort
able
of
to
actual civilization.
run that out.
We were up camping with my family, and I brought him along. After about day 2 or 3 days, we had the bright idea to go out on a night exploration. Bad idea.
Or
Anyway, we didn't tell my parents and just left at about 2 in the morning. We were sleeping in a separate tent, so sneaking out was easy. We were probably about 20-30 minutes into our so-called night exploration, and we were decently far from camp. Around this time, I started to get an uneasy feeling. I told Tyler that we should probably head back because it was pretty cold, and I didn't want to admit I was freaking out. He insisted that we go on, and that I should stop being a baby. I agreed. After about 10 more minutes into our night exploration, I shined my light into a little clearing of the trees. I thought I saw a tall, dark figure
that
with very long,
is
lanky
not what I
legs,
wanted.
a strange-shaped body, and no arms. I wasn't too sure what it was and told Tyler we should go a little closer. We did and found this large 12-ish foot tall thing staring right at us, both from about 20 feet away. When I tell I have never run faster in my life, I mean it. And after the run back to camp, my legs were torn apart and bloodied by all the dead branches and whatnot. We had to sleep in my parents' tent the rest of the trip. So the year was 2010, and there was going to be a blood moon. so I rounded up a bunch of equipment to get a good picture of it. I love the moon. My favorite times have all happened under its pale light. Borrowed an awesome camera that could be attached to a telescope, had my laptop and various other equipment, but also strapped on my 40 cal pistol because there are mountain lions and coyotes in the area. Loaded all my gear into my Jeep and headed to an area a few miles away from town. Get to the place where I'm going to settle. Began unloading and setting everything up, and I hear some nearby sheep start freaking out. Didn't think much of it, and after a handful of minutes, they went quiet again. Just as I was unloading the scope, I hear a very loud splash. Basically, the layout of the land was Pasture Creek, where I was, cornfield. And for some reason, this caught my attention, and I stood up and looked towards the creek for a second, but don't hear anything else, so I went back to setting up the scope. Now I hear some rustling, twigs snapping, that sort of thing, and stand up and shine my flashlight around to see what I can see. Don't see anything, and whatever it was went quiet when I shined the light around, so I figured I'd scare it off, and started screwing the scope onto the tripod, when I heard a very loud snap and whipped back around, pulling my gun and shining my light towards a fallen tree I'd noticed earlier, and there it was, roughly the size of a bear, but the head was more candid than bristled, and the body was more limp. We stood there staring at each other for what felt like forever. Then it growled and charged, and I screamed and fired my gun repeatedly. After the fact, I found I had fired 8 shots. It bowled me over, and I fully expected that my life was over. But instead of following through with the attack, it just kept running and disappeared into the cornfield. Thoroughly spooked, I tossed the most expensive bits I'd unpacked back into the Jeep and left immediately, only going back once the sun was fully up to finish recollecting my gear. When I got there, I found a game warden, a couple sheriff's deputies, and the farmer that owned the field and pasture. Apparently whatever it was had killed a couple sheep, and they were trying to figure out what it was and where it went. The tracks were both candid, but also not candid. They were strangely longer than a standard dog print. What was it? Well, I'm still not sure, and sometimes it still keeps me up at night. Some have suggested it was a dog myth, but I'm not sure I believe in such things. I was at my grandma's house in upstate New York. I was 6 years old and playing outside. Her house was in the middle of the woods, and there was this huge flat rock, not too far from her yard, called Indian Rock, where I guess tribes who used to live in the area used to meet. At least that's what I was told growing up. I heard something crashing through the woods, not too far from me near the rock. It was massive, at least 10 feet tall, since it was taller than the garden fence. And luckily, I don't think it saw me.
How tall is the garden fence? Jesus.
Except for some patches of brown fur. The head was really weird, like a cross between a deer and a bear, but also human, but wrong. Looking back, I can't explain what I saw. I thought it was something with mange, but bears don't have antlers, and deer don't have claws on their front legs. I was a teen at the time and camping with my Boy Scouts troop. This was probably in 2011 or so. We were in Bald Eagle State Forest in Union County, Pennsylvania. Nice campsite area with cabins, but undeveloped forest for miles outside of the cleared areas. One night we went on some sort of candlelight walk and hike. Huge single file line, and all the troops are together. I remember feeling like I had to look at this thing, like I was compelled to by nature itself. There was this tall, probably 6 foot tall, bunny man. That's the best way to describe it. It had this really malevolent, twisted face and a pair of really long ears. Like the skinny, grown man was wearing a suit from Donnie Darko. It was gray, wearing a jacket, and it was walking with this really unnatural gait, where it seemed to be making conscious decisions to independently move its muscles. Almost like whatever it was trying to imitate human movement. It was very unnatural and surreal, and for the brief 5-10 seconds I watched it, I just had this awful feeling that something was terribly wrong. I looked away for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me, and when I looked back where I saw it, it was just gone. This was a very moonlit night, and with the candles and torches, you could see out quite a bit before things got dark. I've never mentioned this story to anybody up until now. Looking back, it was probably some nut job looking to terrify some kids on a scouting trip. However, I still remember how wrong the thing seemed. It could only be described as uncanny and definitely unnatural. This happened to me around 2006 to 2007 in the summertime. My family and friends lived pretty remotely in the middle of nowhere near woods, trails, and cornfields. During school, my friend told me about how the family decided to adopt a new religion, whatever that meant. She explained her family went into a big city to speak to a religious zealot and medium who can see stuff that we can't. She told me this medium knew there was a trail that led behind her house, and knew there was a cornfield mixed in with the woods as well behind her home.
Children of the
Nothing spooky about that
corn.
seems pretty common knowledge given the area. Well, the medium also told her there is a demon, extraterrestrial and mytho creature that manifests itself behind their home in the woods around 3:14 a.m. in the morning, and it tries to communicate through a friend, and thus why she has chronic hiccups. Now, of course, when she told me all of this, I didn't buy into any of it. I thought it would be a perfect opportunity to scare my other friends who were girls in my class. We were all friends, but I liked one of the girls, and that part is irrelevant to the story. Anyway, so I explained the story to two of my friends, and we decided we would go out to the woods that night behind my other friend's house in hopes to see this demon, or whatever. The girls drove their car over to my house, because we could walk to the trails from my house, with no problem around 2:30 a.m. Took us about 15 minutes of walking to get to the location. The way the trail forms was pretty spooky, because the trees kind of hooked over us, forming a tunnel of leaves and limbs. It was extremely clear that night, and the sound of insects and wildlife was very prevalent, so it wasn't that creepy. Time goes on, and I'm sitting on the ground and one friend is playing on her flip phone, and the girl I liked was talking to me.
On her
3:14
flip
a.m. rolls
phone?
around, and I
How
start
old
talking
is
whatever
this
thing is,
story?
and I start throwing rocks in the cornfields and fast woods nearby. About 5 minutes pass, and we decide to head back. No longer did it take for me to stand up and take 3 steps.
Back
Everything
in the
around us
day,
went dead
back
silent.
in
Tripping,
2005.
no movement. Out of the blue, about 6 feet in front of us to the right, a large branch snaps in two, and we hear the most ominous growl I have ever heard in my life. I've lived here my whole life and hunted. I have never heard an animal sound like that. By the sound of the limb snap, we fully expected to see something step out of the brush and greet us. Nothing did. The girls jumped behind me, and we just stared at the spot for a solid minute trying to comprehend what it was. We couldn't see a dang thing. It was pitch black, and our little flip phones didn't have the flashlight like these new phones have. I took a few pebbles on the ground and chucked them in the direction of the noise.
All this
Decided it wasn't
newfangled
worth the risk for the girls'
technology.
safety to head the direction we came. So I told them to run the other way, and I'll lag behind. Just in case, if it's a predator that likes to chase, it'll get to me first. As soon as they took off,
Sounds like you're using them as bait.
we managed to cut through the woods and onto a roadway that led by to my house. We got back home around 4 a.m. to this day. I have absolutely no idea
4
what
a.m.
it was. We went back a year later, and nothing ever occurred again. I still hear the growl in my head, and it sends chills down my arm. I was on a beach called Butterfly Beach in Montecito, California. It was late at night, and I was walking with a girlfriend at the time. We looked at the beach from an elevated walkway and noticed a small black humanoid creature about 4 feet tall with a massive spherical head, maybe 2-3 feet in diameter. The moon caught it just right, and it reflected on its spherical head. My girlfriend at the time screamed, and the thing jumped into the ocean and swam away. It was just hanging out in the beach, watching the moonlight, I guess. Nothing I have Googled has explained this thing we saw.
Hey, stuff and things like to hang out at the beach too.
My
Don't be a
coworker came to work
dick.
today and told me about her night. She and her BD were in bed around 2 a.m. when they both smelled burning and heard crackling. They got out of bed to check it out, thinking it was the bug zapper outside. They went to turn it off and stepped onto the porch, where they
Ring.
both heard a consistent bark from the field below. This field has no nearby houses, and it's quite a trek to even get up their driveway. The bark was weird, but sounded like a normal dog, except it was always
Humanoid
breathing.
creature. Yo,
Bark,
that's not a
bark,
very
bark, bark.
nice way to
They
describe a
decided
short
to check out the
person.
field and took her car down. As soon as they cut the engine,
That's racist.
exiting the car, it sounded like the bark was far away, even though they were right on top of it. It hadn't moved, but it didn't sound as close as it did when they were in the house. My coworker decided it wasn't a good idea to leave her child alone in the house for too long and went back. About a half hour passed, and the dog was still barking in the field. BD decided to go back and make sure there wasn't a dog in the ditch or something. She decided to call him so he wasn't completely alone.
Oh, I know.
Once he got back to the field, he started
Apparently, you
trying
haven't
to
watched
find the
that.
source of the barking, still feeling that pit in his stomach.
Everything wrong with
But just to look, he was carrying a weapon just in case.
on
My coworker listened on the phone.
YouTube.
The barking grew more intense.
Have you ever watched
The dog
any of
seemed to
those?
go crazy as it had obviously seen the light from his phone or
If
something.
you haven't, I
He
suggest
saw nothing,
watching them.
but the barking continued to grow louder until he must have been right on top of it. She
Roll
commented
credits.
at one point that it was so deafening it sounded like the dog itself was holding the phone. Suddenly, there was dead silence, no running, no barking, no breathing, nothing.
You haven't
The
watched
dog was
any of
fine.
those? Oh my
She
God,
messaged her
Will, you have to
father,
watch
who
some of
lives close
those.
by, and he had
They
taken
are
over too,
funny
didn't
as
investigate.
fuck.
Any ideas?
It's
BD is
it's
her
a very
daddy.
honest movie
He didn't think it was an
reviews,
actual dog because it was too uncanny.
and they point out
He
all
made
the
it home
flaws
safely
in
and
movies and
decided
shit,
he would
and
check it
it's
out in the morning and
hilarious.
during the day. But I haven't gotten a response about that. Update. She had her father ask the person who owns the property to check out where they had heard the barking. Nothing has been found so far. It's been raining, so there should be tracks. I also asked them if it sounded like a fox or coyote. They've lived there long enough to distinguish between the two, and this sounded too much like a bloodhound. If you have any more ideas, I'd love to hear them. For reference, we are in Ohio, so we are in Appalachia. Never believed in ghosts. Openly mocked people that did. Went camping and my wife and I were going to sleep in the pole barn. Brought the dog into the barn and immediately she was freaking out. Very uncommon for such a relaxed and tired dog. Walking around the air mattress and whining. After about 5 minutes of me telling her to calm down, a light shines through the aluminum siding. Imagine holding a flashlight on the other side of a curtain doing a figure eight.
Yep.
It seemed like there was some
Yep.
sort of flashlight shining through the aluminum door. I don't mention anything for
They
a
have a
few
sin
minutes,
counter on them.
questioning everything I've ever known to be true.
Yep.
My wife asks, "Do you see that?" I say, "OF, you see it too."
And that's one of
That
their
exact moment, I
catchphrases
realized we
is,
both saw it.
"That's
It turned
racist."
into the brightest orb I've ever seen. Lit up the whole barn as if it was daytime. Then it started floating towards us.
And it's
I
just
yelled at my wife to
hilarious.
run, and the dog was already at the door. We ran as fast as we could and didn't dare go back to get the air mattress. Our dog never would walk in that pole barn again.
Or like when they mention that the title of the movie in the movie, and he says, "Roll credits."
Built in the 70s, and it's a small town county hospital. We don't take trauma cases, and when one does come in, It's only to stabilize them until life flight or EMS can transfer them to another facility. Deaths in room are usually older people and natural causes. The prison wing has been rolling for 8 years or so, and the prisoners who come in, if they die, it's natural causes. But this one room set, it's just weird. I'm agnostic atheist, but I can't deny the same thing keeps happening in 123, and especially
Hi, Anthony.
234. There's a kid. There's been several times, right before they pass, the inmate talks about a kid in the room, but it's the ones who are delirious before death. Also, there have been several mentally altered offenders, not drug-addled, but actual mental status, who have talked about or completely lost their shit over the kid that was under their bed, or running around and messing with them. One guy became so violent we had to discharge him from the hospital and back to his unit, not solely over the kid, but it seemed like a part of the problem. Occasionally an inmate with full mental capacity would mention the TV in another room was so loud sometimes he could hear it. Said it sounded like a kid's show or something with kids talking. I kept my hallway quiet and made sure I couldn't hear the TVs in the hall. There's certainly arguments that can be made that word of mouth got back to the units about the kid story, but neither officers nor nurses made a habit of telling stories to inmates. Besides, we admit offenders from dozens of units. My dad owned rental houses. Back in the 90s, my girlfriend and I'd go in after a renter left and rehab the house. One particular house he purchased years ago with the renter already in the house. When they passed away, we went in and started in the bedrooms, first painting, then cutting out the carpets. We noticed we kept losing our carpet cutters, but thought we'd accidentally rolled them up in the carpets. So we got fluorescent orange cutters. Nope, still can't find them. Then we pulled the living room carpet. Several large stains that look exactly like dried blood are soaked into the cork underfloor. Okay, might be stain, or someone butchered a chicken in a living room, no telling. But as I'm painting a living room wall, I see a human-shaped shadow coast across the wall. I think someone is walking around the house, maybe a meter reader. I run outside, and no one is there, up or down the street. I run around the house. No one is there. We finish in a big hurry and get paid. My dad calls later and asks what we used to clean with because the house is full of flies. I go backwash every flat surface with bleach and water. Next day full of flies. It's a house built on a concrete slab, so no crawl space. He decides they must be getting in through a crack in the slab and fills the cracks with silicone. Nope, still flies. I vacuumed up hundreds of dead flies. He had lived through the Depression and fought in WW2. He raised 10 kids and lived to tell. But he sold that first house in a second. He didn't believe in that shit, but he wasn't a fool. My dad had shit going on in his house. So much shit that almost every kid who would come in, myself, my sisters, my brother, and my dad have all had multiple experiences in there. I remember one time, I was going upstairs to have a shower. The bathroom was the end of the hallway, and on the way to it, I had to pass by the room I shared with my sisters when I was over for the weekends. As I passed by, I seen something set up on the bottom bunk. We had bunk beds in there out of the corner of my eye. This thing looked like a little girl. She had pale skin, short black hair that was cut in a bob style with straight bangs covering her forehead, and her eyes were these massive circles with large black dots in the center for pupils. She was facing sideways, so her right shoulder was facing me when she turned her head. The other half of her body looked like it was under the blankets. I remember getting such an intense feeling of fear that I went back downstairs and refused to go upstairs at all, or even sleep in the house. My dad had to set up the camping tent in the backyard for the rest of the weekend. If this occurrence had been nothing and me just seeing things that weren't there, I feel like I shouldn't still remember it in perfect detail at the age. I am now seeing it when I was maybe 6 or so. I'm 23 now. I saw a shadow person. When I was 17, I was at my friend's apartment building, which his parents owned. It was a pretty old building in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago, and according to his dad, it used to be owned by Al Capone, but I'm not sure how true that was. We had an apartment.
That sounds made up.
To just hang out, and it allowed us easy access to the attic. It had a lock on the door, but we had a key so we could go out to the roof and smoke cigarettes. One night, we were about to go up, but I had to pee, so I told him I'd meet him up there. After I was done, I went up the stairs to the attic portion that was connected to the roof. There were no lights, so we always used our phones to guide us. We had those old flip phones without lights, so you only had the light from the screen.
Why do none of these people have
that was up there?
current
As I made my way to the
technology?
door, I saw a shadow pass by me. Now this wasn't like the shadow of something moving with the light of my phone. This shadow felt solid like a person. I followed the direction it went, thinking it was my friend. I kept saying that I knew it was him and to stop playing around. It passed me a few more times before heading to the other side of the attic, and that's when I heard my friend's voice from downstairs. He got a call from his girlfriend and was in another room talking to her the whole time. It really freaked me out, since I know I was following something. So I basically jumped down the stairs. I told my friend what happened and that I did not want to go back up there, and he agreed. So we decided to go for a walk instead. Last year, his brother tells us in our group text that he found out the building's designer unalived himself in that attic.
Creepy.
Recently just started a new job where one of my duties is to lock up this building that was once a cancer hospital. I thought I was crazy, but my stories have been confirmed by my coworkers and security camera footage. Most wild experience. It was about 10 p.m. and massive snowstorm outside, so I expected some weird noises like howling from the wind, etc. I'm on the first floor, which is just a labyrinth of hallways, making sure all
Oh, you
Out of
mother.
nowhere, I heard what sounded like someone groaning. I attributed this to the wind outside. 5 minutes later, it happened again, so I yelled, "Police, who's there? Show yourself." Yes, I work for a PD. I radioed for backup and confirmation. The building is empty besides me, which is confirmed. Backup never shows up due to the nuts snowstorm. Outside, none of the sergeants felt like coming to help since they knew what was likely going on from watching cameras. I'm finishing the second floor, and I heard what sounded like someone banging their head on the door downstairs or something. It was loud. I get downstairs, and the locking mechanisms on the door I heard the noise come from is unlocked. This locking mechanism is only unlocked by two very specific keys. They don't even look like keys. Myself and my sarge on duty are the only ones that have them. At this point, I'm literally sweating and just hurry up back to the second floor and lock up the fastest I have ever done so. I get back to base and tell our dispatcher and SGT what happened, and they're just sitting there laughing, acknowledging my claims. They said that building is haunted as F, and even students have experiences there in midday. My dispatcher then showed me the locking mechanism being unlocked. It's a huge bar of metal, very noticeable on camera, and chills just ran down my back. She then showed me running down the hallway on my way to exit, and one of the doors I locked swung open behind me. I didn't hear it because my gun belt and boots were making too much noise. So yeah, I'm not scared of being shot at, but F ghosts. No time for those creatures.
Okay, so we're not close enough for anything to render in.
Bloodletting, and the like.
We need to
We were all
go
convinced she had a place waiting for her in hell.
south.
She was not a big woman. She was maybe 5 foot tall, 100 pounds. At her funeral, they had 4 men carry her casket from the funeral home to the hearse. At the church, it took 6 to get her out. It took 8 to get her into the cemetery, and she got heavier and heavier as they got closer to her grave. 10 men to get her to her actual grave. When we returned to her house, where the rest of the family was, me and my uncle went to the kitchen, and the kitchen was hot like opening an oven hot. And it was mid-February at the time, in a house in the country with no electricity. Inside the kitchen, we both saw my grandma, whom we just buried, holding hands with 4 other women. I didn't know them at all, but my uncle knew a couple. One was his grandma's sister, who died. One was grandma's mom, who is long dead. But not all. We left. Have not been back in that house since. That was close to 30 years ago.
Woo,
When I was around 18, I was
yeah.
a Ouija board with some friends, so I'm from Wildwood,
A Ouija
Florida.
board.
Nearby is Ocala, the location where events took place, and there is this old graveyard that dates back to slavery. Apparently, this is where slave babies were taken and thrown in a hole. I had a Ouija board, but was afraid to
A
use it
Ouija
alone due
board.
to my grandma's stories. I'm hanging out with my now wife and some friends smoking a blunt, and I asked them if they wanted to use the Ouija board. They reply yes.
We were gonna
but
play
my
with a
wife
Ouija
wasn't having it
board,
eventually and
but we
decided
got
yes.
high.
We get in the car, we have a dog with us. It's about 4 us guys and 3 women. We take a drive to that old graveyard and break out all fun and games right. Wrong. My wife stays back with the dog, mind you, this dog did not step foot out the truck when we got there. He was not even laid in the rear of the Tahoe. We were in the entire night until we made it home. Anyways, as soon as we set the board down, and the little piece you put your fingers on the piece immediately went to goodbye with no one touching it. People freaked out, wasn't sure what to do. So we moved the piece and asked the question. Again, spoke to goodbye about the 3rd time. We do it. We eventually started feeling like it wasn't a good idea to be there. And we say goodbye. We go to a cemetery down a few miles down the road and decide to use it. We ended up speaking to this man.
Free
He was buried
wood,
next to
free
his wife.
wood.
I remember we asked him what passed. He replied with poisoned. Then we asked if he knew who poisoned him. He replied with yes, his wife. I realized that this spirit board was nothing to play with. We had a friend who was murdered in his own home prior to this event. A few days later, after the cemetery, I no longer wanted the board, so I gave it to the friends of this one. We ended up going over to their house, and we decided to use it there. We ended up speaking to the same man from the cemetery, who said we could speak to our friend. Speaking with our friend, we asked if he knew who murdered him, and he replied yes with the murderer's name. That was the last time I used it. Months later, we all went together, like everyone from that night. Well, one night, the neighbors we was with went to the store to grab more blunt wraps. As soon as she opened the door, she screamed, went white as a ghost, and was hysterical. We asked what's wrong, grabbed our guns looking at the door, and she insisted something or someone was out there. We asked her to describe what it was, and she said it was all black red eyes right at the door. As we were talking about it, one of the guys that was with us that night said he had seen the same thing. It was so great of it, and has caught glimpses of it ever since. We moved out a week later, and I haven't seen them all since. My family tells me ever since I used that board that I haven't really been the same. I remember so vividly. It scares me to
Are
even
you
think
sure you
about
haven't
it.
been the same because
When
maybe
someone
you
asks
were
me if
getting
Ouija boards are
high?
real, or tells me they don't believe in them, I reply with, you really have to do it to see for yourself. But I personally will never touch one again. By the way, the man who our friend said murdered him was arrested 4 months later. I knew the cops that worked in a town I worked in for a couple of years, and I remember one night 2 of them came in, with one looking like he was going to puke or shit himself. His face was approaching the This is at late 2, and they began to tell me they got a call for an alarm at this historical building. They had to wait to be let in because the guy who manages it lives 10 minutes away, and he has to unlock the door so they get in. And the historical building manager kills the alarm, but the 2 cops still have to go in and clear the building. So they do, with one of them almost shooting a mannequin because he saw
A
the outline
mannequin.
against a window in a dark room before
That's how you
turning
can
the light on.
tell the story is
So they clear
read
the
by a
building.
robot
But just as they're about to leave, they hear a blood-curdling scream
or
come from the
somebody
second
who
floor.
doesn't really
First, they just
understand
go for it.
English.
Knowing nothing's up there, they got the hell out of Dodge and came to my store to get coffee and try not to shit themselves. I'm quite certain if I was in any of those situations, especially yours, I'd never go back. F that shit. I used to live on a dairy farm when I was young. The farm was located on First Nation burial grounds, and there were all sorts of unusual things happening. The moment I vividly remember was back when I was around 3 or so. There was a barn at the back of the property, which my dad was walking out to. I didn't want to separate from my dad, so I opened the back door to go follow him until I saw something. The best way I can describe it was a hooded figure. It snapped its attention to me as soon as I took one step outside. Totally black face with no features, hooded and cloaked, and piercing white eyes starting directly at me. I instantly slammed the door closed because I was beyond terrified. It could have been an animal, but I truly believe to this day it was some type of evil spirit I saw.
That sounds like another
So we had the
suspiciously
defendant
made
who was
up
pretty close to
Reddit
gone.
story.
He'd been in the hospital at least a week, and it was a miracle he had held on this long. He was afraid to die and was fighting it, and was at the point where he was only receiving comfort care with the DNR the family had signed. Have the DNR discussion with your families. Sometimes, when someone is about to go, they have this look to them, even in unconsciousness, and you just know. He had been out for something like 2 days, sleeping in a fog of medication as his body gave up, so it's somewhere around midnight, a little after maybe, and suddenly this guy wakes up. But he's just staring at the ceiling, and right off, he didn't look okay. He looked afraid. His eyes were moving like he was looking at something, and every so often he moved just a little. It was a quiet little sound that floated me. So I'm in there with 2 nurses, and we're watching him die, and he's watching something. Finally, he's gone, and right as he left, the sink came on. None of us were close enough to get to the sink without moving, and with the room layout, no one in the hall could touch it without coming into the room, and there's no sneaking to it. I'm 99% agnostic atheist. I don't believe in magic men in the sky, and I need science and fact. There's a ton of things that have happened in that hospital and prison that have made people clutch their pearls and flutter about ghosts. I don't believe in that, and there's always been an explanation. That said, I've seen a few things that will forever make me question, sometimes the validity of maybe not an afterlife, but residual energy of the self, I suppose. Old Bastard was a PDF file. It's really hard not to think the devil
PDF
came
file.
about him himself.
Sounds a lot like a PDF file.
My wife and I live in Mendon County, Ohio, in the greater Cleveland metro area. We've lived here for about 5 years in a 2-story house in a residential division. Last Thursday evening, I was working at my desk when I heard strange gibberish coming over a local FM radio channel. I initially thought it was interference, but then it started to sound like a conversation. The language was not recognizable, and there was an odd humming sound in the background. This continued for about 10 minutes, then stopped. Later that night, while I was in the living room, the gibberish started again. This time it was much clearer. It sounded as if the parties were having an argument, but I'm just speculating. Then last Friday, something very unusual occurred. We had just finished dinner about 7 p.m. when we noticed a shadow from outside go across the dining room window. I looked out the window, but didn't see anything. So
Why
I
do the
looked out
shadows
front
always
window
get blamed?
and saw a plain black
It's not
van
their
parked
fault,
on
they're
the street in front of
shadows.
our house. Then I heard my wife yell from the kitchen that someone was in the backyard. I rushed to the kitchen and turned on the security lights. Standing on the far side of the patio was a strange-looking man dressed in a heavy black bodysuit and wearing a black cap. There were no markings on the suit or cap. I immediately noticed that he had a young-looking face, but was very pale with large ears. He was holding what looked like a PC tablet device that would emit an occasional beep. I opened the door and asked him what he was doing. He looked at me with a blank stare, then started walking back toward the side of the house. I followed him back to the front of the house and to the black van. I asked him several times who he was and why was he there. I never received a response. He quickly got into the van and drove away. I called the local police and filed a report.
Of course you didn't get a
The officer
response
mentioned
because he
he
was a
unaware of
PDF
similar
file.
activity. I examined the yard early the next morning, and I didn't see anything out of place. I talked to the neighbors, but they never noticed anything unusual. I haven't slept well since that night. This incident is unnerving to us. I have heard of some men in black accounts, but I don't particularly find much interest in the subject. Can you explain what, if anything, is going on?
No. Because I haven't seen the PD
My
file.
mother's family is from the same area going back about 4 generations, if not more, depending on the line of grandparents you follow. My mom is 95 now, but still loves to tell stories about the primitive way she grew up, and I love to listen. She and my grandparents and her brothers and sisters grew up in the woods of Mitchell County with no running water and no electricity, and they lived in a primitive house with spaces between the plank walls where snow would blow in during the winter. Life was incredibly hard, full of death, disease, tragedy, horror, and loss, but there was also a lot of good. One story Mom tells is about the orb lights that would hang out at the tree line. My grandpa called them jack-o'-lanterns. They were orbs of light that floated around, and you couldn't get near them or catch them. Keep in mind that no one had a car in the woods where they lived, and they were a good ways from the nearest road. I went back to the old home place in 2019, and I guesstimate it's about a half mile from the nearest road. Another story Mom tells is about when she and some of her siblings were working in the field with my grandparents when they were growing up. They did a tremendous amount of field work because without that there literally was no food. A few times they nearly starved. Anyway, they were in the field and they heard a noise like something falling through the air and headed their way. They looked around and suddenly something hit the ground near them with tremendous force. But they could feel the shockwave from it in the air, and they felt it hit the ground, only there was nothing there when they looked. There were also lots of stories about the sounds in the woods, which I think were bobcats, the local witch that stopped nosebleeds, and the ghost dog in the kitchen that was witnessed by Mom and her younger sister. Heard the same story from both of them my whole life, and my uncle's cow that was drained of blood and left lying in the pasture. Teenage girl in the 80s was killed in a freak accident after running away from home in my hometown. Had heard stories for years about people seeing her. She died riding her bike, wearing a baseball cap, which is what people had described seeing her wearing. One night I was coming home real late, and I was stopped at a red light all by myself, and I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned and looked, and there she was, baseball cap and all on her bike staring at me. I then looked back forward for a millisecond, and then looked over again, and she was gone. I went to work and saw my dead child. I was 6 years old, and I went to work. As I went in, I heard rustling in the trash. It was pitch black. I went down there just thinking it was a
Rustling in the trash is usually not ghosts
My child had died
or
from cancer.
cryptids. It's usually a raccoon.
As I looked in the trash, I saw a corpse. It was literally my child, not dead. My dead child in the trash outside 7-Eleven isn't out of the ordinary. That was 2 years ago, and I've needed therapy ever since to make sure I'm not going crazy.
I'm gonna say you're crazy.
In October 1988,
Oh,
a friend
are you serious?
astonishing
You want a
UFO sighting
freaking
in
frost melon?
We were both in our sophomore year.
Go fuck
We'll talk
yourself.
about that incident later in my story. But first, I want to relate other
Frost melon.
2 years later, strange things started to happen to me. On my 18th birthday, I went to bed about 11:30 p.m. All I remember was lying down. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up in the backyard freezing,
3 a.m.
absolutely terrified. What I don't understand is if I was sleepwalking, why did my parents wake up? I know my mom should have because she has always been a very light sleeper. After the incident, I couldn't sleep at all for the next 3 nights. In November 1994, I was living alone in a house that a friend's grandmother had rented to me. One night, I was lying on the couch watching television. After the program, I rolled over and went to sleep. Not long after, I was awakened by very intense bright white lights. At first, I thought someone had pulled into my driveway, and I started to get up to see who it was. I thought it might have been a friend of mine who lived right up the road, because he had come to the house that late on several occasions because he worked the second shift. As I was starting to get out of bed to see who it was, an overwhelming terror came over me. I laid back down and pulled the covers over my head. That's all I remember until the next morning when I woke up with my feet on the back of the couch and my head and body on the floor with my shirt on the wrong side out. I had a similar experience in 1996 at a different house in a different part of the country. Now, it's happened again. Early this morning at around 5 a.m., I woke and swear I saw 3 small figures standing next to the bed. It was pitch black because the power had gone off. I immediately rolled back over, put the covers over my head, and thought to myself, I didn't see that. I don't want to see that. After a few minutes, and without taking the covers off of my head, I reached over on the nightstand and got my flashlight.
So a child
Raised up
defense
my
system's
bed,
gonna work,
simultaneously
like
turned on the flashlight.
the blanket's gonna stop anything?
I was terrified because it felt like someone was in the bedroom with me, even though I could not see anything. Oddly enough, as soon as I clicked on the flashlight, the power came back on immediately afterward. I'm not claiming that I have been abducted, but if I was, I simply don't want to know the details. I'm overly concerned that these experiences will continue, and that I will eventually become aware that an abduction is occurring. I have never received any communication, and I cannot find any marks on my body. The only symptoms I have are insomnia for several days and loss of appetite. But I don't get tired or sleepy. I have noticed that some items in the house are moved around, and in fact, a few things have gone missing, including a perfume bottle, a hairbrush, and a blanket. To be honest with you, my
Well, the
real concern
hairbrush would
centers around my
disappear
father.
because they're gonna
The UFO
genetically
incident
clone you
in
before
October
they kidnap
1999.
you.
The night I had
Duh.
the same encounter, my father went missing. He has never been seen or heard from again. He had previously claimed that he had been
Protect you
abducted by
from a vampire
extraterrestrials.
entering your
And
house.
these beings
Oh,
performed
that's
experiments.
Hollywood made
The
up
encounter, my
bullshit.
friend, and I had was very scary.
And really, really old wives'
We have
tales
never been able
shit.
to talk about each other, even though we are still close.
You have to invite him
I
into
have
your
an awful
house
feeling
because
something
we
might
believe
happen
in
and
witchcraft.
that I may actually find out what
And
became
then,
of my father.
when
I
we
have seen
find a witch, we're gonna
psychiatrists
burn
and
him.
psychologists for almost 25 years now. No one has been able to alleviate my fear.
Which doesn't make any sense at all. Because if you
So I've
have
told the story
power
before,
over
but I didn't
elemental
really share the full
shit,
details.
fire
Here it
wouldn't
goes.
hurt you.
Back when I was a kid in the
Duh.
family, and I lived
Or
in a
if you're
pretty old house
possessed
in
by a
Tennessee.
demon, you really
The
think
house was
fire's
built in
gonna
1920s,
hurt
I
somebody?
believe. The house was
Probably
kind of
not.
shaped in a square. Think of a racetrack that you could
Only
go around.
idiots think like
Anyways,
that.
my sister and I's bedroom door was in the living room, and the hallway was to the left. I used to have recurring nightmares and sleep paralysis of a tall man with a hat coming down the hallway to my bedroom
Ooh, he's a hat
door,
man.
and I would always wake up before he came in my room. Textbook sleep
Hat
paralysis story.
man.
During summer, my mom would leave me for like 3 cigarettes on the way while
Hat
she worked.
man.
She
Hat
would come home tired,
man.
and
Hat
since she low-key had a
man.
lot of kids, she didn't like us to immediately stampede her when she arrives home. So anyways, one day we were all chilling in the living room watching TV while our mom was at work. just doing the usual. We heard our mom get home from work early that day, and we were happy as flaw. We heard the back door open, and she came in talking to her friend on her Bluetooth. She always wore these black leather boots, and we heard them clunking on the floor while she walked and talked towards us. When she was finally almost to the living room, she was at the end of the hallway, where I told you guys earlier, where I used to see the shadow man in my dreams. Guess what? When we got up to greet her in that spot, she wasn't there. We were all stunned. My sister called her, and you guessed it. She was still at work. I didn't tell my brother about the shadow man before, but when I did, he said he saw him too in the bathroom, which was in that same hallway. I can draw pics of the layout of the house if you guys want. My mom said she used to hear my little brother calling her name when he wasn't home. I hated that house.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe for daily stories. We at Horror Den of Misfits really enjoy.
Really? Stuff caught on camera is not gonna do you guys any good. There's some campy horror stories. These are all pretty much all just bullshit, so.
Camping in the Aztec ruins gone
Are
wrong.
you swinging at me?
Anonymous.
Someone
I'd
just
always
swinging
been
me?
fascinated by the ancient Aztec civilization.
Oh, you did.
So when my friends suggested we go camping near some ruins, I eagerly agreed. We set up our tent at the edge of a dense forest and hiked to the site of the ruins. They crumbled pyramids of ancient carvings that were awe-inspiring, but they had this eerie finger that seemingly lingered. As night fell, we built a fire and roasted marshmallows and s'mores. We laughed and shared stories.
Think you can
about
fuck
the
with me,
feeling
homie?
that we were being watched. A chill
I'm
ran down my
taking your
spine
mushrooms
as I
after I
noticed
took
the
your
dead
life.
along the tree line. My friends dismissed it as just animals,
Butt liquor?
but I knew better. I decided to take a walk around the ruins to clear my head. The moon cast a pale light on the stone walls and carvings. Suddenly, I saw a figure moving in the shadows.
Yeah, he thought he could take me with a bow staff.
She glided towards me, her eyes glowing in the dark.
That chance of that, I got an iron double-bladed war axe.
Her long nails sharp.
He can eat a bag of fucking dookie for all I care. I'm gonna kick his fucking scrawny little green ass.
She whispered in my ear in a
Little
language
goblin
that
bastard.
her breath
He can
cold
be
and fast,
gobbling
knowing I would
these
die.
nuts.
Feel her cold lips on my neck. Suddenly, as if something were answering the prayers of a god, my friends appeared, shouting and waving their flashlights. The woman released me and disappeared into the shadows. My friends were baffled by what had happened, but I knew it was a ghostly encounter of some sort. We packed our camp and left the ruins immediately in the morning, vowing never to return. From that night on, I never doubted the existence of the supernatural. I can't help but wonder, though, what the heck did I run into? Camping in Sasquatch Country by Big John 6771. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with nature in the Alaskan wilderness. But as night fell and the campfire flickered, my friends realized they were not alone. At first, it was just strange noises in the woods.
All the meteorites.
A creature looming on the edge of the clearing. Its eyes glowed in the firelight, and its breath came in heavy, guttural grunts. One of the campers grabbed their camera.
Heavy guttural grunts.
Whatever this was.
Like you had to go poop really, really bad.
Sending them running back to the safety of their fire. Or the perceived safety of the fire, that is. For hours, they listened to the Sasquatch circle their campsite, taunting them with eerie howls and bone-chilling screams.
Maybe that's why Sasquatch is always in such a bad mood, because he's got to poop all the
As
time.
night wore on, the campers grew more and more desperate. They had no weapons, no way to defend themselves against the powerful Sasquatch, and as dawn approached, they realized they might never leave the wilderness alive. But just as all
Hmm?
hope seemed lost, the Sasquatch disappeared into the woods abruptly, leaving the group of friends shaken and terrified. They packed their campsite quickly and hiked out of the wilderness, vowing to never return to that cursed place again. Years later, they still tell the tale of their encounter with the Alaskan Sasquatch, a cautionary reminder of the dangers
The
that
last
lurk
Squatch.
in the wilderness. And whenever they hear a strange noise in the night, they can't help but wonder if the Sasquatch has returned to taunt them once again.
Ooh, yeah. Poison oak, poison
I'll
ivy.
never camp in Yellowstone.
Ooh, talk about a rough way to clean your butt.
Mark, 45. Personally, I've always loved camping, and Yellowstone National Park has been on my bucket list for many years. The thought of experiencing the park's stunning
Well,
natural
then you
beauty
must
up
not
close
like
was always
camping as
exciting
much
to
as
me.
you say,
Little did I
because
know
it's
that my
not
visit
hard to
to
get to
Yellowstone would be a horrific
Yellowstone.
nightmare I'll never, ever have the chance to forget. My
Yellowstone.
friends and I arrived at the park and set up our tent at a campsite deep in the woods. It was the perfect spot, away from the hustle and bustle of the campers, and we were thrilled to be surrounded by the tranquility of nature. The first few
Ah.
days were everything we had honestly hoped it would be. We hiked through the forest, spotted wildlife, and enjoyed the park's scenic views. But things started to turn dark on the third day of our trip. We were on a hike when we heard strange noises in the woods. At first, we assumed it was just the wildlife, but as the noises grew louder and we realized something was not quite right, a low guttural growl made the hair in the back of my neck stand up. We tried to ignore it and continued on our hike, but the growling followed us. Finally, we started to feel like we were being watched, and the hairs on our arms stood on end. That's when we saw a dark, shadowy figure lurking in the woods. It was too far away to make out any specific features, but we could tell it was massive and out of this world. As we returned to our campsite, the growling continued to follow us. We tried to keep our cool, but the fear was too much. When we finally returned to our tent, we locked ourselves inside and tried to ignore the growling outside. The night was long and terrifying. We could hear the creature outside scratching at our tent and making horrible sounds that left
That's
us in
kind of
absolute
cool
dread.
looking.
After that, we barely slept.
Gotta
The
be
day was
honest.
fitful and filled with nightmares.
I mean,
The
that's
morning
not how
came
planets
back,
actually
camped
rotate,
quickly as we
but
could, and left the park without ever
it does
looking
look
back.
cool.
To this very day, I really don't know what that creature
And
was,
that would have
but I
to be
have a hard
moving
time feeling that
like
it was something beyond human.
insanely
The memory
fast.
of that camping trip still haunts
Where the
me, and
rotation
never
of this
be able to
planet
forget
is
the horror
like
of what happened in
super,
Yellowstone
super
National
high.
Park. But please don't let that deter you from visiting.
Perhaps that's
Really,
why the
Yellowstone
little
was a
gliders
very,
work
very
so
special
well.
place.
Gravity's a lot lower on this planet.
Accidentally discovered a lost tribe by Anonymous Possum. It would be a fun and exciting experience to go camping in the Bolivian wilderness with my friends, I thought.
Probably not.
Excited to explore the vast expanse of unspoiled nature. The first few days were actually quite amazing. We hiked through the dense jungle, crossed raging
Bolivia
rivers,
seems a bit scary.
we even caught glimpses of exotic wildlife like jaguars and tapirs.
Gotta be
But
honest.
things quickly started to take a turn for the absolute worst. One night, while sitting around the campfire, we heard strange noises from the forest. At first, we thought it was just some animal, but the sounds became more and more human-like. We were all on edge, but we decided to ignore it and tried just to go to sleep. The following day, we woke up to find that some of our possessions were missing. We assumed it was just some animal that had taken them, but we were all so wrong. As we continued our journey, we saw signs of human activity. We found footprints, broken twigs, and even
Turned out it was a
we
demon.
tried to rationalize it by telling ourselves that some local
It
tribes
wasn't a
were curious
demon.
about us, but
It was all in our head.
just not quite right. As we continued to hike, the feeling of being watched grew more robust. Then finally we started to see figures lurking in the shadows, and they would disappear every time we turned around. We were absolutely terrified at this point, but we didn't want to give up on our adventure. That was until an unknown tribe confronted us. Now, I had done quite a bit of research and had not heard anything about a specific tribe being uncontacted in this area, but I had read that it was possible that they could exist. They were a fierce-looking group dressed in rough animal skins and carrying crude weapons. They didn't speak out.
I was just a red egg.
It was clear that they didn't want us there, and we knew we had to leave before things worsened. But before we could go, they attacked us. We tried to fight back, but they outnumbered us by far and had the advantage of knowing the terrain. Finally, we were forced to flee, abandoning our supplies and running for our lives. We were lost and alone in the wilderness, with no way to communicate with the outside world. Days passed and we ran out of food and water. We were exhausted and on the verge of giving up, but we refused to let these unknown tribespeople defeat us. We finally managed to find our way back to civilization, but the memories of that terrifying trip have stayed with us for years. I still have scars from the cuts and bruises.
They was cannibals.
And falling while trying to run. We avoided many
At least that's what we thought. Turns out we were just a bunch of Karens on a camping trip in Bolivia.
Now, whenever I hear strange noises,
Turns out they were super generous people and they only wanted to give us millions of dollars in gold and jewels and all kinds of stuff. But because we were a bunch of Karens, we didn't know any better. And now we're going to sue the tribe for everything they own. And we're going to get the internet to back us up on that.
N.A. Hiker 95. I never thought my hike along the Appalachian Trail would lead me to one of the most horrifying experiences of my entire life. Nevertheless, my girlfriend and I, who had always been avid hikers, decided to tackle the trail for our anniversary. After hiking for some hours, we decided to finally make camp for the night. We found a perfect spot overlooking the mountain range and quickly set up our tent. As the sun set, we sat around the campfire sharing stories and roasting marshmallows.
Oh, that's so satisfying to watch.
Then, suddenly, we heard a rustling sound in the woods. At first, we assumed it was just an animal of some sort, but as the noise grew louder, we became uneasy. Then we heard a sound that chilled us to the bone, a low guttural growl that seemed to be coming from all around us. We quickly doused the fire and retreated to our tent. We tried to convince ourselves it was just a bear, but we both knew something was just quite not right here in this situation. Now, we are experienced hikers and campers, so this was strange to us to not recognize these noises. We lay in the darkness, listening intently to the growling sounds growing louder and more intense. Then suddenly the tent began to shake violently, and we could hear scratching sounds on the fabric. In sheer terror, we realized that whatever was outside was trying to get in. My girlfriend and I clung to each other, paralyzed with fear. Not knowing what to do, as we heard the sound of claws shredding through the tent. We could hear heavy breathing and growling from whatever was outside. We knew that we were not going to make it out of this alive, so we started saying we loved each other. Just when we thought all hope was done, the tent ripped open, and we saw the terrifying sight. A vast creature covered in fur and razor-sharp teeth stood before us. It was like nothing we had ever seen before. It let out a roar that echoed through the forest, and we both knew it was the last thing we would ever hear. Almost as if some sort of greater being was watching over us. A bear ran into the picture, roaring itself. It seemingly felt, I don't know, maybe it was feeling challenged by this creature's roar. It tackled the creature, and the creature swiped back at it. They began fighting brutally, scratching and mauling at each other. Ultimately, I can't say who won, because they began to go out of sight, and we took that moment to run, and run as fast as we ever have. Luckily, we made it back to the Appalachian Trail. We ran as fast as we could and made it to the nearest conservation building that we could find and met up with some other hikers. We told them our story and got airlifted to a hospital as quickly as possible. We are lucky to survive and to be able to tell this story, but I have no idea what it was that nearly ended our lives that day. I just have to thank Mother Nature and that bear for, feeling threatened by whatever happened. After I did some research many years after, it did turn out that that was the time that most mother bears would have cubs around. So maybe it was just right time, right place.
Okay, now from
Just
here,
after school, my friends and I decided to take one last trip together before we all split up to go to college. The Pacific Crest Trail was the destination.
oh, this has terrible written all over it. One last trip together.
Ian, my boyfriend, picks me up.
Sounds like the plot of a horror film.
So he tries describing its beauty the best he can. Babe,
But she's terrible at.
Nothing but fresh air and wilderness. We will be one with nature. I'm not so sure.
B
about the nature
horror
of the godly amount of
movies.
alcohol you have in the cooler. Well, what about this? Ian pulls out a sandwich-sized Ziploc bag of weed. I know Mother Nature would approve of this. She grew it. You've been holding out on me, I said, snatching the bag from his grip. I open it and take a deep breath, inhaling the familiar aroma. It's a long ride. Might as well roll one up for the road. Sounds good. I'll call the others and get them to meet us at the location. Ian connects his phone
At
to his Jeep radio,
the location.
putting on an 80s hair metal playlist.
Hmm.
Light the freshly rolled joint, and we settle in for a road trip. We decided to meet up at the Bridge of Gods.
All of the stuff sounds suspiciously made up. Suspiciously made up by someone who was terrible at riding.
Careful because there is no shoulder on the narrow bridge, and we must share with cars and trucks. We make it across with no problem and hike for a while until we decide to go off trail to find a spot to set up camp by the river. 3 tents between 6 people. Nova and his girlfriend.
The river with no name.
Myself and Ian. I sit back with
The campsite in the unnamed wilderness of
the sky let out an orange
some
glow as the sun
forested
set
area.
behind the mountains. The mountains came down to meet the cold, untamed river. Nova and Ian began to make a fire before the night came. As the darkness falls, the alcohol flickers. The flicker of the flame lights the night. We all reminisce about high school and talk about all that we would like to do
Reddit,
for
the
our
only
kids.
place to find worse stories than on fucking
What's up, Ian? I ask.
Netflix.
I can see the outline of a boat floating not far off the bank. We all look in that direction. Ian pointed. Yeah, I think I see it too, Katie said. Nova walks over to his backpack and pulls something out. He twirls it in his hand and looks at it for a moment, before putting it in the direction of what we think is the boat. Is that a gun? Put that up, Nova. I spoke. Chill out, Brittany. It's just a flare gun, Ian said as he grabbed my hand to calm me. Nova pulls the trigger, and a trail of light streaks out towards the boat. It lights up the immediate area around the dark outline. It was a boat, not just our mind playing tricks on us in the dark. 2 people stood in the flat-bottomed boat, looking our way. They wore orange hoodies that hid their face. Oh my god, people are watching us, Sadie said. Get the hell out of here, you damn weirdos, Nova shouted. Nova and Ian began picking up rocks on the riverbank and throwing them at the boat. After a few moments, we could hear the engine start and drive away. We finally get over being freaked out. We did our best to put the incident behind us and continued drinking and partying throughout the night before eventually passing out in our tents. I woke the following day to a commotion outside. I unzipped the tent and dragged myself out. The sun hit my eyes, and I winced as a sharp pain shot through my head. Drinking obscene amounts of alcohol seems like a great idea until the next day, when you have to wake up with a splitting headache and you get a queasy gut. I see Ian with his hands clasped on top of his head, standing in front of a flat-bottomed boat and sat on the riverbank on our campsite. Ian, what's wrong? What's going on? I asked. These assholes from last night, they docked their boat here and stole all of our supplies while we were sleeping. Nova walks up behind us. I'm having trouble finding the trail. I have some food and water stashed away in the tent. Let's refuel and go look like a group. After eating, with no supplies, we decided to cut our trip short, pack up, and look for the trail we strayed from to get to this riverbank. Let's split up, Nova said. We can go in pairs
Oh
of 2.
yeah, that's a great
Try
idea.
not to stray too far from the others, so if you find the trail, you can alert the others by yelling. Nova and Tessa enter the woods. Sadie and Katie enter about 20 yards away, and Ian and I do the same. Ian grabs my hand and he leads the way. We say nothing to each other, only the sound of twigs breaking and brush under our feet fill the silence. I think I see something, Ian said. I look around to try and see what he sees, and that's when I notice it. I think we both figure out what it was at the same time by the terrified look we gave each other. To our left, a man in a bright orange hunting hoodie stood several yards away. Didn't move. He just looked at us. A camouflage ski mask covered his face. He didn't move even when we ran into the opposite direction of him. Even without being chased, we ran as fast as we could, leading to me tripping over some undergrowth and falling. My extended hands were the only thing stopping me from slamming my face into the unforgiving ground. A sharp pain shot through my wrist into my elbow. I let out a yelp in pain. I'm not sure if it's broken, but I know it's at least sprained. The price I had to pay to save my face from colliding with the forest floor. Ian quickly comes to my side, helping me up and inspecting the hand. I held it close to my body. He flexed the wrist, sending a shockwave of pain through my arm, causing me to jerk my hand away. Behind him, I noticed some movement. It was one of the men in the orange hoodie stepping out from behind some trees. I point a shaky finger behind Ian at the man. Ian glances over his shoulder to see what has me so shaken. We'll check this out later. Right now we have to run. Ian grabs my elbow, careful not to touch my hurt wrist. We make a hard left and quickly make our way to what is hopefully the trail we came in on. We break through the trees, but it's not the trail. It's a small clearing. It looks like someone has recently been here. A still smoldering fire set in the center.
Melee has progressed to level 3.
We break through the brush into the clearing a few feet away from where we came in.
33, that is.
Shortly, to the right where we came in. We all share stories, and they all sound very similar. These men followed us to this spot, Katie said. Why do they want us here? What do they want? Nova responded. Well,
They want to get a hold of that bird of miles, what they want.
What was I supposed to do? Stop fighting. It'll get us nowhere. We need to figure out how to get back to the trail, Sadie interrupted. We looked around the clearing. It was roughly about half the size of an NFL football field. There was nothing out of the ordinary other than the smoldering pile of coals left behind. Let's turn around together and enter the woods and search for the trail. It has to be close, Ian said. We began to walk towards the section of the clearing, and several of the men with orange hoodies and camouflage masks stepped out of the tree line. We turned as a group and began running in the opposite direction. We got halfway to the other side of the clearing before there were more men wearing the same orange hunting hoodies and camouflage masks stepping out. More emerged from the tree line surrounding us. I'm pretty sure there were 12 of them in total. Some of them had rifles in hand. Our group huddles together as it looked like these hunters were slowly closing around us. 2 hunters grabbed the twins, Sadie and Katie, and began to drag them away, kicking and screaming. Me and Nova ran towards the 2 hunters that grabbed the twins. Nova throws a punch that connects with the hunter's chin and drops him to the ground. Nova grabs Sadie by the hand to help her up when a loud boom fills the air. The unexpected explosion temporarily disorients me. My ears ring. I look around confused about what just happened, and where the explosion came from. I hear Sadie let out a terrified scream. I look to see her coated in blood and Nova lying on the ground beside her. Ian turns around, running.
It all turned out to be a bad trip.
The look of fear in his face let me know exactly what just happened. One of the hunters with a rifle had
Turned
shot
out
Nova.
that pot was
Two
laced
steps
with
before another
something.
shot rang out. Lead spray came out of the side of Ian's head like a lawn sprinkler. Ian drops mid-stride, pulls her into the nearest tree line, and I hush her violent screams. No additional words are needed as we began to both sprint away from the chaos. I feel terrible about leaving Sadie and Katie to die. But any other action than what I took would have led to all of our deaths. I could hear the hunters scrabbling after us. At least, that's what was running through my mind at that moment. Tessa and I ran full speed for what felt like miles. My legs burned and my lungs hurt, and I would not dare to slow down. To my relief, we stumbled upon the trail. I look around to regain my sense of direction. The bridge is this way, I yelled to Tessa, and we began sprinting again. We ran to the bridge, where we flagged down a car, and they called the emergency number to alert the police. I was frantic, trying to explain to
You
the
mean
officer
911?
we ran off, leaving our friends to die. Tessa could only weep. She tried
Wow.
to version, but she couldn't get the words out. Tessa was physically shaking, and instead of words, vomit was the only thing that came out of her mouth.
A
Several
fucking
hours
bunch
passed,
of
and the sun was
friends
shining off
you
each other.
are.
The hunters had erected 2 wooden crosses that Sadie and Katie hung from. Their abdomens sliced open, and the twins were connected by their intestines tied together. Their guts decorated the wooden structure they hung from, like a set of glowing Christmas lights. Ian and Nova lay at the foot of the crosses. I don't know the reason behind the gruesome slaughter of my friends, but I do know I'll never revisit the Pacific Crest Trail. I used to go to the mountains every year, multiple times if fate would allow it. There's something so peaceful about feeling isolated from the rest of the world. I don't have to look down at my phone and worry about bills or keeping up with my friends. There's no window of time. It's just me and what the world has created. Every year, I would visit the town of Estes and stay overnight, so I could grab an early start and avoid as many people as possible. It had gotten to the point where I was recognized and formed friendships with some of the locals. Most anyone working at the diners, where I got some fuel before heading up the mountain, probably knew who I was. My car and I would traverse the Trail Ridge Road. Stopping on the viewpoints along the road, I would observe the wildlife. Rolling green would lay out in front of me, dotted with the remnants of snowfall. I would make sure to stop at every given opportunity and take a few good breaths to slowly acclimate myself to the higher altitude and lower intake of oxygen. I used to do anyways. I haven't been back there in a few years now. I think it was 3 years ago now that it happened. It's hard to keep track anymore. I try not to think about it too much. I've had issues with the memories popping back up without much cause, and sending me into a fit. My chest gets all tight and it's hard to breathe. I swear, whenever it happens, I can hear its footsteps. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My therapist that I started seeing following the event told me it might be a good idea to get it out, write it on paper, or tell people my story. So that's what this is. I have no idea if something like this will help, but at this point I'll try anything. I'd love to finish telling my story, and be able to get an uninterrupted night's sleep. So, 3 years ago, like I said, if I ever got the opportunity, I would go back multiple times in a year, and as fate had it, that was such a year. I had a decent chunk of vacation time saved up at work, so I decided to take an extra holiday for myself. Everything went about as you'd expect. It was warmer than normal, as I try to go in the quarter months usually. I got into town the same as always. I booked nearly the same room in the same hotel as the last time I visited, and threw my stuff into the hotel room. Before heading to bed, I made sure to plot out my intended traveling, so I could show someone where I was planning to go. I had been there so many times.
Who are you gonna
as
tell?
as everything was, I like to try and go off the beaten path when I could. In the event something happened to me, I wanted people to know where I was. That's exactly what I did the next morning. I was greeted by the workers at the local diner and made sure to show them the map, telling them when I expected to return. With enough fuel to get me through most of the day, I headed out. The first place I had to go was a decent drive up Trail Ridge Road, Lulu City, a place I was surprised I had never gotten around to visiting. Pulling onto the side of the road, I sat at the shoulder looking at the elevation between me and the town. A town that had diminished into a small portion of the horizon. Turning the car off and locking it, I was pleasantly surprised to find myself alone on the trail. The fewer people that were around me, the more connected to the environment I could feel. It's like when you watch a movie in the theater. You're so much more immersed when it's quiet. Just a few chattering conversations can taint the entire experience. They say with hindsight, it's much easier to see the red flags. When I think back, though, it's hard for me to tell where my first sign to turn back really was. You'll hear a lot of sounds walking through the forest, and sounds travel pretty far. So it's hard to say what's unusual and what isn't. Even if you've heard something hundreds of times, it can sound alien. I remember as I was walking the trail, I heard what sounded like several booms from a distant thunder. The noise happened in rapid succession, like a beat of drums.
though the weather hadn't called for such noises. At the time, I thought it could have just been the snapping of a nearby tree and the resulting noise of it was sneaking into the ground. I ignored it and continued on the path, feeling the mountain air fill my lungs surrounded by trees, all by myself. There was the occasional skittering of wildlife. I even came across a large print in the middle of the trail. I assumed it to be a bear, as black bears have been spotted near the trail. It's a nearly 4-mile hike, which isn't that bad as the elevation didn't climb too much. Around 2 hours after I had initially set out, I found myself looking at the old sign for Lulu City, an old mining town that had been abandoned in the 1800s. I walked slowly to the place. There were old cabins around the area and various plots of land that once served as foundations for more homes. It was incredible to sit in a ghost town, nestled near the Rocky Mountains. It was almost as if the place had pushed them out. From the little research I had done, it seemed like the profit margin for the silver they were mining just wasn't enough to justify the town. Though, knowing what I know now, I can't help but wonder if something else was at play all those years ago. I looked around for a while at the large open area where the town used to sit. There were around 40 cabins at the town's prime. All that remained were the remnants of 3, a few building sites, and a sign for the town. Citing the population was at 200 people. I sat down for a moment, leaning my back against a tree, looking at the area surrounding me, pouring some water down my throat. I watched the tree line. There was this creeping sensation you get when someone is staring at the back of your head. I felt that, but it was like I knew where the feeling was coming from, but I couldn't quite see it. As I was focused on an area of trees where the paranoia was stemming from, I noticed a shadow moving. I had thought at first it was just a dark area where the sun had difficulty getting through. As this shadow shifted, however, it was revealed there was just a dark mass blocking my view. My initial reaction was to just assume the figure was a black bear or an elk, but it was hard to convince myself of that, as the shadow reached far too high off the ground. I just sat and watched. I wasn't about to call any attention to myself, especially if my initial reaction was correct. I had bear mace and the likes, but if I could avoid using it, I would rather do that. With the shadow retreating into the woods, I stood slowly from my spot and decided to exit Lulu. As I turned around, I heard a familiar cracking of trees. This time, however, the sound continued for a good minute or two. It was as if the drums of war had been rung and a warning was shooting through the mountain. I wondered if anyone on the other trails were able to hear the noise, as it was so loud that it made me cover my own ears. As I started retreating from the noise, it stopped, and as I reached the exit to Lulu City, I saw a shadow once more. This time it was much closer to me. I was able to make out more about it. Part of its dark structure being the antlers atop its head. They weren't the same, jagged or pointy antlers that decorated the indigenous elk around Rocky Mountain. They were more solid, resembling that of a moose's. They were much larger than any pair I'd seen before, though. Large enough to shovel the snow out of the driveway in one go. I backed up a bit, hearing the foliage bending and cracking under my footsteps. I honestly did not know how to approach the situation, because I did not know what I was looking at. The thing was still shaded by the trees, and I couldn't make out its body structure other than it being massive. I wondered how something of that size was able to move so quickly through the trees. Then I caught a glimpse of the eyes it was using to watch me. It was only when shreds of light reflected off of them. The first 2 shimmering orbs appeared from under its antlers, and then to my shock, another set of lights, fainter than the ones above them, appeared. It was uncanny. Looking at something with such a familiar shape, yet I couldn't decipher what the thing was, or what it wanted from me. I didn't want to keep staring, in case it took direct eye contact as a threat. Averting my gaze, I listened to the creature stumbling around before the commotion caused by the movements dissipated into the foreground. With the noise of that thing distant, I turned back and saw no sight of the thing. I decided it was best to leave the area quickly and quietly. I thought the thing might consider Lulu City its territory and was giving me a stern warning. I started walking back, ready for the easy hike. Watching the dirt path at my feet, I came across a fresh footprint. It was massive. Putting my foot into it revealed that my foot didn't even make up half the size of one of its toes. The thing was massive. I didn't want to call my trip short, so as I walked the trail back to my car, I thought of just going to the next spot ahead of schedule. I always try to end my visits by looking out over Bear Lake. It's just so pristine, it's hard to ignore. I kept my eyes on the trees the whole time, making sure that some hulking shadow wasn't lurking. Before I knew it, I was exiting the trail and climbing into my car with a hum, and the vehicle sprang back to life. It wasn't too long before I had gotten to as far as my car would take me before I had to stop and walk the rest of the way. Surprisingly, once again I found myself alone. There were a few other cars where I parked, but once I got to the lake, I didn't see anyone else on the trails. It felt like everyone had been scared off. Bear Lake is normally a pretty popular spot for people visiting. I had the feeling like I was missing something, like everyone else got a memo that I didn't. I sat for a while on a large boulder by the side of the lake, watching the winds ripple small patterns over the smooth surface of the water. It wasn't often you could go there and not hear the howling of screaming children and their parents, so I intended to soak as much of it in as I could. As I sat there, I could see the line of trees on the other side of the lake. The tops of them created an ocean of green that only surrendered to the peaks behind them. I watched that ocean of green sway like a hurricane was sweeping through them. The treetops moved and buckled as I heard familiar smacking noises begin to get louder. The realization dawning on me that whatever I had seen before wasn't real.
Oh, it's so
It had been
yellow.
following me and continued to do so as I left the site. I had driven there though.
That
I thought it would be
bright,
impossible for that thing to be
sunshiny
able to have
day
taken so
coming
quickly.
on.
With the shifting of the treetops getting closer, I slowly
Ooh.
rose to my feet when I saw something eject from the top of the trees. It hung in the air for a moment before crashing down into the lake before me. It was brief, but I saw the object enough to know that the thing had flung a rock rather large, probably bigger than my body, like it was nothing. I started stepping back
Okay,
when
so
my ankle rolled on the rock and I fell
180.
backward, crashing to the ground. My elbow made contact with the hard surface, pulling apart the fabric of my sweater and slicing through my skin. Quickly, I opened the small
Ouchie.
first aid kit I had brought with me, hearing the thunderous noise getting closer. I poured my drinking water onto the wound and wrapped it with a bandage. As I finished
So
tending to the small wound,
over
I noticed that the noise
there
had halted.
somewhere.
Slowly ignoring the pain in my ankle and the stinging on my elbow, I looked over the rock to see
Ellie, my
trees
elbow's
were no longer
got sticky
swaying,
boo boo.
only moving with a gentle push of the wind. That's when I heard a noise to my right. A huff. Turning slowly, avoiding sudden movements, I saw the beast that had been watching me. I saw it
The
bathed in
beast.
sun, every detail. This thing was some twisted amalgamation. It dwarfed me in size. I could have been twice as tall and still not met it eye to eye. I did not know what I was supposed to do, if I was supposed to run or stay still. I watched its pitch black fur ruffle as it took a step towards me, offering another huff out of the bear-shaped nose. Its whole head reminded me of a bear, except for the angular structure around its eyes that looked more like a buck. Four stern and focused eyes, all of varying shades of amber, peered toward me. Its body, again, was reminiscent of a bear that had a bizarre length to it, almost like its belly was dragging against the dirt. If it wasn't
So it's
for
a big
massive
fat
paws
bear?
pushing down into the ground, the thing would
That's
topple over.
racist
It moved
towards
its head
fat
back in a form of
bears.
shaking its whole body.
Chubby,
Small
chubby
glinting
bears
eyes
like
glowed for a moment.
Winnie the Pooh.
A jawline with thick and sharp teeth. My reasoning was starting to
That's
go out,
Poohist.
and the urge to just run and get the heck out of there was mounting by the moment. I was backing away and had noticed I was making it back to the trail, but the creature matched my movements. We were both surrounded by trees, and the thing started moving its head side to side, smacking its large antlers onto the nearby trees. As it did, the tree's bark ripped free, exposing lighter tones. As close as I was, the smashing of the massive antlers against the trees was like a shotgun going off next to your ear. It caused me to hold my hands over my ears as I
So
tried to back away.
basically, it
I
was
wanted to run, but
like
the moment I
running
felt too much
season.
pressure on my ankle, I knew I would buckle. So all I could do was continue to back away hopping. And just hope that it wouldn't charge. It just kept walking forward, smacking one tree after another like it was trying to intimidate me. I watched in amaze as if its large frame bulldozed through the trees like it was nothing. I don't know what I did to upset it more than I already had, but the clicking noise from its mouth picked up and it charged at me. The ground was trembling under the thing's footsteps, and before I had time to process what was happening, an antler made contact with me. The memories get all foggy from there. I remember being sheltered
I
from
think
sun,
those
my
memories
legs
are
colliding
foggy
with
to
the tree,
begin
and
with.
I spun out into the bush. Nearly unconscious, I laid surrounded by dirt and leaves as the bear-like creature approached me. It smelled me, interested particularly in the blood spilling out of my legs where the bones had broken on impact. I got a good look at its eyes before I passed out. One was a set of eyes that you'd expect to see on a mammal, while the others were more lizard-like. Those eyes were the last thing I saw before passing out. It was a miracle I ever made it out of there. Some other visitors had heard the commotion and headed over to find me passed out. They stopped my bleeding and got me to the hospital in Estes. I wish I could go hiking still. I'm not afraid of running into that thing again, but my legs were beyond repair, and I haven't been able to walk ever since. I still think about that creature. I did as much research as I could, but never found anything that looked like that thing.
You don't want to sound like a pussy because it got beat up by a deer, but I think it was a cryptid instead.
Maybe. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think I'll ever know. Sometimes, I hear the clicking noises it made. Every thunderstorm I hear makes me think about the creature bashing its head into the trees. Maybe it did that as a short string. I've been trying to smack their antlers together. I don't want to believe that's true, because I couldn't imagine what a behemoth like that needs to do with strength as it has. What other secrets does the Rocky Mountains contain? Are there more of those things there, or perhaps another manner of beast? Every night I go to sleep and look out my window. Think of those 4 eyes peering at me through the dark, waiting to finish what they started. I'm not sure if I'll ever feel better having written this all out. Reading it as I go, I
True.
almost don't believe it myself. Maybe I'll feel better.
Not as
I just
many
convinced
as
myself
hippos,
that
though.
that I just fell and tumbled hard enough to crack the bones in my legs like twigs. Maybe then, I'll be able to miss some sleep. Thanks for listening to this creepy,
Nothing more stories than some that you just past you.
If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to hit that like button as it helps me out a ton. The more likes this episode gets, the more it promotes it in the algorithm, and that's very helpful for the swamp growing. If you're listening to this,
Good evening, all, and welcome. Residents of Prince George's County, Maryland, USA, have reported seeing a cryptid known as the Goatman, a half-man, half-goat creature that stands around 7 foot tall. The Goatman
That's a
is
big
on
goat.
woods and roadsides in the area, and there have been reports of aggressive encounters in car accidents involving the creature. Imagine you're driving somewhere in the remote part of Prince George's County, Maryland. All around you, the thick forests line the side of the road, silent and ancient tree trunks making a makeshift barrier on each side. Too dense to see through, too tall overhead to even get a proper or constant view of the night sky above. And it's been a long time since you saw another vehicle.
The peace and solitude of a night drive, the feeling of being the only person around, songs on the radio and nothing in front of you, but ever-diminishing miles towards where you need to be. Suddenly you hear a bang and the car pulls to the right. Even as you jump on the brakes and turn around for the skid, you know your tire's blown. You grind to a halt in the loose gravel by the roadside and curse your bad luck. Turn off the car, open the door and let it slam in the otherwise silence. Watch your breath rise in clouds of steam into the freezing night air. Look towards the back of your car and see what you already know to be true before you saw it. Time to get the spare out and get to work.
14 minutes of
Looking both
drive
ways, you
time
can't
left.
see or hear anything. No headlight, not a bird, not a sign of life. Your tools land on the road with a clang and you set about the job. Luckily, it doesn't take you too long, but even in that short time, there's a sweat on your back and across your brow that feels cold against your skin. Flinging the burst tire and the tools back into the car, you get into the driver's seat, turn the key, and listen to the engine rumble back to life. The radio cuts back in, some DJ stationed God knows where rambling over the intro to the next song. The relief only lasts a moment. As the headlights come on and the darkness ahead is split, it seems as though you can see something ahead in the gloom. It looks like two red glowing spots. Maybe the taillight of another driver far ahead on the same godforsaken stretch of road you found yourself on. They blink out of existence for just a moment before reappearing. It doesn't seem like they're getting any larger or smaller, not moving away or coming closer to you. With a hand that barely feels like your own, you reach down and turn the key to kill the engine. The radio dies with the engine, and the lights shut off again. Stepping back out into the frigid air, you strain your eyes through the darkness to try and spot whatever it was you think you saw. A few steps forwards, down the road, a few more now. Equal parts of you are telling you to get back in the car and hit the gas, but something is making you want to find out what you were looking at. And sure enough, there they are again, dimmer now it would seem, red and glowing, eye level or higher. Going black for a fraction of a second, then resuming their steady light. You stop in your tracks and listen to the nothingness, seeing your breath plume out in cold clouds all around you. A quick glance over your shoulder to confirm how far away the car is. A quicker look back to see
It's
that
a
the lights
long
now
ways
stop
off.
slamming. And for the first time you hear a noise, not quite a footfall, but the sound of something stepping on the road, followed by a second. It sounds more like hooves than anything else. It only takes a second more for the thought to flash across your mind. These are eyes that I can see. Eyes of someone or something that has started moving towards me. As if spurred on by this silent thought, you hear the sounds of slaps on tarmac become louder and more frequent as those eyes begin to close the distance between you. The feeling of an ice bucket being dumped down your spine. A fleeting fear that you're rooted to the spot. Proven wrong in the very next second as you turn and run for the car. The handle takes a few tries to click open as you fumble, and the sound of something approaching getting ever louder. You fling yourself into the seat,
Louder
slam the
and
door,
louder
try for the
as it gets
ignition.
closer
When it
and
finally
closer.
turns, the headlights cut through the darkness again and show your strange companion on this remote track in the middle of nowhere, easily taller than 6 feet, but with unearthly red eyes, eyes that you can see clearer by the second. A ferocious look painted across the face, shirtless, even against the biting cold, and arms pumping up and down as the distance closes between them and the car. With a slam, they fling themselves across the front of the car and rip the antenna off, hands beating the windshield and what look like hooves where feet should have been, scratching up the paint and denting the metal under it. No time to think, just floor it. In a cloud of dust, the car launches forwards and starts to pick up speed. And for one horrific moment, you fear they're going to be able to hold on. that you've acquired an unwanted passenger for the rest of the drive. But with a quick jerk of the steering wheel, they slide slowly over to the roof and tumble onto the road, landing on their feet and sprinting back into the depths of the forest, leaving you with nothing but a strange story and some minor repair work that needs to be done in the next town. Now imagine all of that, all of it, but try and put yourself in my shoes. Try and feel the fear. Try to imagine the terror. Try
Why?
even to begin to grasp the confusion that I felt. And then imagine that when you start to tell people this story, what, you think it's going to blow their minds and have them clamoring for extra details and any sort of information? Or you can just straight
No,
work out
they're
what
gonna
happened
call
so
you a
could avoid it?
nutbag.
Most of them react with almost bored indifference. Ah, so you see the goat man then? As if I'm the crazy one. As if it's me that's in the wrong for not having known about him, or however you meant to refer to it. Apparently, as I've now been informed by most people that I mentioned this locally to, I'm not the first, and probably won't be the last. Something hides out in the woods in that part of Maryland, and it's been getting the blame for all sorts over the years. Loss of livestock, Goatman got them. Minor act of vandalism, Goatman. What can you do? Car trouble and a hefty repair bill? While speaking to some of these locals, it sounds like it was my mistake rather than his. Should have known not to blow a tire around his part of the woods. My bad. So sorry, Goatman. Won't happen again. Because I'm never driving anywhere within a 100-mile radius of these woods. Would you? I'm from London, and in the UK I was out with my two friends, Demi and Ava. The day started very normally, with me and Demi in a park having a picnic. The original plan that we'd all meet there and hang out, but Ava was running late. It's in the late afternoon. Me and Demi spoke for about half hour about life and all sorts, and that's when Ava arrived. She'd gone through a breakup, so I knew that the day was going to be one of those quiet ones. We chilled, and then she suggested we pick up a disposable camera and take it for a spin, which we did. We're from South London, and Ava wanted us to go pretty far north to a place called Stanmore. I won't lie, it was a very beautiful area, but when we got to the country park, for context, when we say country park, we basically mean the forest. I know what you're thinking. You guys are going into the forest, you brought whatever happens on yourself, which is fair, but me and Demi were looking out for our friend, Ava. So
Get shit on, bear.
we took a bunch of pictures on the camera, and were enjoying everything. And after a lot of playing around and picture snapping, we decided to have a little rest. We chilled in a field and it was pretty nice. The sun was setting, and we were going to stay a bit longer and then make our way back. While chilling, I could tell you nothing felt off. It was like normal, inviting. Like in those films, you can always tell when the mood changes. But at this moment, everything was fine. A little later, I really needed to go to the toilet, so I left the girls and darted into the forest.
The
I knew they
toilet.
wanted to have a chat about the breakup, so I decided to let them have it. I found a tree, did what I needed to do, and that's when I started feeling uneasy. It was those, oh no, I'm being watched vibes, but I couldn't see anyone. The forest was just quiet except for the odd birds chirping. I got back to the others and we chilled for a bit. Then all of the sounds sort of drained from the area. There weren't any sounds at all. No birds, trees rustling or anything. It was dead silent. We all noticed this and looked around at each other, and then Ava saw it. We all did. Flying just above the trees, there was a bright light. We instantly were like, plane, drone, and everything we would have thought it, but then it just faded away and reappeared in a whole new location. It was almost like it was playing with us. It wanted us to run. I realized Debbie wasn't even focusing on what was happening, so I followed her gaze, and there was a human hand, but it was weird. It was waving, but the hand was pale, almost blue with veins, and that sent us off. We began running into the forest, and I stuck with Ava, but we were running when we realized Debbie wasn't with us. We glanced back, and I noticed something was chasing us, but I never managed to see what it was. Me and Ava managed to make it back to the entrance, but Debbie was nowhere to be found. I called her a few times. She picked up once, but we didn't hear anything for a few seconds, until she asked for Ava, which was weird, because because Ava was with me, but then it cut off. I was ready to go back to the forest and try to find her, but Ava was begging me not to go or leave her, so I had to stay and comfort her. And 10 minutes later, Demi came walking out. She looked calm and collected, but I don't know what it was. She seemed off. Like it was her, but not exactly at the same time. I didn't want to say anything in case she was dealing with something she saw. We all decided to head back home. But this is where I think we may have messed up. Demi insisted on not traveling back with us, so we ended up going ahead, and at night she blocked us on everything, Instagram, our phone numbers, the works. I don't know
It's
what
because you left her behind and she
regarding the
fucking
weird lights in the
hates you
sky
now.
I saw, I do know that in 1984 someone had an experience similar in that same area, but I just don't know what to think. To admit that I thought these kind of cryptids were a joke and not real, and I've been able to take them seriously. I'm an outdoorsman, and have been for 35 years. I grew up in the woods. I memorized trees and mushroom hunt for a living. I know every brook, stream, bush, berry grove, log, you name it. I'm on a forest road, on hour 9, and not a soul in sight. I gather some mushrooms and look up the road and see a rock has fallen from the loose, steep side of the mountain to the middle of the road. I make a mental note that I have to move it and not drive over to it. I gather my mushrooms and get back in the car. I look up and I see what appears to be 2 or 2.5 foot tall little brown thing walking from this side of the road over to the rock. My first logical thought is that it's a squirrel.
Yeah,
I
that's
see it
racist.
walking on 2 legs, and it appears to be wearing brown cloth or fur clothes. And
It's
shaped
racist
like a
towards
human,
brownies.
but very tiny. It's not scurrying either. It's ambling on 2 legs like a human would, just casually walking like this is some normal, regular thing. Like monotonous work
Like
does for a living.
you
I
do
don't believe my
on a
eyes.
daily
It has to be
basis.
something else. I get back in the car and head up the road and see the rock has been pushed back to the side of the road from whence it came. It had fallen off the hill, rolled to my left, and was then sitting back on the other side of the road on the right, and there are drag marks like someone slid it back. I look, smell, sense, listen. Nothing. I don't know where gnomes live, but the old partially logged section where I was at looked pretty perfect for a clan of these things. Lots of places to hide, secluded, near water, plenty of routes of escape, and it could easily dig little holes into the mountains and be fortified against invaders. The side road into it was flooded, and appears to do so regularly, so these guys even have their own moat. I'm positive I'm overthinking this. It was a long drive back up the mountain, then down the mountain the other way, and some time home. I can't pick this apart into anything else other than being a tiny little forest man, and I am 1,000% positive in what I saw. I was near a military special interest zone, allegedly blocked off due to some native butterflies, but I'm starting to wonder if this research area is really about butterflies after all. They can send you to prison and ban you from parks and give you a $5,000 fine if you take a single berry from inside that boundary. Growing up, my dad has also taught me to be really respectful of others and their cultures. My dad is a retired Marine, so ever since he joined the DEP when he was 16, up until he retired at age 40, he's been raised like a Marine. Marines are Marines. Each one of them is a devil dog just like the next. They don't care for the color of your skin or your religion. All they care for is at the end of the day, you will put on the same uniform they do, and you will do your duties. My dad's seen it all. He's served and been stationed in many places, Nicaragua, Okinawa, Iraq, Afghanistan, you name it. Bits and pieces of those places have always stayed with him. My dad, of course, never ever forgot that. He raised us to be mindful of others, to respect and honor culture, but to not treat anyone unfairly just because they're different. I wouldn't say my dad is a superstitious person. He likes to be cautious and prepared. But I wouldn't say it crosses the line of superstition. He always told us ghost stories and stories of war that had been exaggerated and built upon for entertainment value. But there was one story that never ever changed. He never told it to make it sound fun or extra spooky. He just told us the story he heard exactly at face value. It was the story of one of his friends in the Marines. He was a native, and he told my father about an encounter he had with a certain creature from native folklore. Anyone who's relatively versed in native folklore should know exactly what I'm talking about. But please forgive
Skinwalker.
that I don't want to say the name.
A
He
skinwalker
always told
like
the story
everything
as a
else on
warning,
Reddit.
and to let us know that even though the culture we were being raised in might not believe it, there were cultures that did, and the place we live is home to those cultures. Knowing this, me and my siblings always do our best to be as respectful as we can. I live in the Midwest, the Ohio River Valley. In my state, we have plenty of nature and state parks, fitted with lakes, camping grounds, hiking trails, docks, the whole 9 yards and then some. This area is home to many native tribes, such as the Miami, the Erie, the Shawnee, and the Iroquois people, and many others. Because of this, you find many people who are aware and respectful of Native Americans and their cultures. Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Americans who don't give a damn who you are or where you're from, but I noticed a lot of people in the area tend to be respectful. My dad and I like to personal train together. We especially love going to hiking trails, and that's what we decided to do today. We drove out to a nearby state park and went to one of the trails. It started out by a parking lot, goes down by the creek, and there's a pretty steep climb and hike back. Along the way, you see all kinds of beautiful rock formations, freshwater runouts, trees, and flowers. It had
Jogging,
just rained a few days back, so it
jogging
was
up
pretty
a
muddy, but we were
hill.
going at a pretty good speed. Now it's good to note that my dad always carries just for emergencies gear, a folding utility knife, a flashlight, whenever we go on the trails. He usually just leaves it in his pocket, but as we finally came to the low point of the trail by the creek, he pulled the knife out of his pocket. I didn't see anything, as if he didn't even look like he had seen something, so I decided not to ask. But I could immediately tell something was off. I was very mindful as we walked the trails to the other end before the climb. I got this dull fear that sat in the pit of my gut the whole time. I could almost be sure someone was watching me, but I refused to turn around out of the fear that I would confirm my suspicion. A few yards from the point my dad pulled out his knife, I began seeing shadows from the corner of my eye. They were shadows that shouldn't have been where they were. My shadow was in front of me, and my dad's shadow in front of him, so I tried to convince myself it was just the shadow from the plants. But I know the trails of the state park better than the back of my hand. I know them by heart, and those shadows were not supposed to be there. It took off and kept moving. About 5 minutes later, I heard voices, really quiet, hushed and whispering, like the sound of them chilled me to my core. I couldn't pick up all of what was being said, but I heard a few phrases like, "Go, come to me, look," and I heard a few sharp shushes that no natural plant life, wind or animal could ever make. The nearest campsite was about a 3-mile walk through dense vegetation from us, and the parking lot was way back at the start of the trail. So far, we couldn't even hear the cars from the nearby highway, let alone the cars at the parking lot. I know my dad had to have heard it, because he started walking faster the second the voices started. He started jogging, and I with him. We finally made it to climb back up, and he puts his hand on my shoulder. He told me to just climb up the side, use the rocks and branches to help me from slipping in the mud, and to not turn around. He said I would lose balance and fall if I did. I thought that was a load of crap. The climb was steep, but it wasn't that bad. I never had to lift my leg higher than mid-shin to take my next step. From there we climbed out and made it back to the mouth of the trail. The sound of rustling in the trees kept us moving fast, and was never far behind while we climbed out. My dad has this knife unfolded, and we more or less sprinted to his car. Usually after our hikes, We will hang out for a bit in the parking lot, stretching and drinking water, drying off with hand rags and changing into dry sheets and hoodies, checking for ticks. We usually just decompress for a while before our 20-minute drive home. But today, as we approached his car, he folded his knife, tucked it into the back of his pocket, and told me to just get in and buckle up. My eyes were glued to the road in front of us, the whole drive out of the park. Once we were out and back on the back road highway, we both eased up.
Back
We pulled
road
over at a
highway.
gas station, which is what we usually do. Checked each other for ticks, dried towel our sweat, and joked about how caked in mud we were, changing clothes and everything. We went in, bought some water and snacks, and got back in the car for the ride home. During the ride, we were mostly joking and talking like we usually do. But as we made our way back into town, he looked at me and said very seriously, "It followed us down the trail. I didn't want to scare you. I'm sorry." I just nodded, and that was the end of it. We've been to the state park, even on that specific trail, countless times, and something like this has never happened before. I don't think my dad has plans to ever return to that trail in the state park. Safe to say, he didn't tell my mum. All parts of this story take place at a friend's house that was already known as weird. The first half is a second-hand account and occurs roughly 15 years ago, before we could drive ourselves at that friend's birthday party. There's a lot of us, and I no longer remember the total number, but it was at least 8, quite possibly above 10. 3 or 4 of them decide they don't want to hang out in the hot basement and opt to go jump the fence that separates the house property from the rest of his property and run down the old riverbed. They leave, and maybe 5 to 10 minutes later, I'm too hot and grab a soda and heading up to the landing, which has a view of both stairways in the house, and also the part of the property my buddies have gone off to. Not long after, those who went off to romp in the night came back screaming and pile over the fence, and his otherwise quiet dogs begin going insane. I pop the door open because that's easier than dealing with an electronic lock, and they stop out of breath on the front porch. A couple of buddies come up the stairs having heard the ruckus, and were treated to the tale of how they were messing around when all of a sudden one of the bamboo bunches out there began to clatter and shake violently, shoots snapping and breaking, and something hurled at them. I would say yes and tell them to get lost, get them some sodas and leave it be. Eventually they work their nerve up to go out again, but this time 2 new people decide to go with them. One of the people who was on the first run sits out, and they're bringing one of their dogs. Though it takes a bit longer, they pop the gates open for the dog to squeeze through, and they go off into the woods. My buddy, who swore they were attacked by something, sits out on the front porch, as do I and another friend. 4 of them were out in the woods, and there was at least one person downstairs in the basement uninterested. We're talking trash about them while the only person who was out there defends the lot of them. Not too long after, 10 minutes tops, we heard a loud scream. The dog sets off, setting off the other dogs, and here they come piling over the fence, the dog worming through the gates like a pro. The story's a bit different every time. They couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and once they got beyond able to see the light of the house, eventually something made the dog growl, and they turned and saw what looked like a giant pair of eyes over 6 feet tall and burning scarlet glaring at them. And they kept blinking and were gone, only to show up a few long strides to the right, then again, and with a creeping dread they realized that whatever it was slowly gently positioning itself between them and the house. This is what made them realize and bolt back to perceived safety, and quite safely this time. Although we called BS, a few years later I found myself staring down the same burning red eyes over the roof of my car, staring into the front door, and in one case staring me down before I could even crack my vehicle. And while my encounters weren't as terrifying, they were still bad. And to this day, let me just say, absolutely screw that. I used to go running and take a break at a train bridge in Iowa City when I went to school there. I did a lot of night runs, sometimes only after dark. And that's when I'd hear something swimming around at the train bridge, maybe human or deer-sized. One time it was late and I heard it again, but this time I could see something dark on the water. It looked like a profile of a very large head. I said, "Hello, is someone there?" It stopped dead still and looked up at me. It was dark, but I could tell it was looking right at me.
Actually,
This
I
went
got
on for
an
30
idea.
seconds to a minute. It then went under,
Let's
and I never saw or
do
heard it again.
this.
I told myself it was a person swimming, but why not say hi back? Also, where did they go under to? It was a slow river. I would have heard it surfacing or get out of the water unless it was over 100 feet. The closest thing I've ever seen to a cryptid that I know about, I guess. Some people are saying beavers or otters, and I've seen river otters. It was far too big to be a normal-sized one. I've never seen one 6 foot tall, and I don't think they live anywhere near Iowa. It was much too big to be a beaver too. I see them all the time, and they're usually denoted by telltale signs such as dams and chewed trees. I've never seen beavers active at night or during the day. I think it was probably just a person, maybe a homeless person who wanted to not be bothered by me. Or maybe it was something more. What do you guys think?
I think you need to lay off the heavy drugs
around
laced with
2
other
a.m.
drugs.
And I was traveling in the company van with 2 co-workers. We're on our way back home to
Just
Fayette
saying.
from a late night inventory in northeast Arkansas. We're talking and laughing, trying our best to keep the driver alert and awake. We travel a lot for this job, and I always stay awake in order to watch the road and the driver. I was seated in the middle seat of the second row, but I had to lean forward between the 2 front seats in order to carry on our conversation. We had just passed through a small town, and at the end of that town was a landmark gas station, where the road forks in opposite directions. We made a left turn that proceeds to take us up and around the mountain. When staring ahead at the curvy road, there were only trees surrounding us, no more town lights.
Building
bridges. We had gone
bridges.
maybe a mile or so up this winding road, and something just caught my attention. I was compelled to turn and look over to the right side of the road. As
Jeff
just beyond the dim glow of the
Bridges.
van's
Bull
headlights, I kid
Bridges.
you not, I gasped out loud at what I saw. Even though we were probably traveling at 60, and it was such a quick blip in my field of vision, I can't forget it. The best way I could describe it is what looked like a very widely grinning, stocky dog face with a lion's mane around it. It was about the size of a large pit bull. The body was in darkness, and I swear it was staring directly back at me with eyes, and it felt menacing with a huge toothy grin. After I gasped, my coworker asked me what happened. I asked if they saw what I saw. They asked what I saw, and I tried my best to describe it. They both said no. They didn't notice anything at all, and kind of shrugged it off and laughed. I must be so tired I was seeing things, they said. But I saw it. I really did. I began calling it my own personal Chupacabra. I know that's not what they're supposed to look like, but it's just a mysterious creature, and I really don't know what it was, so I never got to give it a proper name. One night about 5.5 years ago, I was driving to my mum's from my dad's, and my girlfriend was following me in her car. Well, I looked down for a second, and when I looked back up, there's a massive coyote in front of my car, and it was all mangy with big teeth, and was super tall. I proceeded to hit it going about 50. I even felt my car bump as I hit it. My girl saw me and slammed on the brakes, so she called me and asked what happened. Once I told her, she sounded very freaked out, because she didn't see anything, nor did anything come out from under my car. We were pretty freaked out, so we just finished the drive to my mum's. Once there, we looked at my car, and it was messed up, like I hit another car or something. So I told my mum, and we all went back to the scene, and there was no coyote body or pieces of my car. It really messed me up for a long time. Fast forward a few months ago, my now fiance learned of a creature called a skinwalker, and as we were discussing it, we wondered if that might have been what I hit all those years ago. We heard an ear-piercing woman scream right by our front door. I mean, it sounded like she had to have her mouth against the door, but when we went to check it out, there was no one there. And we vowed to never talk about that day again. I live in Chicago, and about 7 years ago, we had what was called a polar vortex. Basically, it was -10 for a few weeks, being cold at night. One of these nights, I stayed up late to watch some movies. It was 2 a.m., and it felt like -30, so I went out for a smoke. The back door to my house is raised and has steps and a little landing. I can see into my neighbor's yard 2 houses down. I went
Ooh,
out
he's
before I lit
peeper.
the cigarette. I heard a scratching and banging from my
Creeper,
neighbor's yard.
peeper.
I look over, and there was this thing with their garage door. The only thing I can describe it, it looked like a skinny naked person with grey skin, and seemed to walk on its hands and legs, crab
Alien visitor.
I stood frozen for a few minutes and just watched it. It looked like it was going to try and get out of the cold and into the garage. After a few minutes, I quietly went back inside.
Maybe it
and
was
kept
cold.
watching.
Maybe it was
Eventually,
looking
it
for a
gave up,
warm
slammed
place to
against the
stay
garage
for the
door, and
night.
scuttled away. I didn't really believe in this
And
stuff
you fucked it
until
over
I
by
saw
being
whatever
a
that
dick.
monstrosity was. Rendlesham Forest, Suffolk, England, is one of the most famous UFO cases in history. Military personnel reported encountering strange glowing lights and an unidentified aircraft. One witness described a triangular-shaped object. The British Ministry of Defence concluded that the incident was a misidentification of a light aircraft. Have you ever heard a story that was so unbelievable you actually considered not telling anyone else about it? One of these things that happened that just seemed so ridiculous and unlikely that you know if you were listening to it instead of telling it, you'd be the first one to say it never happened. Well, I had one of these nights years ago, but the only difference was that, as it turns out, a lot of other people seemed to see the exact same thing I did. I was stationed out in Suffolk, England, right beside Rendlesham Forest. You'd know it if you ever saw it. Just endless stretches of woodland, twisted and turning in on itself. A nice place to kill a bit of time, and an easy place to get lost in. It was a quiet night and without much else to do. I'd gone for a wander through the woods, just taking in the quiet of the evening and having a bit of time to myself. Try and unpack the old mind, you know. Ambling along, following the track under me as though by instinct, and just looking upwards the whole time with my neck craned back. Staring upwards at the obsidian sky, looking at the twinkling of stars as they appeared and disappeared behind every passing branch and treetop. Something about the vast nothingness of space has always made me feel a certain way. One thing I can barely describe. Somehow, as if I'm totally insignificant to the grand scheme of things, but simultaneously, like that doesn't really matter. So there I am, just stargazing, not thinking much of it, when something else appears. Just a flash initially, more of a glimmer through the treetops, quickly swallowed up as the next set of branches close up and block me off. I stop and stare a little longer. A few steps more and the sky is visible again, but nothing more is up there than the stars and the moonlight. But there it is again, something right at the edge of my vision, just loitering at the furthest corner. I see something bright, something big, and something that seems far closer than anything has any right to be. A quick look around and I can see the trees break off to my right. Stumbling through the undergrowth and into the nearby meadow, I'm heading for the middle, far enough back that I can get a clear view over the trees. When I turn around and look back, it only makes things more confusing. There's something up there, low in the sky. It seems to be holding in position like a helicopter, but there's no telltale thump of rotor blades, no downwash and no movement in the leaves. Instead, all I can hear is a strange humming noise that seems somehow loud and low at the same time. Whatever it is has an odd shape, The light it's giving off seems to be from the body itself, rather than any
God damn
spotlight
it.
or floodlight. And whether it's a trick of the angle or not, it looks like it's almost triangular. I know plans. I've seen them. I've repaired them. I've flown with them. It's not a plan. You show me a plan that can hover in place with a triangle-shaped body in near complete silence, and I'll tell you exactly why you're wrong. There are strange symbols all over it, so close that I can make them out, shapes that aren't letters or numbers, and it's something completely different from anything else I've seen. It hangs there in the sky, silhouetted against the dark, and after what feels like only the briefest moment on one hand and an eternity on the other, it zips off, far faster than would seem reasonable before disappearing into the darkness. And I stand there, rooted to the spot, letting the darkness take control, staring into the place where I had been and just trying to figure out what on earth I had just witnessed. Back into the woods to see if there's anything else to spot. I can smell singed wood. Some of the uppermost parts of the trees have suffered heat damage. It must be from whatever I saw. I hang out for a while, but there's nothing more to be seen. Eventually I head back to base. Every step I take, I'm trying to think of a reasonable explanation, but none seems
Every
to come.
step I
Maybe I just
take.
imagined it. Maybe it was something completely ordinary, and I just misunderstood what I was seeing. But when I make it back, it turns out that I was far from the only person who seems to have spotted something odd in the sky. The whole place is abuzz, people giving their version of events, and it's every possible combination of things imaginable. It was oval, it was saucer-like, it was a cube, it was light, it was dark, it flashed several different colours. It hung silently, it raced across the sky with a thunderous roar. It was a plane, a satellite, a weather balloon. And it seems to have been spotted by others outside the base. Some civilian reports are in the newspaper the next few days, and it's the exact sort of trap I expect them to push. Some claim they saw it crash, that there was a smouldering wreck in the middle of the forest where they saw humanoid creatures sitting and smoking lying in the grass. Of course, it had all disappeared by the time they managed to get the relevant authorities, because that's the way it always seems to happen. They're not trying to kill the story, they're trying to make anyone that repeats it seem insane. It's all they have to do, really. Too many people are reporting the same thing, too many independent witnesses, too many spotters. Too spread out for it to all be a coincidence. What it really was, I don't know. What it wasn't was a light aircraft carrier. And that's what the powers that be decided to declare as the official outcome when they'd finished whatever would class as an investigation. Of course, we were told in no uncertain terms to shut up about it, that we were to have no part in spreading these stupid stories, encouraging the crazies. And that's what they described it as. You tell me why they were so keen to have us clam up about it. What benefit did it serve them, really? They know that we're going to talk amongst ourselves, that we're going to compare notes, and that the theories and suggestions will just keep flowing. It's like trying to stop the Niagara Falls with a kitchen chair. But to this day, I will stake my reputation on what I saw, which is exactly what I just told you. Nothing more. No creatures or wreckages or messages being beamed from beyond my comprehension. Something very different was visiting our forest that night. And to this day, I have no idea exactly what it was they wanted. I have no proof I can offer you except for my word, and for all the numerous nights I spent in that forest after that, I never came close to seeing anything remotely like it again, and not for lack of looking either. Hours I spent, walking along, letting my feet lead the way down the paths and trails I knew well enough to not need a watch, my eyes trained on the sky, watching the patches of black nothingness and the flickers of distant stars.
Oh,
And sometimes,
there's a
I
mountain
was hoping
between
to
this
catch
one.
another glimpse, listening hard for the hum in the air that would let me know I hadn't imagined it all along.
Desert
But that's all it
mountain,
is now,
like a
my story
volcano.
that no one believes. I started to tell it and I can see them zoning out. I sense the effort to stifle laughter, and I know with every passing word that I look more and more like a crazy person. All I can say is what I saw, and no amount of time passing, official investigations, or barely contained mockery is going to change that. If you're ever in the neck of the woods, have a look for yourself. Enjoy the landscape, embrace nature, but do keep an eye on the skies. You never know what might pass you. My family has a cabin on some remote land in the mountains near the Ozarks. It's usually pretty peaceful, but last night was something else entirely. I just found out that this area is actually known for UFO sightings. I'm not saying that's what this was, but I can't explain it any other way. We had a fire outside, and after the rest of my family called it a night, it was just my dad, my brother, and I left by the fire, enjoying the crisp night air. Around midnight, we started talking about the stars and planets, so we leaned back and stared up at the sky. My brother pointed out this light that was noticeably brighter than everything else, and it was moving steadily.
Oh, stretch the bat.
But my dad said, "Wait, watch it closely." Now, my dad and I have always been fascinated by UFOs and strange phenomena, so we were on high alert. As I focused on the light, I realized it wasn't following a straight path. It was zigzagging back and forth, making small, jerky movements as it headed east. We were all
Small, jerky movements.
talking about how bizarre it was, and then suddenly the light changed direction, heading sharply towards the northern mountain ridge. I thought, no way this is happening, and then the light just stopped, completely motionless, hovering above the ridge for what felt like 5 minutes. At that point, we were all convinced it wasn't a satellite. My brother kept saying, "This is insane." After a bit, the light moved again, this time drifting slowly out of sight behind a hill. We sat in silence for a minute, trying to process what had just happened. Then we called it a night. But I couldn't
Oh,
shake
there's
the
3
feeling
of them
that I
right
just
here.
witnessed
1, 2, and
something
3.
unexplainable. I want to start by laying down some background info. I'm a 40-plus-year-old male living in Sweden, and this story takes place in the southeast of Sweden.
Living in Sweden.
It was a few years ago, back in 2012.
I live in Sweden.
I was around 30 at the time, when I was leaving our house and going on a night walk towards my place of work, a local newspaper. It was a nice night, in the middle of summer, and was roughly 20 degrees Celsius outside, so a nice average temperature. The sky was starry and bright, and very few clouds could be seen. I was all alone during my walks, as I did
God
not
damn it.
see any cars or other people. I was taking my time and just walking calmly at an even pace, occasionally looking up at the stars and the beautiful night sky. When suddenly I noticed something very much out of the ordinary. It was at this moment I felt a deep sense of unnatural coldness seeping through my body. As I looked up towards the sky, I saw something, some unknown thing. It was an impossibly dark shape moving silently and slowly across the night sky, roughly in the shape of a giant triangle, but much too large to be anything I recognize. Now at this moment, some of you may think, oh, it's probably a plane or something similar, nothing unusual. I tell you with great certainty it was no plane. You see, in my area we live very close to a military airbase, and myself and many others nearby are very used to seeing all kinds of military and civilian planes all the time. This definitely didn't appear to be anything made by humans. The dark triangle shape made no noise as it moved slowly, silently, and steadily across the sky, with a completely dark void against the night sky as the only giveaway to its location, and there were no lights at all to indicate this would be a plane coming down for an approach or just a flyby. Just a dark absence of light, blocking out all background lights from the starry sky in a huge area in the sky above me. From my location, it seemed to be moving north-northwest at a slow, steady cruising speed, at least a few hundred meters high up, but much too large to be anything man-made. Until I was around 12 years old, I was vehemently convinced that dragons existed. but nothing anyone would tell me against it would convince me otherwise. I even managed to convince one of my cousins as well, and the belief is from this story. It was around 4 at the time, no clue what day, since time was an illusion as far as I was concerned, and I had just woken up and Dad was off to work. I remember feeling that I really needed to open the window and clambered onto the bed to do so. Looking out for a few seconds, the entire window was filled with this scaly purple mass, moving at an extreme speed uphill. Yet despite the speed, it seemed to have just kept on going and going, and I knew it had to be a dragon, and got all giddy wanting to open the window to see it better, but I didn't know how to open the window, and eventually the mass disappeared, the dragon having moved fully uphill. Still wanting to see the dragon, I went and tried to open the door and go outside, but it was locked. So I went and woke up my mum, who was understandably annoyed at suddenly being awoken because of a dragon, and told me to go back to sleep. The reason I used to believe it so vehemently, and not merely see it as a dream, is because I couldn't pinpoint the actual point I woke up after seeing the dragon, and don't remember waking up or going to sleep after the interaction with my mum, and thus I was sure some giant dragon existed.
Sounds
One
more
night, my
like a
friends and I
dream.
were in Mayhem's van, and we were just stop sign. Midwest summer,
Gotta be honest.
with no one around. When suddenly a bright green ball of light about the size of a basketball rose up from the pavement, hovered about 4 feet in the air, grew rapidly to the size of a sedan.
It's dragon!
My friend immediately pulled the car over, and we all turned to the center to look at each other in shock, almost as if, on cue, we blurted out, "What the hell?" We were all sober, and all saw exactly the same thing. I did some research, and the closest explanation I found was ball lightning, but that shouldn't have occurred so close to the ground, or have risen from it, or hovered and expanded. And to this day, I still have no satisfying explanation. Me and my friends were having a fire and a beer in the woods. We looked up at the sky after we put the fire out, and saw what looked like a star shoot across the sky, and all of a sudden it stayed completely still. I've seen many shooting stars in my time, big and small, but never have I seen one stand still. Not only that, it violently started to shake, like watching a pan of water boil, and we literally watched it shoot back off into space. We both turned to each other at the exact same time and said, "Did you see that?" We couldn't believe what we had witnessed and immediately started looking up for some sort of explanation. But to this day, we have yet to find one. This happened around 1994 when I was 7 years old. We were living above a convenience store in a major city in the US in a small apartment. Me and my
7
older sister were
years
sharing
old,
a
huh?
room. We used a bunk bed as a normal bed. It was just 2 of us though, because we had a half-sister who would stay with us sometimes. One night I woke up because someone had turned the light on in our room, but once my eyes adjusted I realized it was actually a floodlight or something coming from the window. I go to the window and see a triangular craft floating silently about 30 feet above the street. I was stricken with a strange fear, even though at the time I had no idea what I was looking at. When I say I was stricken with fear, I mean I was so petrified I couldn't move. I couldn't even call out for help. I looked at the street below
Instead,
because I
called
reasoned
out,
that
"What are you
someone
doing,
had to
step
also have
bro?"
seen this. But instead, all the cars were at a standstill. The traffic lights were still working and no one seemed to be acting out. In fact, it seemed as though I was the only one who noticed the giant flying thing in the sky, some 30 feet above them. I looked back up to the craft, and it shone a floodlight back into my window which blinded me. I passed out or something because I woke up the next day with the memory. And here's what makes me believe it was not just a dream. 1. I had went to sleep in the top bunk but woke up on the bottom. 2. Years later I was watching a documentary on UFOs, and one of the drawings the person had made of the craft they saw was exactly the same thing I did. My mother finally believed my story after all those years, because I too had drawn a picture of the thing I saw, and they were eerily similar. This happened in school on a Monday morning. I received word that a friend was in the hospital, exhausted and dehydrated. Apparently he had been missing almost the entire Sunday. When me and my friend spoke to him and asked him what had happened and where he had been, he told us something that was quite unsettling. Apparently he was bored on Sunday and felt like taking a walk with his Walkman on a known running route through the woods. The route isn't that long, takes about half an hour to get around it if you run, so about 5 kilometers, 3.1 miles. So here he is walking on a known path at noon through the woods, minding his own business, when suddenly he blacks out, waking up 13 hours later, and about 7 miles from where he was at the time he blacked out. He was found later by police. And taken
Still
to the
using my
hospital.
sticks?
He doesn't recall anything from the period of blackout. He said his legs were hurting from the running and walking, but he didn't have any scopes or bruises. And on what level of consciousness he was during the blackout? How would he have reacted if someone recognized him and tried to talk to him? I mean, think about this. He can't have been a zombie since he didn't fall and scrape himself during that time, which means he must have had some kind of consciousness to avoid falling into tree trunks and rocks and whatnot and staying on the path. Why did his blacked out self not turn around on the route and walk back? Why did it go off the path and straight into the woods? These questions will probably never be answered, but the more I think about this, the more it creeps me out. What do you guys think?
I think you're a
I went to
nitwit.
a Catholic school and did lots of missionary work as I grew up in a developing country. We would join them for a week during winter vacation, and even though I wasn't a religious person, I decided to go. They sent my group to a village in the mountains. The people from the village told us we could stay in an abandoned factory. It used to be a vegetable processing plant, but they decided to close the place a while ago, and yes, it looked exactly like an abandoned factory from the horror movies, with blinking fluorescent lights and long steel tables. On the second night I couldn't sleep, because it was cold, and I stayed awake looking at the roof. And that's when the lights appeared. 9 luminous squares appeared on the wall. They spun around the 4 walls and vanished, and then appeared again, spun around the room and disappeared. This happened at least 3 times, and I didn't see them again. There were no windows in this room, and none of my classmates or the head teacher had their phones on. After that, I just closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep, because I didn't know what else to do. The next day during breakfast, I asked my group of 7 people if they'd seen the lights, to make sure I hadn't imagined them. And yes, all of us had seen them, even the teacher who was a former priest. But each one of us described them in a different way. I saw 9 squares, a friend saw 4, others saw a thick horizontal line, and so on. I still don't know what they were, but this definitely was the scariest thing I've ever experienced. This was about 6 years ago.
Beforehand,
now,
they
and I
all
was
drank
working as a
Jim Jones's
caregiver for the
Kool-Aid.
developmentally disabled. For context, I should say that I live in a pretty rural area of western Ohio. Think small towns and cornfields. I normally get there at around 7:30 p.m., which was a half hour before my shift, so I could get the day's rundown from the previous caregiver. We were sitting on the porch swing, talking and smoking a cigarette, when we noticed a few lights moving through the sky above the field directly in front of us across the street. We stepped off the porch and looked up to see what it was, since there are no airports or helicopter landing sites nearby. As we walked across the street to the field, we could see that there were 3 lights, just white lights, no colors or anything, and they looked to be on the bottom of something shaped like a pyramid. The pyramid was moving towards us pretty slowly, and then sped up until it was directly above us, then dropped straight down maybe 100 feet or so, and hovered there for a full minute. My co-worker and I were at that point freaking out, and taking videos on our phones, which of course were lost at some point after I accidentally washed my phone, and trying to zoom in
Oh,
and see
that's
what the hell it was.
convenient.
The thing I remember the most about it was the sound it was making. Just thinking about it while typing this has made the hair on my arms go stiff. I don't know how to describe it, except that it was a high and low pitched sound at the same time, a mix between humming, buzzing, and vibrating. I haven't heard anything like it before or since, and after a minute or so it rotated slightly, rose straight up into the air, and took off towards the right of us so fast we couldn't see it after 5 seconds. I've no idea what I saw, but I saw it, and I always pay extra attention to the night sky now. I was about 8 years old. My mom was getting off the interstate at an exit we took all the time to go to the store. Well, when we were getting off here on the exit, I was sitting in the back seat and looked out the left side of the car, and my cousin was with me, and he too was looking out when we saw this huge black ship-looking object, triangular in shape but not exactly a triangle, and went nose first into the ground behind the tree line.
Are you sure it wasn't a triangle?
It wasn't landing. My cousin saw it, I saw it, and then there was this green flash, not big enough to capture the attention of everyone around us, but we immediately asked my mum if she saw that to the left, and she was like, nah, scared the crap out of us for the rest of the day. This was around 20 years ago, and after that, all I knew was that I never wanted to step foot or go near that side of town again. Funnily enough, though, I have. Nothing is there besides a neighborhood and a store. But I swear to this day, I know what I saw. Back in the mid-90s, I was walking back to school at around lunch hour. This being Sweden in late May, so it was pretty damn bright out with sunlight, with a blue sky.
Be right back, chat. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
A bright light, almost like how an exaggerated depiction of the North Star might appear in the movies, catches my eye, as it does an incredibly quick dive in the sky, a complete vertical U-turn, and then vanishes up into the clouds, noticeably accelerating in speed as it heads up. This took on the whole perhaps 10 seconds. I don't believe in UFOs, alien visitors, or other conspiracies, but I am very certain of what I saw. However likely it was that my brain conjured it up or not, I've always had good eyesight, and no history of hallucinations or other such matters, and it leaves me damn clueless to find out what that could have been. When I was probably 15, I woke up late at around 2 a.m. and left my room and looked out the front window. I saw a bright light aimed towards my house, but it was probably 1 to 2 miles away. It was coming from the sky, but at a distance, not above, so it was flying low. I watched as it got closer, and I ran to my room at the opposite side of the house and looked out my window at a giant rectangular-shaped flying object flying overhead without making a sound. It was probably 300 to 500 feet long. The surface looked like Star Wars. Think of like the surface of the Death Star with random outcrops and lights. I think it knew I was watching it, because that same light was still aimed at my window. It just steadily kept flying away until it was out of sight. I was a radio operator in Alaska in the early 70s. We would have our site on top of mountains for range. Near Cordova, Alaska, in a tent on the top of a mountain, I came out one night and there was a blue orb zigzagging across the sky. I called my camp helper, who was a native Inuit, and pointed it out to him. He took one look and disappeared back into the tent without a word. This orb was traveling from north to south like it was using magnetic lines of the earth. Why zigzag? It went fairly fast for about 2 minutes. Curious of what the hell I witnessed, I put on a parka and watched for over an hour. Saw a commercial aircraft flashing beacons, shooting star, and I went back into the tent.
And we know for a fact
but he refused
there's
to talk
one
about it,
over
as if
there.
he was used to such sightings in remote Alaska.
That's kind
I
of
still
cool
wonder
looking.
about that though. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you
Big
so much for
split in the
listening.
mountain
I hope
right
you
there.
found these cryptid stories.
Not really, because all your cryptid stories are all the same. You guys keep just getting all your stories off of Reddit. I guess I could make a channel like that too. Make a cryptid channel and just let AI read the stories. and then just post them on YouTube. Get them monetized if I had enough viewers. And then retell them. Put them in different little groupings and retell them over and over and over and over again. Not even read by me. It's kind of an asshole move, huh? Because that's where they're getting all their stories off of Reddit. Oh, there's one. Right there. So that's where we're going. Flying my chicken feather glider. Uh, we're getting there. We're going to be so high up in the air that when we fall, we're just going to die right ahead of time. Come on. Get around there. I wanna reach out and grab you. No, just going so fast. Right on top of the crystal. Hit it so hard we turned it from red to blue. Take that, you stupid red crystal. You weirdo. Oh, rub my bald head. Well, my fuzzy bald head. Because the hair's growing back. And not that head, you weirdos. Get your minds out of the gutter. You freaks. Ugh.
This thing.
My friend was also worried because it seems that this thing keeps getting closer and closer. Let me know if you've had any encounters like this, or heard anything that you think sounds like what I've described. This happened in California in the mountains. I'm 17 years old. I know what you're thinking. It's just this kid's imagination. Just let me tell this story, and you can decide if you think it's real or not. It was mid-December to late December 2020 in central Pennsylvania. I honestly didn't think we had any skinwalkers here until now. Here's the story. I was at my family cabin hunting like most Pennsylvania do in December. I was going to be there for 2 weeks with my dad, brother, and grandfather. We arrived the first day at 4:45 p.m., so we still had some hunting road left, so we grabbed our rifles and headed out. We got some light snow in the morning so we could see the tracks easier, but enough to get stuck or lost. We walked for roughly 5 minutes. When we finally came across some tracks, there were 2 sets, and some scat we could tell by the size of the scat one was a buck. My brother and dad went after one set of tracks and me the other. I followed the tracks always till the brush was getting too thick for me to see past 30 yards. So I decided to sit up against a tree with my rifle. About 15 minutes later, I was eating a snack bar and drinking water when it sounded like I went deaf. No noise. The whole woods sounded quiet when I heard a loud church and pop of sticks and leaves. Sounded way too heavy to be a deer, but couldn't have been a bear since we didn't see many in the winter. The one way I knew something was right was the awful smell of meat that sat in the sun for 2 weeks. 5 minutes later, everything was still very quiet when I suddenly got this feeling of being watched. Now I don't get scared easily, but I got up, packed all my stuff up, grabbed my gun, and walked slowly, looking behind me every few yards. When I finally got back to camp, it was 5:54 roughly, and it was dark. I saw my brother, dad, and grandfather sitting around the campfire eating hot dogs and beans. I pulled up a chair and go 0 a hot dog and started to eat it when my dad asked, "Did you see anything?" I sat and thought for a minute. No, nothing but snow and birds, thinking it was a good idea to hide what I smelt and heard. Later that night, when I laid down, I thought about it some more and texted a family friend. He was 49, maybe 50, the smartest outdoorsman I knew. I texted him, "Hey, so I had a weird experience in the woods today."
Oh,
He texted
this
back,
AI
"What happened,
is
son?" I said,
worse than
"This terrible
anything. Oh my God. I can't listen to that. That's pretty bad. Get a better AI program to read your shit. Because that one's fucked up.
the car, but something told me not to do that.
Oh, is that the same one? That one's pretty bad too.
All of the other hobbits were celebrating the near and stop by EerieCast.com if you want to hear more scary stuff. Spotify and Apple. Thank you. Now get warm by the fire and try to ignore the twig that snapped behind you, as we're about to begin. The first story is titled Bambi and Thumper versus the Big Bad Wolf by 19 Delta Scout. Jobs to support the family. My mother was going to school to become a nurse. One thing about our family was that we all felt immensely privileged and blessed to be Americans and living in the greatest country in the world. My father always said that we would not take one dime of government assistance or support, as receiving supposedly free things from the government actually enslaved you to the government. We'd seen it all too often in South America. What the government gives, the government will take away, leaving you no choice but to think.
Heard that same story on several different places. Ambient Thumper.
If a more advanced race wanted you, there'd be no escaping your fate. This universe is a strange one. According to a study covered by LiveScience.com, nearly 3 in 4 people have encountered something paranormal. Now that could mean a simple UFO sighting, but sometimes that means people recall being abducted or haunted by aliens, creatures far superior to us, who use us for some unknown purpose. Unlike the monsters and ghosts I usually talk about, aliens are so much more sinister and terrifying. You may be wondering why. Well, think of it like a terrible lottery. If your number is drawn, that's it. If these vastly superior beings wanted you, you can't run, you can't hide. The moment you're chosen, it's over, and you won't even know it until it's too late. Before we begin, I'd like to give a shout out to 3 new amazing kind people who have donated to our website. They are Caitlin C., Christopher224. I usually would be asleep by 8 p.m. every night. I had to be at work by 5:30 every morning, so I made sure to get my sleep. One night, though, I was awoken by a bunch of dogs barking loudly. I was very confused when I woke up, because I was not in my bed. I was actually in the middle of my street, just walking. I found out the dogs were barking at me. At the time, I realized that I had no control of myself. All I could move were my eyes. The next thing I remember was I was walking to this wooded bike trail area near my home. As I crossed a little bridge, I knelt down on one knee. With 2 hands on my bent knee, I peeked through some trees and bushes and saw a craft of some type. It was ball-shaped and had no lights. It landed under these huge power lines. I never saw it fly from the outside. As I looked at the craft, an opening opened up. Then 2 small beings came out of the craft. The next thing I remember was that I was boarding this craft. As I walked onto it, the 2 beings followed me into it. The craft was kind of cramped and dark, but there was a neon kind of glow to it. I then bent down and asked the being where we were going. They answered me, and they said that they are taking me behind the moon. I then asked why. They said that they could not be detected by the Earth from there. I said okay, and then we took off. I looked out of some sort of porthole or window type thing and saw us leaving the Earth. We passed the moon, and then we made a U-turn type of turn back. It only took us about 10 seconds to get there, for some reason. The whole time, I was not scared at all. Actually, I felt like I knew them. The next thing I recall was the only time I was really scared. I woke up again, this time naked in a funnel-shaped pool filled with a greenish-black gel-type liquid. The pool had to be about 20 yards wide all around, and it was really deep. The pool was made of some kind of shiny metal. With the gel, it made the surface very slippery, and you would slip under the gel if you tried to get out. I didn't realize something very odd at the time. I was not alone. There were at least 15 other humans with me, all of them screaming and panicking. This is what scared me. I didn't know what they were screaming about. I thought they knew something that I did not, so I got scared as well. Somewhere under the gel moving around I could see. Most were trying to escape. One man kept climbing halfway out, and the closer he got to the top, he would get hit by some sort of beam, and then he'd slide right back into the pool. I thought this guy was just insane. If he did get out, where would he go? Then I heard a voice telling me not to be scared. They told me I would be fine, and that I could breathe the gel. They said I could eat it and digest it too. I couldn't drown in it. It was impossible.
Gross.
We could live in the gel. It also recycled human waste back into itself. I believed some of those humans were in the pool for years by the way they'd been acting. And after a while, I myself got used to breathing under the gel, because I did not want to get hit by that beam and slide under. A few moments later, I blacked out. The next things I remember are some pretty vivid memories. But I do need to let you know that I am deathly frightened of frogs. I know it sounds crazy, but it's my one phobia. It's their skin. Now, back to the story. I was rudely awakened by a being that was armpit high, holding my hand, taking me somewhere. I remember that touch of their hands had woken me up from my unconsciousness. I tugged away and started to threaten them. I clenched my fist like I was going to fight. I said, "Get away from me," and if they touched me again, I was going to do something. But he told me if I tried, it would change the world as I knew it. I don't know what he meant, but I did not have a good feeling about hitting this thing. Not to mention I felt like if I hit them, I would get a mess all over myself. They seemed slimy or translucent, if that makes any sense. So I was kind of stuck in defending myself or making a huge nasty mess all over me. That's when I realized that I was communicating with them without using my mouth. I knew what they were thinking, and they knew what I was thinking. It made things difficult for me at first. And that's when the smaller beings brought over this taller one. It was actually taller than me. As the taller being approached me, he told the smaller one that this is a prophet, or the prophet. I looked at his face for maybe half a second. His face grossed me out, so I never looked at him again. If I looked at him again, then he'd know how I felt about his appearance. I didn't really want to offend him, because I liked this one. He made me feel more comfortable. He explained that they wanted to do some medical examinations on me, and that I would cooperate. So I made a deal with them. They did not hurt me or scare me any more than I would do it. He promised, and then he allowed them to do what they wanted. He also said that he would answer all my questions that I had. He walked me around as we talked. I looked at the ground the whole time so not to look at him. The next thing I remember was the medical examination. I remember coming out of another blackness. I was not scared whatsoever though. I trusted them now. And by being able to read their minds, I knew that they weren't lying to me. As I remember, they took some skin from my right arm. It was like the thinnest layer possible, unviable to my eyes, but all they needed. They then took a semen sample. I didn't understand this. Again, I won't go into too many details about this, because by then the story would be about 900 pages long. Later on, I asked about this procedure. The last thing they did to me was the strangest of all. They took my right eye out of my head. I could actually see with my other eye, the back of my eyeball and a cord or veins connected to it. And I instantly asked about this. Then they put something metal in my eye socket. It was about the size of a broken piece of rice. I asked, what's that for? They said they would use it to monitor me from space. I thought it was so they could see everything that I could see, like a video camera or something. They then put my eye back, and that was that. Everything went black again, and I woke up. My next memories were of the taller being and I talking. This was the best part, because he answered my questions and showed me things in my head. I don't recall the exact order of my questions, but I asked away. I must say that they communicated to me like an adult would talk to a 5-year-old child, with simple words, stuff like that. I thought it was funny. Anyway, the first question was about my semen. Why did they need that? He literally told me they would be making baby humans in space, and I simply replied, "Oh." As I asked more questions, he put visions in my head. In an instant, he showed me how they do it. As we were walking and talking about the humans in space, he walked into this doorway that you can't see until you're touching it. Just as we were talking about humans in space, these two kids about 13 and 15 years old, one male and one female, turned to look at us. Both were human. They looked like full-blooded, perfect human beings. They were both sitting down facing away from us. They then turned around and looked into my eyes, and then the tall one introduced us. They turned around and continued to do what they were doing. Believe it or not, they were either controlling, driving, or operating the craft or building we were in. They were in control of operating something. This really freaked me out, because they knew what they were doing, and we were just little kids. The aliens trusted these kids. It was crazy. And being that you can read minds in this place, I knew the kids weren't scared or uncomfortable. They were programmed to master their job. There's much more on this scenario, and I've only scratched the surface. As we left, I noticed he was taking me somewhere else. This was kind of confusing to me also. This time it's like the room just appeared around us. We were just instantly inside of it. I think it's their doorways. They're unexplainable. Next thing I see is a dead cow hanging up above us. It was hanging head up and rear down. Nothing to my eyes was holding it up though, so it seemed to be floating. I was baffled. I know cows can weigh hundreds upon hundreds of pounds, but it was just effortlessly hanging there. Next thing they did was lower it or dip it into some kind of gel in a box-shaped pool, just big enough for the cow to fit in. Strangely enough, the gel did not overflow, as they heaped the giant animal inside. The pool was filled up. Next they lifted the cow and it was cut, dead, and I was starting to get scared. I thought I was next. But then he showed me why they do this. It all related to the humans that they had in space. He said, "What do humans eat as a child or infant?" And I said, "Milk." And he said, "Exactly. What do adult humans eat?" And I thought, "Hamburgers and steaks and food like that." And again he said, "Exactly." Then he put a vision again in my head and explained it all. They can't just take Earth cows into space. They do just like they told me. He said that they make their own cows up here. Germ-free, no fleas, no illnesses, pure cows. They were pure, just like the space humans. They were perfect specimens of their species. Like I said, I have much more information on this topic. I then recalled the thing they had put in my eye, and I decided to ask about that. They told me that humans do it all the time as well. He explained it like this. How does a tiger explain to itself when it hears a helicopter coming out of the skies in the jungle? It's a big, metal object. They all of a sudden feel a pain in their hip. They then lose all control of everything except their eyes. Then these creatures emerge from the object and start to do things to the tiger, like tagging its ear, like even taking teeth, like taking semen to preserve their species from extinction sometimes. Basically scaring the crap out of the tiger for its own good in a way. Number 2. Real Life X-File. Submitted by Nick and Ellie. My name is Nick. I live in a nice apartment in the middle of town, in the Midwestern region of the United States. I love the paranormal, the sky, and as I type this, I listen to the most chill music ever with my Shetland sheepdog. I am a 16-year-old male. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning, but I had been staying up all night playing video games, trying to enjoy a Saturday that's already left. Ellie began to whine, and I realized that, being the horrible pet owner that I am, I really needed to take her out so she could potty. She was watching me as I fumbled around for a sweater and the dog leash. I swear she's like a human, but a whiny little perfect child kind of human. It's cute when it's on a dog that should be a model dog that you would see in those movies or on commercials. I hooked her onto a leash and walked out into the brisk air of the night. Honestly, I've always felt safe walking around at night, because both the police and fire stations are in view of my apartment. I walked Ellie for a little while and eventually got to the dog lot, where pet owners let their dogs go to the bathroom. It was nice and quiet, and I listened in one earbud to Fleetwood Mac singing the song Dreams. Yes, I remember the song. It comes back to me whenever I even leave my apartment. I started to scan the sky. I love looking at the stars at night. I also got excited when I could spot satellites. I can usually tell they are satellites instead of planes, because it's a moving solid dot that is crossing the sky in such a fluent motion. I closed the gate to the small dog lot and let Ellie off of her leash. Then I looked back up to the sky, and I was delighted to find a satellite in view. I watched it for about 5 solid seconds until I had realized that there was a second dot moving in the sky. It was even moving in the same direction and speed. Something was wrong, but I hadn't realized it yet. Fleetwood Mac had stopped singing at the wrong time, yet the background music was still playing, only it had started to slow down. All of a sudden I had started crying and I sat down. I was not sad at the time, I was just confused why this emotion had come over me. I kept watching those satellites until they disappeared, but not over the horizon. They faded right into the middle of the sky, and as soon as they did disappear, I doubled onto my knees and I threw up, barely missing my legs. Ellie was completely unaffected. She was still pooping or something. I stared upwards and looked for the satellites. As soon as I did, I could no longer see, and I have no idea why. I had gotten nothing in my eyes. I put my hands up to each eye and they felt normal. I was panicking and I started to call out for my dog. She obediently came over and started to lick the tears off of my face. My earbuds started emitting strange noises like beeping and white noise and non-human swishing sounds, and I was becoming truly terrified. These swishing sounds sounded like the excess air you hear coming out of someone's mouth as they whisper loudly, and I was sure as hell it wasn't on my Spotify playlist. Hearing that noise while seeing that blackness freaked me out. I felt around for my iPhone 6, and I turned the flashlight on successfully, and I
Do
shined
we
it close
really
to my
need
face.
to know it's an
As
iPhone
I
6?
blinked, the light began to come back. I stood up and looked around, but my eyes were trying to adjust back to the darkness from the flashlight. I was relieved to finally see, but I was still insanely scared about those satellites I had seen in the sky. Maybe they were government secrets or phenomenon from space yet to be explained. I knew, though, that it couldn't be the third option, because I knew I was being watched. I know you guys know about that feeling of being watched. Everyone does. But do you generally know what direction you're being watched from? I'm not sure if it's normal, but I always know from where I'm being watched. At school, whenever someone's looking at me, I turn around and stare right back into them. Well, I couldn't look into anyone's eyes here. I could only look up. You can say I'm being too much of a believer, that it was more than just a phenomenon, but this felt like an episode from the X-Files. Even as I'm typing this out, I wonder if it was just a time loss. I think that alien abductees always report time being lost and malfunctioning technology, but they also report strange animal behavior. Ellie was being more normal at that point than I was. It's confusing. And sure, there's some light pollution out there, but not enough to affect whatever those dots were. There were also no clouds that night in the sky, and there was no one I could see to bear witness to what had happened to me to prove it. I also haven't told my mother or sister about it, because they really, truly would think I'm a liar. But what if what's up there is actually real like I think it is? What if those were government aircraft? Why would they do that to me? And what if they were aliens? What am I supposed to do? I don't honestly know. But when it comes to being afraid, I don't worry about the things that are down here with us. I'm mostly concerned, or afraid, about what may be up there, and what might happen if I look up again. Number 3. Locked in a Cage. Submitted by Huxney. I was 17 when this happened. It was in 2012. It was a normal night. I ate my dinner, played some video games, showered, and went to bed. Everything seemed normal. That night, though, I had the most horrific nightmare. I was lying in bed, my room exactly how it was when I went to sleep, when something with long arms pulled me from my bed and through my window. My window was on the second story, so that's pretty much impossible. You'd need a ladder just to get in, and I always kept it locked. Everything went dark. After I was pulled, I woke up cramped inside a medium-sized cage, almost like a dog cage. It was so bright in the room, almost blinding. Still, I was able to make out some shapes and figures. There were about 3 other cages, all like mine, sort of in a circle, around this long shape. I assume it was a table. I heard lots of buzzing sounds and whimpers, but not much else, so I started to scream. "Let me out! What the hell is going on?" I wasn't given an answer. I tried to reach up and shake the cage. That's when I realized my hands were tied together with some sort of weird material. If I had to describe it, it was like heavy air wrapped around my wrists. My eyes started to barely adjust to the brightness, and I saw figures in these other cages. Other people had been taken as well. I could see these tall, slender things standing out there, hovering over us, watching us. I started to scream again. "Let me out," I said. "I'll kill you." But I heard nothing in return. I was trapped, and these long, pointy metal rods began jabbing me from all angles. I was bleeding profusely, and I screamed. It felt so real, and it hurt so badly. I actually felt like my skin was being torn open. I've never had a dream so vivid, and to this day I've never had one like that. Eventually, I woke up in my bed, my body sore all over. I remembered my horrible nightmare and checked all over my body. The weird part, though, was I went to bed wearing clothes. I always do. But when I woke up, my clothes were in the floor. I tried to ignore it. I figured I took them off in my sleep, and I kept checking. There were no marks, no scratches, no blood on my body. I felt reassured. I thought I was just being silly. After all, it was just a dream. I was probably just sore from thrashing in bed during a nightmare. I went about my day, and that evening went to a local hangout stop I frequented. I started talking to some friends there, when one of the guys began to tell us about a crazy dream he had that night. And the dream was the exact same one I had. The window, the cages, the figures, the torture. It was all 100% the same. I was feeling a bit freaked out after this. I asked him if we could talk in private. I explained my dream to him, how it was identical, and he looked scared too at the time. After that, we started to research online about similar nightmares. Everything that came up was about alien abduction. I don't know if I got abducted, and I don't know what really happened. But two people sharing the exact same dream experience, the figures, the pain. All I do know is I did not sleep well for a long time after that. Number 4. Realignment. Submitted by Glitching Out. The story is a bit of a long one, and it does require some background information. I currently am a 21-year-old male. At the time, I was a freshman in high school. I am a pretty big guy and always have been. I'm currently 6'4" and was 6'3" in freshman year. I am not muscular, but have a muscular build and broad shoulders. I've always had some weird connections with the paranormal, and I live in a very religious family. For example, when I was 4, my mom remembered putting me down for a nap, only to find out that I did not sleep at all. But she said I told her I spent that nap meeting my guardian angel and playing with him. I even told her his name, Michael. Many people in my family report seeing angels and beings throughout our lives. As a freshman in high school, I spent a lot of time hanging out with my very religious friend Nate. I personally was not very faithful in the Christian belief of God at the time. This was a time in my life when I was very confused with how the world worked, and did not believe faith was necessary, and I still don't. This is mildly important as it relates. The first night was an absolutely normal night, as I was at my best friend Nate's house. We decided to invite some girls over to hang out, but as teens living in a small town in Wisconsin, we really didn't like to go out unless the adventure had already been pre-planned. So, that night, we decided to sit on Nate's computer and go through our MySpaces and browse YouTube. The girl seemed a little off, like something was bothering me. While browsing YouTube, I noticed a cool-looking UFO sighting. Mind you, I was obsessed with aliens. I clicked on it, and when I did, the two girls freaked out. They then went on to explain that 2 nights prior to this, they were hanging out with another girl who had told them that she had been abducted. She even had strange markings to prove it. The girls said that after hearing this and seeing this, they were mildly on edge, but later that night, they both fell asleep. They said that when they woke up, they had random scars on their chest and back, and they said they felt ridiculously tired as they woke, like they hadn't slept all night. They were simply freaked out, and spouted to me these events after clicking the video and begged me to turn it off. We continued our night without any crazy stuff happening. I did joke around with them, telling them that Nate and I were next. Nate, being religious, was calling BS on the story the whole time, and trying to rationalize it into religion, and that pretty much drove them home, which I was okay with because it was getting pretty late. The next day I went home to shower and change, and then headed right back to Nathan's house. We hung out pretty much every day. Nothing crazy happened that day, save for some goofy shenanigans and video games. Later that night, though, Nate was on MySpace. His computer is set in the dining room.
MySpace? Oh my god, how old is this story?
Separated by a wall with a double-door hallway, without the door but with the curtain separating them. The living room is set up with both couches against both walls, and the TV opposite those couches.
Oh, that was close.
From the living room, you could see the stairs going up to the second story. I sat on a small couch with full visibility of the stairs, but no visibility of Nate due to the curtain that was drawn. I knew he was on MySpace because I could hear the constant chatter of keyboard keys and quiet music. He had it turned down because his family was sleeping. He was listening to Monster by Skillet. I was on the couch watching Adult Swim on Cartoon Network, and it was about 10:10 p.m. At the time, Robot Chicken was my favorite show, and I was enjoying it. When out of nowhere, I noticed a light shine through the window at the top of the stairs, shining down the stairs as if someone flipped on the lights. In my mind, I thought it was his mom or dad, so I switched the channel so I wouldn't get in trouble for watching Adult Swim. Again, they're very Christian. Then I noticed the light continuing to shine down the stairs, also began to shine through the front door and the bay window, looking into the 3-season room. The light was enveloping the whole of the outside of the house. This all happened in a matter of a few seconds. The next thing I knew, the light had shined through all those windows and then from the window behind me. I began to panic. In my head, either a nuke had gone off, or there were cars surrounding the whole of the house. This light then made a pulsing vibration, like a plane flying but closer to your ears and more calming like a heartbeat. As the light grew in vibrancy and blocked out all the other visual things, I could no longer see anything except white. In this moment, I turned my head towards where Nate was, and regardless of the wall dividing us, I somehow saw him, and he saw me. He was floating, as if he was sitting in an invisible chair. It was as if the walls had been removed, and he was looking at me in a state of panic. All I could say was, "What the hell?" It came out in a quiet voice, as if I was whispering, but inside my head I was screaming. As soon as my sentence was finished, the whiteness blinked away, and I was still sitting on the couch watching the same TV, and Nate was still at the computer. Almost immediately, Nate and I both jumped up from our seats and started to freak out about what just happened. Nathan said he heard me say "what the hell" and saw me floating as well, but he said my mouth didn't move when we talked. He sweared up and down that it had something to do with God, but I resorted to aliens after hearing about those girls' story. While freaking out, we woke up his dad by accident. Eventually, he went back to sleep after hearing our ridiculous testimony. Then the two of us sat in the living room in silence.
Testimony?
It took a moment for us to realize that we were watching an infomercial on Cartoon Network. It was now 3:30 in the morning. I jumped up and screamed at Nate. We had been gone for 5 hours. In those 10 seconds, we were away from reality for 5 hours. I've told many people of this story.
You
They
boys
only
was
tell me
on
for
the
rest of their
drugs,
lives.
wasn't
Whether it
you?
was a glitch, abduction, or some sort of religious experience, I
Smoking
don't
the
know. It
marijuana.
was amazing, terrifying, and profound. I will never forget the vibration inside of this light. Unlike the girls, though, I did not get any particular markings on my body. Today, I am agnostic. I've tried smoking marijuana to try to feel that glitch feeling again, which I've had at work before, but I've only seen that bright light one other time since then. But that time I got to see the source of it, and it was not earthly. Mind you, being a freshman in high school, I didn't do drugs or have any mental issues. Long story short, I'm still very close with Nick.
You were in
Because
high
everyone
school,
close
you
to us
had
do stories
mental
separately to try to
issues.
prove that our experience really happened. But to us, we never really figured out what happened to us that night. Number 5. Summer Alien Abduction. Submitted by Siki McNeil. I am 20 years old today, and this encounter happened 7 years ago. I grew up with a huge family of 7 brothers and 5 sisters. A good chunk of us still lived at home. I lived in Canada, British Columbia, on a reserve that is a piece of land that First Nations live on. My family is very aware of the paranormal and believes in all spirits and creatures that wander the world. It was normal for us to sneak out at night and search for creatures that my dad would tell us. Our favorite pastime when we were younger was looking for aliens and discussing about what if we get abducted one day. It was the summer of 2009. I was 13 years old, and my favorite pastime was staying up late watching TV and drawing. My bedroom's quite small and is on the 2nd floor. I had enough room for a queen-size bed in the middle of the room against the back wall, with a closet in front of me, and my TV stand and a window to the right of me. This night was a little different, and around 2:30 or 3 in the morning, most everyone in the house was asleep. I have to say, being a teenager and it being summer, I would stay up super late and sleep until 5 in the afternoon, so I wasn't ready to go to bed at this time. I was watching TV, and from the corner of my eye, I see a flashing color of lights, and I didn't think too much of it, because our neighbors are the partying type. Then my TV begins to go to static, cutting out of the TV show I was watching, and eventually it goes out, and my room is completely dark. I think nothing more than that being weird, and I assume at most it's one of the spirits bugging me like they usually do. The light of the moon lit up my room still,
Spirits?
and I can barely make out 2
All the
purple-grayish
spirits.
humanoid figures beside me. They weren't tall, they stood about 5 feet tall, and were very skinny. Their hands were weird-looking. I stared at them for a while, rubbing my eyes to see if I was imagining things, but I wasn't. Immediately I was scared, and I ran under my blankets, but as soon as I did,
Ran
my whole sight
under your
went blank.
blankets.
Then a flurry of visions ran through my head. They were flashbacks from the time I was born, to the very last minute when I was watching TV. Normally, when I realize I'm having a dream of sorts, I can wake myself up, but I couldn't move, I was stuck. When I woke up, it was morning, and the feeling of waking up felt weird. There was a fuzziness around me, and it seemed like I was walking on air. I was both scared and shocked. I jumped out of my bed and ran to the kitchen to find my sister and brother talking to my mom and dad. They were talking about how they were seeing stuff around my house. Last night, they described seeing two beings that were short and skinny with big heads. They said they were too scared to move from their beds when they saw them. I was so shocked, because I wasn't the only one who saw these things last night. I told my parents about my experience, and I was happy that they believed me, and that I was not crazy. My brother jokingly said, "I guess you were too weird and useless. They didn't want you, so they sent you back." I laughed nervously, and I agreed with him. I find the experience weird and shocking to this day, and I still wonder about it. Why did they abduct me? Occasionally I bring it up to my parents. We still live on the reserve in the same house. I mean, I don't live there anymore. I've moved out. But whenever I go back, my room is still my room, and sometimes I find myself staring out the window at the sky. Number 6. Airsoft Alien. Submitted by Artorius A. My story begins just 2 years ago, when I was 16 and getting into airsoft. My friend, who we'll call Jay, introduced me to the sport, and even bought me my first gun. It was a pretty fun time. I met Jay when I was in high school, until he moved to Green Bay, Wisconsin. Luckily for me, he's only a few hours' drive, so it's not that much of a pain. To give you an idea of how we played airsoft, we used to play in the woods 10 minutes away from my home. We'd go deep into the woods, and once we found an area we liked, we'd go at it. On this particular day, we decided to play at night to give us this tactical espionage action feel to the game. He's more of a CQB kind of guy, and his loadout was not doing so well out there. We were 30 minutes into the game when Jay and I felt this throbbing in our heads with a weird type of sound. I did my best to call out to Jay, but I got no response. Hoping to make this throbbing stop, I put in my headphones. I was theorizing that it was a sound, and lo and behold, I was half right. The throbbing partially decreased to a bearable state, and I started running towards the direction to where I was. But when I got there, what I witnessed both horrified and awed me. There was a tall being, probably 7 feet tall or so, and was holding Jay with both of her hands. I say her because she was blonde, very pale, and had the curvatures of a female. She was so beautiful, but oddly not human at all. Her eyes were way too narrow, but big. It sounds weird, I just don't know how to describe it. She wore this kind of Vault-Tec suit, but it was metallic, like wearable metallic. It's hard to explain, but it was 2 different shades of gray, and it was skin-tight from what it seems. She turned to me and said, "Everything will be all right." I don't know how she said it, because her mouth didn't move. I don't want to say it was telepathy, but I don't know what else it could have been. I was scared out of my mind because this person, this thing, was taking Jay away, and I had to do something. My first instinct was to shoot at her, but I caught myself before I pulled the trigger, because pellets wouldn't do a damn thing against this woman. So I yelled out, "Wait!" And she looked at me like the way a mother would when she's curious as to what her little kid just said. I told her with a shakiness in my voice, "Jay needs to stay here. You can't take my friend. He has a family to go home to, a girlfriend who will honestly blame me for his disappearance. All the responsibility will be on me." She smiled warmly and placed Jay back down. She then said to me, "One day I'll be here for you. Do not worry, as you will come back." Then a blinding light shone behind her, and she stepped into it. The light proceeded to fly up. What I can only assume is a UFO flew up into the sky and vanished. A little while later, Jay wakes up and tells me he passed out from the throbbing in his head. I was glad to have my friend back, but I was also scared and horrified that I'm the only one who knows what happened that day. I haven't told anyone because this obviously sounds like crazy as all hell made up stuff. I've had a lot of crazy things happen while airsofting, and that's number 2 on the list. I'm sorry if this seems all over the place. The events of that night still haunt me to this day, and I haven't seen the woman since. I'd be lying to say if I said I wasn't scared, because I am. If anyone out there has had an experience like that, please share it with us. I just want to know I'm not going crazy. Number 7. Mom's Abduction. Submitted by Amy. This is not my story, but my mother's. Growing up, she often spoke of aliens. She was a believer, and I was as well. As I became a teenager, my mom and I were very close, best friends if you will. We told each other everything. We were talking about aliens, and I asked her if she knew anyone who had ever been abducted. She said to me that she had. She said she doesn't really remember, but she knows it happened when she was 4. She said she remembers just bits and pieces. I freaked out a little, and she ended the conversation because she did not want to scare me. A few years later, my mom became very sick. She began passing out, having tunnel vision, and had lots of head pain. She went to doctor after doctor until finally she discovered she had a disorder called Arnold-Chiari malformation. Basically, a piece of her brain had fallen into her neck and was crushing her spinal column. They took an MRI, scheduled her brain surgery, and scheduled another MRI right before her surgery. About a week before her surgery, after she woke up, this particular morning, she found me in the living room. Her eyes were wide and her skin was pale. I wouldn't say she was frightened, but she looked shocked. She told me that aliens came to visit her last night. I was a little freaked out, but intrigued, so I asked what happened. She said she woke up in the middle of the night, sat up in bed to see 3 gray aliens at the foot of her bed. She said she was not afraid, but she kept trying to wake my dad up by pinching him, and he wouldn't wake up, like he was in a trance or something. The gray in the middle did all the talking, but their mouths never moved, so they must have been talking over their thoughts. He told her that when she was a little girl, they had implanted a device in her head to monitor her. They were done, so they needed to get it out. She said the one on the right was nice, but didn't say a lot, but the one on the left was very angry. It was as if he did not want to be there, like she was a waste of his time. She asked the one in the middle if it would hurt. He told her no, but she will have a headache when she wakes up. She asked if it was all real, and he told her you can pretend this is a dream and go back to bed, but if you want proof it's real, look out your window and you'll see a blue light in the sky. He then instructed her to lie back. He placed his hand on her forehead. She felt a sudden shooting pain in her head, like a bad headache. She opened her eyes, and they were gone. She got out of bed and was hoping to see a blue dot in the sky. It wasn't just a blue dot. There was a huge blue light hovering over our back pasture for about 10 seconds before it shot off. She took some medicine and went back to bed. Then she woke up shocked and told me this story. I believed my mom's every word. I could see it in her eyes. A few days later, I rode to the city with her for her last MRI. She was blindsided after the MRI when the doctor asked her what had happened. She asked, "What do you mean?" The doctor asked her if she had any trauma to her head. My mom told her no, and then she asked why. She said because there's a hole in your brain. She pointed to the hole in the MRI. Then she shows us the results from the first MRI, and the hole was not there. I looked at my mom and she looked at me. She had a fear I can't explain in her eyes. It freaked her out. She whispered nervously to me, "I told you so." She has her surgery, and the surgeon said there was a substance on the hole in her brain that he could not explain. He said he got a sample of it and would let us know. But we never heard back from him. We never heard what it was. When we had asked about it weeks later, all he would say is, "I don't know what you're talking about." But I think he does know, and he doesn't want to say. Number
Or he
8.
does know that he
The
doesn't
Alien in the
know and he
Hallway.
doesn't want to say.
Submitted by Jennifer W. This story happened when I was a child. I had always remembered waking up and seeing things that horrified me in the middle of the night. One night, when I was about 9 years old, I woke up at what I would guess was around 2 in the morning. I looked in the hallway, and I saw it. I must admit that as a young child, I was always haunted by terrifying creatures I couldn't explain. But when I looked into the hallway, it was just standing there. I saw it from a profile standpoint, so I only saw it from the side. It was green and probably 4 feet tall. It had 2 fingers in each hand, and it had a green glow around it. There were scales on its head, and it was very skinny. I was sleeping in my parents' bedroom that night, because I felt like I was going to see something that night. Sometimes I could feel when they were going to come, no matter what they were. I could see the thing from my parents' room standing in the hallway, looking into my room. It was putting one of its hands into its mouth, as if it was concerned that I was not in my room. I stared at it with horror. I was thinking, not even my parents can protect me from this thing. It never turned to look at me. Though I was petrified, I somehow fell back asleep, and in the morning it was gone. I never saw it again after that. However, I believe that it has come more than once. I believe it came several times. I had no proof of it, but I believe it returned. I could feel it, but I never saw it. Number 9. Seeing an Alien. Submitted by Crystal Star Knight. This happened to me just a few months ago. Originally, I shared it on Reddit after it happened. At the time, I was living with a good friend of mine who lives in the middle of nowhere out in the woods. Everyone in her family are pretty hardcore skeptics, including me, which is probably why we are such good friends. What I mean by hardcore skeptic is that we are those kinds of people that tend to try hard to poke holes in the stories of everything we hear or read. We tend to rely more on facts than personal testimony, so we don't really believe in ghosts, cryptids, or aliens. Now to get to the story. At the time, I was living in this house. My cat would sleep in the room with me, and would wake up at around 5 in the morning every night to go use the litter box, which we kept downstairs. This particular morning, though, my cat woke me up by meowing in my face and jumping all over me. When I looked at the clock, it was only a little after 2 in the morning. I just thought my cat needed to go use the litter box early, and I needed to pee anyway. So I let my cat out and ran down the hall to the right downstairs, where his box was. Now, the main restroom was straight across from my room, and I went in without turning on any lights because my eyes were already pretty adjusted to the dark. In this bathroom, there is one window you can look out of when you sit down on the toilet, and we always kept it open because the air in the house was broken, and it could get really hot in there. This was about the middle of the summer, so the whole house was pretty warm. My roommate's dogs were barking outside when I sat down, but they bark at squirrels all the time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I look out the window to the backyard where they are kept, and noticed that they were running around the shed where we all play D&D. The main shed door was open, and I thought that was odd, because we always kept it closed, so the dogs would not go in and mess anything up, because we left our boards and stuff out when we weren't playing. After peeing, I stood up, and I flushed the toilet, but then I looked out into the shed, and I could see a light coming from it. It wasn't a normal light. This was much brighter, and in front of the door, I could see a shadowy figure. It was a typical alien body, I guess. Big head, small body, and really long arms and legs that seemed disproportionate to the body. Suddenly, the light went out, and everything was just super dark. Dark like when you turn off your bedroom light, and your eyes are nowhere near adjusted to the dark. The dogs were also quiet, and I could hear the wind blowing lightly through the leaves of the trees in the backyard. I guess I had a late adrenaline reaction, though, because I ran out of the restroom and down the hallway to get to my friend's husband and tell him something was in the shed. He jumped out of bed and got his gun, and he ran down the hall towards the kitchen to look out into the shed. And in the meantime, I told my friend what had happened, and she seemed really concerned for me and my mental state. Her husband came back after a few minutes and asked me to go out to the shed with them to explain exactly what I saw. We went out to the shed with me telling them both everything. Nothing was out of place, though. Everything was set up exactly like it was from the last time we had been in there. My roommate and her husband both laughed at me and told me that the whole thing must have just been a nightmare, that maybe I had sleptwalked to the toilet or something. So that whole experience must have happened between 5 to 10 minutes tops. I mean, it doesn't even take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, right? Well, when I went back to my room, 2.5 hours had passed. It was now 4:30. We never talked about it again, and I never saw anything like that again. I still don't know if I believe in aliens or anything like that, but I have no idea what happened that night. I just can't explain what I saw. But I do know for sure it was 2 a.m. when I went to the bathroom, and it was 4:30 when I got back. I cannot explain that much time distortion, and there's nothing I can do to reason that to myself. And number 10, Atlanta Alien Encounter, submitted by Big Bad Dog 101. I had an unexplained incident a couple of years ago, but the problem with trying to relate it to aliens is that I was living in a hotel in downtown Atlanta. So one night when I was sleeping, I suddenly found myself wide awake, but I could not open my eyes. I could sense another person in my room. I just couldn't move, like I had been paralyzed. I bit the inside of my lip hard enough to draw blood, and I was suddenly able to move again. I grabbed my knife that I keep under my pillow. I live in a bad neighborhood. I opened my eyes, and I lunged at a human-shaped figure standing in the middle of my room. And the moment I touched it, it just vanished, and then it reappeared behind me while I was on the floor trying to get up. I have no words to describe what I saw, but there was an unusually bright light coming through my window, and the figure was clearly not human. It disappeared, and the bright light faded away. I attributed the whole incident as me still dreaming while being awake, because I guess that makes the most sense to me. Ever since I started reading stories of the paranormal and supernatural, it seems the bulk of these sightings that exist are alien encounters and UFO sightings. And whether we like it or not, the universe is almost endless, and the odds are in favor of there being life somewhere out there. So when they come looking for lesser beings to take advantage of, they will have their way. There will be no stopping them. Thousands of years ahead of us, if not millions. We'll make sure of that. Good night. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. And don't forget to send me your Goatman stories soon at darknessprevails.org/submit. Thanks.
Oops. Can I add on to it and make it even longer? Oh, I got quite a ways to go. Oh, I opened the map. That's why. That's why. Oops. Whoopsie. Come on. Mm-hmm. Hmm. That's kind of clever. Too bad you can't like program a clipboard with distances and I want to make this many of them connected and just bam, put them all together. That would be kind of cool, I guess. Getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy, tired. Okay, that's way over. Hmm. This character runs like his spinal cord is all, or his spinal column's all fused together. Completely stiffened back. Red wine, oh. Red wine, oh. Red wine. Whoosh. Dropping in. Coming in hot. Boop. There we go. Sticking the landing. Okay, now we need to find a spot to put a forest base or a tundra base. Looks like that looks like mountain. That looks like tundra right there. So well, I can see the pink ball right there, which means there should be a tower. Oh, there it is. It's a tower right there. Oh, that's a long ways away. Woo! Way away. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, that's in mountains. We can't do. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. Over that is forest area there. There's our forest base. Oh, that shit's way back here. Mountain base. Desert base, city of Elysium. Forest base. Okay. We can definitely move one of those. So at least there's a tower in that direction that we're facing. I don't know where it's at. I can't see it because of the big yellow thing in my way. Oh, there it is right there. Yes. Oh, I'm going to call it a day right there. If there was more people in here, I would probably raid out, but I don't know who's on, so. But till tomorrow, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I will see you guys later. I'm going to hop off of here, have a snack, go to bed. Tired already. Try to get myself back into a sleep schedule again. But yeah, till tomorrow. Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. As long as you did. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it.